This is Brothers in Anarchy, Book 3 of the Max series, by Simon King. Read by Nate Gothard. 1. Learning history is like finding a key to a door leading back into a world long forgotten. Or at least that's how I think of it. With the revelation of my father perpetrating one of the biggest robberies in Australia's criminal history, you're probably wondering if there are any other skeletons rattling around in the closet of my own family history. The answer to that would be a resounding yes. Maybe it was because of that history which led me to Percy Simmons in the first place, the ageless prison guard and the story of the one who got away. It had been a letter, one left for me by my father, which Uncle Benji had handed to me on my 18th birthday. While I didn't pick up on it at the time, something curious had been included in the notes. Mention of an incident involving my father's old friend Jimmy Telford, and a guard who helped him when it counted most. Figuring these stories occurred back at the very beginning of the infamous prison itself, I thought it would make for interesting research. Imagine my surprise when I discovered not only that the old guard was still alive and kicking, but he was also happy to meet with me during one of the coldest Sunday afternoons in living memory. He was living in a retirement village out near the ruins of Crab Apple itself, another prison with an infamous history which I'm sure I'll get to soon. I had first contacted Percy in the hopes he might have remembered something about old Jimmy Telford. At the time, I think I would have been happy just to hear him confirm that the old bloke had existed at all. Yes, I knew he'd been involved with my father, but nothing proves a historical fact more than for someone to give you an eyewitness account of what they were really like. From the onset, I could tell the old-timer really was stuck in the grand old days. He refused access to modern technology, and the only way of contacting him was via a traditional snail mail envelope which I posted with the barest of hopes of getting a reply. Imagine my surprise when a prompt response turned up just a few days later, a small envelope stuffed inside another. The outer one had been organised by the staff of Sunset View's retirement village, the sun and dual tree logo in the top left corner, right above the printed address slip. Inside, one of the carers had added a small message of her own, saying how lovely it was for Percy to receive a visitor. It had been a few years since his last, and the old prison guard was looking forward to afternoon tea. Percy's letter, handwritten of course, held the man's succinct reply in just a couple of neat lines. His words penned with the barest of shakes. Dear Jack, would be happy to discuss crooks over tea this Sunday at 2 p.m. sharp. Percy Simmons. P.S. Don't keep an old man waiting. I must have read the short note a dozen times in the days leading up to the meeting, each time taking care to remind myself of the final line, a postscript with meaning. I knew what punctuality meant to Screws and doubted times would ever really change when it came to tardiness. There wasn't a shadow of doubt in my mind that ex-prison guards never lost their need for keeping to a schedule. Imagine if an ex-con like me would keep him waiting. The night before the big day, a nightmare ripped my slumber to shreds when Rock McGovern paid me a visit, his charred face sneering at me to pen him an alternate ending to Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. Why should those fuckers live free on that beach? Bring 'em back to the palace, I say, he mocked, his teeth glaring back at me through his torn cheek. In the dream, I could smell the charred fingers as they gripped my throat, the crackling of his skin enough to make my skin crawl as his hold tightened. I woke up drenched in sweat, and part of me was sure I'd screamed myself awake. Thankfully, I lived alone. The drive out to Cider Hill wasn't a pleasant one, with rain forecast for most of the day. If it had bucketed down, I might have been inclined to say the rain set the mood for what I hoped would be an informative afternoon. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The rain which did fall barely registered as a shower, perhaps a few spots more than a drizzle. It was too fine for normal window wipers, too dense to keep them switched off. My old bomb had just 2 intermittent settings, with neither proving effective. As I neared the town itself, a shallow fog slowly rolled across the road ahead, and I hit the headlights just in case. One never knew when the situation might call for it. With the road in quite a disrepair, I reduced speed even further after hitting a couple of decent potholes. When I finally pulled into the visitors' parking lot of the retirement village, I was surprised to find out the actual ruins of Crabapple Prison, or what remained of it, sat within the very grounds of the estate, sitting high on the hill like a permanent guard. I wondered how old Percy felt about having the joint sitting within viewing distance from the final place he'd call home while still amongst the living. Before going into the main reception area, I took a short walk to the edge of the asphalt, where the view of the prison was best. It looked eerie, staring down at me as I wondered about the horrors which played out behind the collapsed walls. I wasn't a stranger to prison horrors, having witnessed them firsthand. They were the stuff nightmares were made from, played out hidden from the prying eyes of a society which chose to turn away from such things. Could anybody really blame them? The woman sitting at the reception desk turned out to be the same one who'd penned the short note which was slipped in with Percy's letter. Helen's smile was perhaps the brightest thing I'd seen that day, and she certainly didn't waste time sharing Percy's excitement for my visit, once she knew who I was. "I'm so glad to see you. You know, he's already set up in the parlour. Has been since before lunch. Insisted on it, just to ensure he had the perfect spot for you two saved." I smiled, thanking her for the note. Just looking at her showed how devoted she was to the people in her care. I'm glad I could make his day. After having me sign in and handing me a visitor sticker, she led me through a side door, down a long corridor flanked by open doors into a huge common area. Dozens of wrinkled faces gazed back at us as we passed, the questions behind those eyes desperate for answers. I couldn't imagine coming to the end of my days and spending the time I had left just waiting for death to take me. And yet walking amongst the people doing just that, I didn't see fear and dismay. "He's right through here," Helen said, opening a windowed door and holding it open for me to go on ahead. The parlour, as she had called it, looked more like a covered glasshouse, with just the roof to keep the light out. An open fire crackled in the back, the fireplace set into the only real wall of the room. Sitting with his back to the flames was perhaps the oldest man I had ever seen in my life. When he turned to look at us, I was more surprised not to hear the creaking of his skin as his head slowly twisted in our direction. "Percy, this is Jake, the young man who sent you the letter." The man who'd experienced almost an entire century of memories looked to have mapped his course through life right there on his face. The roadmap of wrinkles crisscrossed every space possible, with long, deep crevices continuing down until each disappeared beneath the edges of his jumper. He wore a beanie on his head, covering the final remnants of his hair that had been groomed around the time Germany was still trying to rule the world with the Kaiser running the show. I could see why he had chosen the place for us to sit. The view through each of the 3 glass walls was impeccably gorgeous. The village itself sat on the side of a slight hill. Dark woods ran along one side leading down towards the valley and the township of Cider Hill. On the other side of the room, the remnants of Crabapple sat at the peak in their ruined state, the remnants of a living memory for the man sitting before it. "Hello, Mr. Simmons," I said, stepping forward and holding a hand out. He grinned, impossibly adding more wrinkles to the sides of his face as he transferred the mug he'd been cradling to one hand and slowly offered me the other. Despite the moderate warmth of the room and the fact he'd been holding a hot beverage in his hand, the skin felt icy to the touch, sending a shiver down my own spine. The previous thought of waiting for death briefly crossed my mind as his gaze met my own. "I don't think I've been called Mister since before you were born, kid. Please, Percy will suffice." He waved to a chair which had been set up next to his own, a small gap between us for comfort's sake. I could feel the heat from the fire on the back of my head as I sat. "Care for a hot drink? It's the perfect day for hot chocolate." I couldn't agree more, and within a minute of first meeting him, I knew I already liked the old man. He possessed the kind of charm which drew people in. Before I had the chance to accept or decline, he waved his free hand to Helen, and she disappeared through the back door. "Thank you for seeing me. I wasn't sure whether my letter would reach you." "Unlike most other villages I've heard about, this one's actually very good. Most of the nurses and carers still treat us like real people." He lowered his voice and leaned in a little. "Except for old Blakely. That bitch will serve up cold mash just to see us cringe." "Nothing worse than cold mashed potato," I agreed, and listened as he chuckled. The sound seemed to add to the warmth behind me. "So," he began, turning back to the landscape before us. "Did time yourself, huh? And at the palace of all places." The shudder running through me at the memory of the place came as no surprise. "I did, yes. Can't say it was one of my finer moments. Just as I expected from the man. Percy didn't judge. We all make mistakes in life. Hell, nearly ended up inside before I started working for the system," he began, gesturing up to the ruins. "You nearly ended up in prison." He grinned, nodding as he took a sip. "If I'd continued on with the company I'd been keeping at the time, for sure. Tugger Brown and his brothers were what I called friends back in my day. Must have been around..." He paused as his gaze looked skyward, delving back into the far reaches of his mind. For me, it looked like a warm-up, perhaps stretching like an athlete before the upcoming session he knew was coming. 31, maybe 32. Knowing it didn't really matter, continued on. Those boys ended up stealing cars and robbing a couple of local shops in Ballarat. When the cops finally caught up with them, Tugger died in the shootout along with Benjamin, the eldest. Only Brian, the youngest of the three, survived. As fate would have it, I ended up in the very same unit at King's Court when the prison opened. His eyes grew distant as the gaze disappeared into the landscape. The rain grew heavier, with the tinkering on the glass temporarily joining the fire's continued crackling. That must have been strange. I mean, to look after someone you knew. The comment brought him back into the room. Strange. Yes, in a way. But he wasn't the only one I knew. Not by a long shot. He suddenly turned slightly towards me. Speaking of knowing people, how do you know Jimmy Telford? I smiled. He knew my father, Jason Torrance. He sat quiet for a few seconds, then seemed to come alive as his eyes swung back in my direction. Wait, oh really, Torrance's kid? I nodded. Damn, he said. You're practically criminal royalty. He sipped again. While age might have slowed his body down some, I could see from the onset that it had done nothing to his mental pace. At a guess, I would say his mind was just as switched on at 99 as it had been at 19. If not, maybe even faster. And he kept up with current affairs as well. The revelation my father had been the one responsible for the largest robbery in Australian history had only broken 2 years before. How the authorities came to the conclusion I do not know, and doesn't affect the telling of this story. All I can say is that it did, and be done with it. The palace. What a shithole of a place. Even the memories themselves still hold enough oomph to give my old ticker a twitch. Funnily enough, that was true for the both of us. And that was when he said something I hadn't expected. If Jason Torrance was your father, then I'm sure you know what the name Jimmy Telford means in this neck of the woods. Hearing him speak the name again awoke something inside me, perhaps brought on by the memories of my father. He often spoke about him, I said, unsure of where he was heading. Jimmy Telford came into my life once, a long time ago, rest his soul wherever it may be. How? I asked, recognizing the man sinking a little further down into his chair. He was preparing for takeoff, readying himself for a launch back into the darkest corners of the memories he might have spent decades trying to forget. For whatever reason, Percy Simmons figured I was a good enough reason to bring them forth for perhaps the final time. One last hurrah to share the deepest secrets of a place most would rather forget. I'm sure many people would have thought of a better place to hang out on a blisteringly hot Valentine's Day, but I got to spend it at King's Court Prison, the first day of the rest of my life, he began. 2. I don't give a shit how many skulls you need to bust to keep order in this prison, gentlemen, just as long as you do keep order, the governor said. wiping his brow for a second time before stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket. He stood atop the loading dock leading into the recently built kitchen facility. The newly appointed guards gathered in 2 neat rows before him like troops preparing for battle. Harold Zimmer wasn't the kind of governor who forgave mistakes, appointed to the position for his ruthless outlook on prisoners. I'd heard about him during my previous job at Sunnyside. I doubt any person working in corrections at the time hadn't heard of the man. He was something of a legend. Assholes could also be dubbed legends, couldn't they? Punishments dealt out by him were normally severe, without delay, and with everything from beatings to the death penalty at his disposal. It was a reputation he wore with pride. Just looking at him, one could tell he enjoyed the notoriety. King's Court will be the crown jewel in Victoria's prison system, and I've been sent here to ensure this happens. He paused, grabbed his chin as he looked down at the ground, and began stroking his beard as if in deep thought. And now there will be no assigned ranks. I believe men deserve promotion based on merit. He looked up again, eyeing each man in turn as he stepped forward. You show me you deserve a spot on this squad and I'll see you rewarded. His secretary, a shrew woman named Prue Pendergast, stood a few feet to one side as he looked across to her. She must have sensed a question coming and instinctively stepped forward. Yes, Mr. Zimmer. 12 today? The secretary nodded, looking unsure of why he would ask a question he would already know the answer to. Zimmer nodded and turned back to the officers as he glanced at his watch. 2 hours, gentlemen. That's how long you have to sort your things out before the first of our guests arrive. Unit allocations have been posted in the guards' mess. Find your post and stick to it. He pointed back behind us and several turned to look at the building standing a few dozen yards back. From here on in, I'll be watching and taking notes. Do your jobs and earn the praise. Don't do it, and earn my wrath. Without waiting for a response, Zimmer turned and disappeared through a side door, his secretary following close behind. The 2 rows of men remained where they stood for a moment longer before the first of us began to speak. Just as I expected, was the one I'd known from reputation alone. Don't think he's kidding, the larger man snapped. At just 20 years old, I was seen as the kid of the group, the youngest by a country mile. Despite already spending a year at Sunnyside, I jumped at the chance to try my hand at a more modern one. Although Zimmer hadn't taken kindly to me that first day, he surprisingly gave me a shot by inviting me in for an initial month. Durran turned and walked back through the crowd, the others somehow parting for him as he casually strolled past. He had an air of arrogance that most recognized immediately, already the subject of several spouts of gossip. What had caught most of our attention was the fact that Durran had refused one key item of issue when the rest were handed our uniforms earlier that day. Each man had received a cap, shirts, ties, a jacket, pants, utility belt, and a baton. Durran was the only one to reject the baton. Brought my own, he had quipped at the top of his voice, perhaps to ensure the rest of the men heard as he fed the monster weapon through the loop on his belt. I had watched him with intrigue, myself already nervous as I dressed in the new uniform. This wasn't my first venture into the world of prisons, having spent just over a year at a small facility called Sunnyside. Durran's reputation came down the grapevine on several occasions, already a captain of the guards at Crabapple long before my first day on the job. It was at Sunnyside where I had seen my very first prisoners, and it was perhaps because of this interaction that I had been offered a role inside this new facility. I'd worked several shifts guarding men like Thomas Harmon, a man who murdered his mother and father with a meat cleaver, as well as Contre Forrest, a ruthless robber with a penchant for violence. For whatever reason Zimmer may have had for giving a young kid like me a chance at working inside King's Court, I knew it wouldn't last. Not unless I made sure to impress those who watched from above. As I turned to follow the rest of the crowd back into the main building, I stole a glance up to a third-floor window where I knew the governor's office to be. Perhaps the eyes behind those curtains were already watching me. The prison itself had been in a classic layout that meant most guards knew their way around the place without needing a tour. It sat on cleared farmland, 30-foot-high bluestone walls surrounding the building in a neat square. Each corner held up a guard tower, manned by a single officer, day and night. A fifth officer walked the top of the walls around the clock, carrying a locked and loaded rifle at the ready. The main building, made from the same blue stone as the walls, housed the reception area, officers, main entrance, armory, as well as the large gates which sat to one side and led directly into the open-air sally port, and from there to the road surrounding the prison on the inside. But almost directly beside the entrance sat the kitchen and meal hall. Both lived under the same roof as the laundry, with the latter's entrance built on the opposite side from the kitchen to keep the two separate. The prison's two factories lived behind the units, one metal shop and one timber, close enough to the units for the eventual crooks to walk themselves to and from the buildings. 4 units had been completed just the previous month, with each capable of holding up to 60 prisoners apiece. A 5th unit, named ISO for short, was set back against the furthest corner of the prison, designed to house those needing isolation for any number of breaches. It was one of 2 units I had been given a tour of, and part of me wondered if this was the place where Zimmer intended for me to earn my stripes. Sitting off to one side from this 5th unit was a 2-story building with a tiled roof. It looked ominous from a distance, the barred windows somehow holding a man's gaze long enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Housed in the executioner's chamber, this was the place where those sentenced to death would spend their final 24 hours before swinging from the rafter. All of the officers knew it wouldn't be long before the first customer would find himself standing before his maker. A spider web of internal fences, gates and corridors crisscrossed the entire jail, with all of them coming to a central hub dubbed the Pit. A small guards room had been erected near one of the gates, and it was there where one officer would remain throughout their shift to keep the gates under constant watch. Most of the officers had grabbed a coffee and sat leaning against the south wall as we waited for the first shipment to arrive. Chatter had been low, holding within it a sense of nerves beneath the surface. Only Durran's voice rose above all others, loud and overconfident. The man always ready to talk to a room, rather than an individual. He was in the middle of one of his own war stories when the ominous wailing began to sound like an overzealous air siren. For me, it was the first time I'd heard it up close. The signal that the day's first prisoners had finally arrived. "Good," Durran crooned as he rose to his feet. "Party time, boys!" The men lined up against one side of the sally port as the huge gates swung open. A second later, the first bus slowly rolled in, a dozen shapes sitting nervously in the shadows of its interior. One of the officers launched a triumphant yahoo as the gates closed, but was cut off when Durran's elbow gave his ribs a nudge. I was standing just behind them and felt Durran's gaze burn into the much smaller man. "Cut it out," he sneered. "We don't do that shit here." The other man didn't argue, meekly taking a step back and disappearing into the crowd. The bus rolled forward until it almost touched the second gate, then stopped, backfired once, and fell into silence. Inside, the occupants must have felt their hearts stop, the first about to experience what this new facility would bring with it. As if already appointed the unofficial leader of our group, Durran stepped forward, ripped the door handle sideways, and peeled the bus's door open. He stood waiting as the inner guard prepped the crooks to disembark. Just as the first of them stood on the top step, Durran suddenly turned to me. "Percy, lead them through to the greet room." It wasn't a request, the man devoid of any sense of courtesy. "Yes, sir," I responded, unsure of whether the title was appropriate. Thankfully, nobody corrected me, each man standing back and watching as the prisoners began to emerge from their mode of transport. Close to 50 men soon walked towards the area assigned for receiving new prisoners, with only their footfalls echoing across the courtyard. I've never known that many men to congregate in a group in complete silence, and it felt somewhat intimidating with me leading them. The greet room, as Durran had called it, wasn't a room at all, but the rear of the main administration building. Just an iron roof hung above the area, the heat of the day compounded in the shade underneath like a deceiving thief. Along the rear wall, a single roller shutter faced outward from the stores room, used to distribute prisoners' necessities upon induction. As we neared the back of the building, Durran again took charge, first calling the procession to a halt, then instructing for the new arrivals to turn and face him. I imagine Zimmer standing at his window catching his new captain taking full control. The prisoners stopped as instructed and turned to face him. None of them met his gaze, instead their eyes remaining firmly fixed on the concrete before them. "You lot are the first into King's Court Prison," Durran began, with a speech I didn't see coming. Actually, I was too nervous to think about anything else except the crooks standing before me. 2 of them had been featured in the newspapers the entire previous month for a number of bank robberies, while one of the men was a convicted rapist. I knew I'd be seeing prisoners, but looking at someone who'd made national headlines was on an entirely new level for me. "This is where you leave all of your bullshit behind, handing your sorry asses over to my men." I half expected a murmur to rise from his men, but again, the silence only served to affirm Durran's self-appointed position. The man was a natural leader, and he knew it. "Each of you has been assigned to a unit. Once there, you'll remain in your cells until tomorrow when regular yard time commences. Each unit will have 90 minutes. Outside that, there will be assigned detail in one of the 2 factories, kitchen duties, or any other number of job postings. Any preferences can be handed to your unit staff." The line of prisoners stood their ground, eyes remained fixed on the ground before them. It looked as if Durran's intimidation had worked, although I also knew each man wouldn't hesitate to punch a blade into his throat if possible. Or mine, for that matter. "When I say, you'll strip down to your birthday suit, then line up in front of the counter and grab your shit. Once done, walk over to where—" He paused and scanned the officers before selecting one at random. "To where Officer Colby is standing," he continued, pointing to where Jackson Colby stood leaning against one of the roof supports. He looked surprised at the mention of his name. "You will remain silent during the process." He paused for effect, then shouted, "Strip!" to which the group of prisoners began to disrobe. 12 men standing in line, removing every shred of their existence as 30 officers watched on. When the first few got down to their underwear and pulled them down, the snickering from the onlookers began in earnest. "Didn't think it was that cold, tits," an officer named Bill Dunstan said, nudging another standing next to him. "Hey, Arthur," he called to Durran. "You sure there's no women in this lot? I swear I can see a couple of piss flaps on this sack of shit." Durran looked across and just grinned, revealing perfectly white teeth. The naked prisoners began to line up single file as the roller shutter shot upwards. Inside, a couple of officers stood waiting, a number of packs already on the counter. From where I stood, it looked as if the uniforms, as well as the bedding, were rolled in together. The man dubbed Tits by Dunstan fronted the line, sweat rolling down the side of his beet red face. "Next!" one of the guards called, waving Tits forward. He pushed a pack towards him, and I wondered whether uniform sizing was a thing, or if they were a one-size-fits-all kind of arrangement. Durran had taken up position next to the window, hands resting on his hips as he stood tall, overlooking the process. The first few men simply took their packs and made their way over to where Colby stood watching as they redressed in the prison's finest. I don't know whether things were simply running too smooth, but the silence was suddenly broken by a sharp crack, followed by an agonizing cry of pain. Those who saw the incident would later tell me they never saw Durran's hand twitch it moved so fast. One of the crooks had fronted the line, and because he was quite a bit larger than the rest, had quietly whispered to the guard if the uniforms were big enough for him. His hands had been resting on the counter, and Durran's baton smashed into the top of one, crushing 3 knuckles in a single blow. The crook's knees gave out as Durran took a step forward and stood over the man. "I told you to shut the fuck up!" he screamed, the head of the baton resting in one palm as the other gripped the handle tight enough for the knuckles to turn white. The crook flailed about on his knees in agony and was about to say something when the mammoth weapon swung around in a wide arc and caught the crook's other hand. He dropped the rest of the way to the ground, his groans piercing the heat of the day. "Care for a third?" Silence returned as he finally got the idea, his whimpering barely audible from where I stood just a few feet away. After making sure the crook got the message, Darren looked up and gestured for 2 officers. "Get him to the infirmary," he muttered, before returning his attention back to the final 3 still needing their packs. None spoke. I'm not sure why, but rather than keeping all prisoners in the same building that first night, Zimmer had ordered for the group to be separated between each of the 4 main units. Preferring simplicity over creativity, each unit had been allocated a simple name, just a single letter to keep confusion to a minimum. I'd been assigned to A block with 1 other officer, a man named Ted Bunting. He was fairly quiet for the most part, leading our 3 crooks into the fresh unit ahead of me. The prison was still running on a skeleton crew, with the bulk of the staff commencing work the following Monday, 4 days after the rest of us. I'd overheard Darren tell another guard that another 4 busloads were due in the next day, with 70 scumbags needing babysitting over the weekend. We assigned each of our crooks into a cell, locked them in and headed for our station. It wasn't much, just a simple room where we could make a brew in between duties. A small desk sat squeezed into a corner, and I sat on the edge of it as I watched Bunting make himself a cup of tea. "I hear you did some time over at Sunnyside," he said once he had his mug in hand. "Sure did," I replied, expecting this place to be a bit different though. Bunting laughed. "A bit? I've worked under Zimmer before. Believe me when I say the guy is a loose cannon." "Where do you work for him?" "Pentridge. 2 years. He came in as deputy back in 28. He took a sip and pondered. "Certainly made his way up the chain since then." "You worked in Pentridge?" Bunting nodded, and I noticed a certain air of importance rise from him. He had every right to, given what I'd heard of the place. Pentridge Prison in Melbourne was by far the worst of the worst. If this man had worked there and survived, he deserved to be saluted. "So, Zimmer gave you a shot, huh? Bet that surprised you." He wasn't wrong. The way the interview went, I was sure he'd laugh me out of the door, but then his hand shot out and he offered me a month to prove myself. "Wow, how kind of him. He must have something special in store for you." The comment made me nervous. "Why do you say that?" Bunting smiled and sat forward, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "Listen, kid, don't take this the wrong way, but from where I'm sitting, you don't come across as a regular guard material, if you catch my drift." Surprisingly, my defenses kicked in. "I can handle myself," I said defensively, standing a little taller in my boots. Bunting noticed and it seemed to force another grin. "I'm sure you can, but this place isn't Sunnyside, though. The crooks here will be a lot different, as will your boss, Zimmer. Of course he would be the difference," I thought. "We all start somewhere, don't we?" That made Bunting laugh long and hard, eventually drawing a grin from me. "Oh, kid, you may not have the brawn, but you certainly have a way with words," he managed once back under control. It was an introduction to a man that would one day save my life. I only wish I could have repaid the favour. 3. Friday, February 15th turned out to be a day burned into my memories. While the previous day may have just been a test run with minimal numbers, my very next shift turned out to be a full-on production run, with bus after bus dropping dozens of crooks one after another. The siren must have sounded like an upcoming air raid, at one point going off every 15 minutes. While our shift began a little after 7, the first bus rolled in shortly before 9, and that was the last opportunity to scratch myself for the day. Zimmer had allocated names he wanted to manage the unloading, and he'd conveniently added me to the list of guards tasked with running crooks for their designations. Bunting remained in our unit, while Darren continued managing the arrival speech. I don't think anybody minded. He seemed to have adopted the role and grown into it, managing to bust several more knuckles before the lunchtime break. It was while we were sitting in the shade of the greet room that the first guard brought up the baton. "You name that thing yet, Arthur?" Dunstan called. Darren didn't look, simply responding while sipping his brew. "Named what?" His arrogance knew no limits. already considering himself far superior to the rest of us. "That fucking railway sleeper you got hanging from your belt." Several of the guards chuckled. "Knuckle Duster. There's a good name. What about Sir Knuckle Duster?" Someone else shouted. More chuckles. Durran didn't blink, his face set in stone. He kept sipping coffee until empty, then flung the remaining few drips across the concrete. Setting the cup down, he rose to his feet, looked out across the grounds, and slowly pulled the baton from its holder. He looked down at it, resting the tip in one palm, fingers caressing the piece of timber. A small grin began to form as he turned the baton slightly and inspected the underside, then righted it again. He looked across to where the rest of us were watching, focusing on Dunstan when he began to speak, his voice low and controlled. "Mr. Knuckles," he said with a matter-of-fact tone, and then, as if the matter had been settled, carefully slid the baton back into its holster and strolled towards the admin building's entrance. The rest of us watched as he went, nobody speaking until he was gone. "You guys know he's got the job, don't you?" Had it the moment he agreed to come across from Crabapple. It was Dunstan again, speaking as if he'd been appointed Durran's information booth. From the way he spoke to the man, I knew there was a history between them, but didn't quite know what it was. "I don't give a shit who's in charge," Colby chimed in. "As long as they pay me on time, I don't give a rat's tiny ass who's calling the shots." Some of the others agreed. Little old me just sat near the back, kept my mouth shut, and ate my sandwich. "Unless the kid wants the job," Dunstan suddenly yelled, before breaking out into a fit of laughter, quickly joined by several others. My face must have turned the colour of ripe tomatoes, the heat radiating from my cheeks in waves. I tried to smile, but doubt it mattered. I sat at the very bottom of the rung with everybody else well above me. After swallowing the rest of my crust a little faster than normal, I returned back to the unit and found Bunting sitting in the brew room reading a book. He barely looked up as I entered. "Don't like hanging out with the boys?" he asked. "That obvious, huh?" I was surprised by the question, but couldn't deny it. "They'll pick up on it, you know. I'm not too fussed about what Dunstan and I'm not talking about the officers, kid." He nodded his head towards the wall beside him, where a dozen crooks were getting acquainted with their new surroundings. "I'm talking about them. You show them the slightest weakness and they'll own you for life. How's not wanting to hang out with a bunch of..." But Bunting shushed me with a finger to his lips. "Not too loud. Voices carry in this joint, haven't you heard?" He closed his book and set it down on the table before refocusing his attention to me. "You have a lot to learn when it comes to this job. Consider this your first lesson and perhaps the most important lesson of all." He leaned slightly forward in his chair for effect. "Those crooks out there? Those pieces of shit that'll sooner rape your ass after separating your head from its shoulders? They decide whether you go home." I didn't answer him. Not right away. The statement gave me reason to pause, if only to roll it around in my mind for a moment. Bunting didn't seem to mind, perhaps a little pleased by my silence. "But how? They'll get done for murder and then they will hang." Bunting nodded. "True. But some of these guys, hanging don't mean shit. In a way, it's an escape from the miserable existence they have. To others, there's no such thing as consequences." He leaned in a little further. "See, a lot of these blokes have never had rules to live by. They just float through life doing their own thing. If someone pisses them off, they smack them around a bit. Maybe they get drunk and hit a guy a bit too hard. The next thing you know, he's dead and the guy faces a murder charge. No big deal. Now, you have a guy facing death already. Think he's going to give a shit whether he takes you out on his way through? Or how about 3 or 4 of them cornering you, maybe separating you during your rounds? They go back to their business and we find you hidden in some empty cell with your throat slashed." Bunting reached for his cup and drank, his eyes remaining on me while he moistened his throat. I had the maturity to know when to shut up and pay attention, and this felt like one of those moments, especially coming from someone as experienced as Ted Bunting. "What I'm trying to say is, watch your back in this place. and not just the crooks. Learn to trust nobody, regardless of the uniform they wear. This isn't the kind of place where you go home and hang out with those you work with. Most guards are so happy to see the back of this joint after a shift they do anything to keep themselves occupied with things to help them forget. Trust me, kid. Soon you'll have memories of your own and they won't be the kind you'll want to remember in a hurry. The phone suddenly rang from its place on the wall. Even with me standing closest, I instinctively took a step back as Bunting rose from his chair. Despite us sharing the same role, he still held the seniority on the unit, and so had the duty of answering incoming calls. "Hey, Block," he snapped into the speaker. His face grew stern as he listened to the voice on the other end. I couldn't hear, so simply stood and waited. "Okay, we'll be right over." His voice changed in an instant as the message sunk in. Once he'd returned the receiver to the holder, he looked at me. "Time to go to work, kid." The call came from B Block, located almost next door to our own. A body had been discovered in one of the cells and extra staff were needed to help a single officer allocated to the unit. Bunting and I walked across in silence and found Jackson Colby waiting for us by the door. "He's been sliced from dick to throat," he whispered, looking a little white around the gills. For a man who'd voiced his opinion on more than one occasion, the sight of him surprised me. We followed him inside and found the cells holding crooks all locked. Walking past them, I could feel the eyes on me, hidden in the darkness behind the doors. The smell of human shit had never been stronger, and I wondered just how a man could remain sane in such surroundings. I knew everybody had a breaking point. Would this be enough to break some? "There's a young'un," someone whispered as I passed them by. A gravelly voice reaching out from beneath the cell door. Another chuckled, the sounds coming from every gap possible. The threat in their tone was real as the thumping in my chest, and I knew then and there that everything Bunting had said was true. These men were killers, unwilling to conform to the rules of society. They took without question, helping themselves to whatever they needed in order to survive. Someone like me was never going to convince them not to. "It's the second from the end," Colby muttered, continuing on down the cold and dark corridor. Chills began to run down my spine as a new smell hit me. This one much more distinctive amongst the foul odours already running rampant. In my short year at Sunnyside, I had never experienced blood the way I would come to find behind the walls of King's Court. Any fights between prisoners were normally over after a few swings, and if they weren't, we went in and broke them up. There had only been 2 suicides, both hangings. I was fortunate enough to just see one of them. The metallic stink of blood filled the air long before I turned into the doorway and saw the horror in the cell. The dead man, a crook named Nelson Parker, was a career criminal, in and out of prison since his late teens. For 30 years he'd known little else, spending long sentences inside for everything from robbery to rape. Whoever had taken a disliking to him made sure there was no possibility of medical intervention. He'd been disemboweled, his entrails hanging down over the side of the bed. The face staring back at us had lost all signs of life, the skin a deathly blue with eyes fixed in an eternal stare. His mouth hung open much too far, courtesy of the blade slicing both cheeks all the way to the ears. The lower side of one hung down enough to reveal a dotted row of rotten teeth, a number of gaps thrown in for good measure. My stomach turned when I saw it, feeling my insides cramp in convulsions. Hot saliva filled my mouth in anticipation of vomit, and I fought against the urge with every ounce of fading strength. I swallowed. Once, twice, phantom fingers gripped my insides as the smell compressed further into my nostrils. "Sweet Jesus," Bunting whispered beside me. "Who the fuck would do something like this?" To my surprise, his tone proved he was struggling as much as I was. Perhaps a small reprieve for me. He covered his mouth with the back of one hand, closed his eyes and shook his head. "Sweet Jesus," he repeated, then waved for me to lead him back out into the corridor. "Where is it?" Zimmer's voice barked from behind me, and I turned to watch the man make his way towards us. Much like the first time I met him, he remained stone-faced, as if in the midst of a game of poker. Trailing close behind and walking tall as ever was Durran himself, the man in the midst of claiming victory for the position he had his eyes fixed on. I somehow knew that if he took charge now, the role of captain would be his no matter what. Perhaps the role had always been his from the very beginning. I've never been a politician, but I could see a rigged election before me. Zimmer suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to the left and shouted, "Who said that?" After the quiet comment made to me, I had no doubt the crooks would have spewed some sort of shit out when the governor himself walked past. But unlike me, Zimmer walked to a door, opened the trap, and stared inside. "Was it you?" "Right." He stepped back, nodded at Durran, and folded his arms as he took up a post opposite the door. Durran opened the cell, drew Mr. Knuckles, and walked in. The distinct blacks of wood on skin floated down to us as Durran went to town on the unfortunate occupant, an occasional whimper the only sign the victim was human. Any hopes I had left that this would be nothing more than a small step up from Sunnyside vanished with each strike. When the familiar sound of a body hitting the floor came, the beating merely paused. Durran simply retargeted, then unleashed a fresh round of attitude adjusters, the man's cries eventually fading out completely. When the thwacks finally stopped, the cell sat in silence. Durran re-emerged, locked the door, and gave Zimmer a brief nod, before both men turned their attention back to the matter at hand. Both walked devoid of any sense of humanity, as if the beating just dished out didn't happen at all. Zimmer gave me a brief glance as he passed, remaining expressionless on his way to the doorway. I watched him, keen to see a small sliver of humanity when he reacted to the sight awaiting him. To my shock, there was nothing from the man, the lines on his face remaining fixed, as if set in concrete. He barely moved at all, his eyes simply glancing over the cell like an inconvenience. If the blood had been replaced with coffee and the cell with his office, he may have appeared more in line with the expected reaction. As it were, he appeared more indifferent than I could have imagined. To make matters worse, Durran seemed to match the governor in every sense, the expression on his face barely moving as he stood beside him, his eyes merely glancing at the scene inside. There was only one reaction that day, and it came from the men standing around me. Both Colby and Bunting appeared uncomfortable as they stood pale-faced beside me, and when Durran turned to lock eyes with Ted, the man looked down at his boots in embarrassment. "I'll arrange for Rademeyer to send one of his constables down," Zimmer said. "When they're done, clean this shit up." Both Bunting and Colby gave him a yes sir before watching the man turn and walk back down the corridor. Durran stood his ground for a moment longer as the other two followed the governor. I don't know why, but I remained fixed to where I stood, somehow unable to move as I watched a man who would soon become the one giving me official orders. Durran continued to stare into the cell for a good 30 seconds before he turned his head ever so slightly. He was grinning, a sight more frightening than the cell's interior. He stared at me with that grin, a minuscule moment in time in which I saw the uncensored evil living behind those eyes. My blood chilled in a heartbeat. Wearing the same uniform as me somehow made the moment 100 times worse, as if his connection to mine somehow aligned the evil with my own being. The worst part was, I think he knew I caught a glimpse of the darkness living inside him, and he enjoyed it. The grin remained as he turned and slowly walked back down the corridor. He began to whistle as he passed the first cells, a distinctive tune I had heard years before. Fur-Elise rose into the air, surrounded by pure silence from the prisoners hiding safely behind their doors. I watched him walk, striding like a man belonging to the very building surrounding him, as if he was somehow an extension of the very energy living within the walls. Durran wasn't just looking to make a name for himself. What he wanted was the legend itself, and I knew he was well on his way to achieving the dream. Being the youngest as well as the newest into the role meant I was first pick for not only escorting the police through to the murder scene, but then also to clean up the mess. A cell covered in blood wouldn't be the easiest of tasks, and I wasn't looking forward to it. When called to the front less than an hour later, To meet the constable, the dragging of my boots would have been evident even to a blind man. After having the constable sign into the register, I led him through into the first of the walkways leading to the units. He was young, like me, perhaps even born in the same year. But that wasn't what had grabbed my attention. It was his face which scratched something in my memories, as if a strong sense of déjà vu had landed on me. It was as if I had met him before, despite my own reassurance that I hadn't. It wasn't until we reached A Block's yard that it hit me. The young man's identity finally slapping me like a sledgehammer. "Holy shit," I said, snapping my fingers. "You're Jim Lawson." I looked at him to confirm and saw his shyness rise forth. "Yes, I am," he said meekly. One of the most prolific serial killers in living memory, perhaps the country's entire history, had been caught just a couple of weeks prior, captured by the man now accompanying me through to his latest murder scene. The press had painted him a true hero, a living legend who'd brought an end to insurmountable suffering amongst the community. Harry Lightman, or the Dalesford Devil, as the press had dubbed him, had been active for more than 3 years, murdered more than a dozen victims, and now sat in a prison cell down in Melbourne. Despite having a choice of stations, he remained inside a hill, just where his career had really begun not long before. "I'm sorry," I said, hoping I hadn't offended him. "Just caught me by surprise, that's all." It's all good. Been getting it a lot lately." We continued on to the unit, entered the corridor, and passed the cells, each still just as quiet as when Durran had passed them earlier. Unlike Zimmer, Jim did have a reaction, wincing as he looked at the damaged corpse. "Certainly did a number on him," he whispered before pulling a pad from his pocket and taking notes. I watched him with intrigue, as if witnessing a famous artist at work. To me, he was a hero. Someone of my own vintage who'd managed to make a name for himself by doing nothing more than the role he was employed for. But I also knew there was more to it than that. Much more. He'd gone above and beyond, risked his neck when it truly counted, where others would have turned and ran. To me, Jim Lawson was everything I aspired to be in life. And there he was, standing before me at the same age and already gracing the front covers of newspapers around the globe. "I heard he's coming here, you know." I'd been daydreaming about what it would take for me to reach that level of respect and barely heard when he spoke. "I'm sorry?" "Lightman. I heard he's coming here." Something cold and heavy slammed into the hollow of my stomach, a kind of excitement I wasn't prepared for. "Are you serious?" Jim nodded. "Too many threats made against him in Melbourne. I'm pretty sure they're planning to hold him over in your death row unit. Keep him isolated until his court case." I knew there would be a line of famous prisoners coming to King's Court, but the thought of Lineman himself brought here bowled me over. I couldn't imagine guarding a monster like that. I grinned as a thought struck me. Looking down at the corpse, it hit me that we already had a monster of that level here. We just didn't know who. We chatted while he worked, with Jim randomly taking notes and continuing to assess the room. There wasn't a lot to it, and soon he looked to be wrapping things up. He'd shared some of his insights into the job of policing and sounded as professional as any 20-year veteran. Right from the get-go, Jim Lawson sounded as if he'd been through life previously, appearing as something my late grandmother had called an old soul. Once done, I returned Jim to the front of the prison, thanked him for sharing some invaluable insights, and bid the man farewell. I watched as he headed to his patrol car, unaware it wouldn't be long until I ran into him for a second time. Thankfully, the roster saw me with a much-needed weekend break, the couple of days I worked leaving me more than a bit anxious. Questions continued to plague me, mostly about whether I had made the right career choice. And there was one other thing I couldn't push from my mind. The look on Durran's face when it had just been the two of us with the corpse. Family life for me consisted of taking care of my mum. My father I had only known through old photographs and diaries penned during his own teenage years. He had died during the Great War, sent off to the battlefields on the Western Front. My mother would often share stories about him, but with failing health and a sadness which seemed to drain her as she recalled details to an inquisitive son, I tended to hold back on the questions. It saddened me to see her like that, still grieving for a man she had fallen in love with long before there was talk of marriage. They had met in their early teens, living just a couple of houses apart. Mum would often tell me how smitten Frank Simmons became with her, constantly leaving random gifts by the door to her home. The pair eventually dated, and the relationship which grew eventuated with my birth. Sadly, by then he'd already fallen, never laying eyes on the son he would never meet. As for women, I didn't have a lot of time for them. Not at that point in my life anyway. Things had always been focused elsewhere, and the only one I really knew were those living in the neighborhood. They were either far too young or much older than I. My mother had asked about work after my first day, and up until then, things had been going along much as I had expected. It might have been just a day in the uniform, but turning up at King's Court had gone almost exactly as I had run through my mind, with the usual lineup of men working at the place. Thankfully, she didn't ask for a more detailed answer on the Friday night I came home. If she had, I may not have known quite how to answer, given the dramatic fashion of how B Block's Cell 26 had already earned the name, the butchery. As I lay on my back in bed that night, the rest of the house bathed in darkness. All I could think of was the look, that brief moment where Durran had pulled back the curtain to his soul and shown me what really lay beneath. It gave me goosebumps thinking about it. I didn't think sleep would come that night, but surprisingly, it did. With a fierce wave of nightmarish visions, the dreams which came calling that night were some of the worst of my life. In them, Durran went to town on the rest of B Block's inhabitants, going from one cell to the next, his monstrous baton raping the life from the men inside. Their cries rose in turn as he entered each cell, before the dull thwacking cut them off just as suddenly. And me? I got to stand in the corner, watching the same grin emerge from each cell, the man gesturing for me to open the next, and the next, and the next. By the time I finally managed to rip myself from the depths of that nightmare, the sun was already blazing through the uncurtained window, my pillow soaked from sweat, tears, or perhaps a mixture of both. But while the Saturday may have sat before me like a temptress with her hand held out, I knew waiting right behind her was another night and another chance for the man to invade my dreams. As I lay there on the first morning of my new nightmare, I wondered whether I'd ever truly be free from Arthur Durran again. 4. February 18th was known as the official opening date for King's Court Prison, but what the majority of the public weren't aware of was that by the time Zimmer and Premier Stanley Argyle stood side by side in front of the large entrance door for the official opening, there had already been 2 murders, 1 suicide, 4 assaults, and a death from natural causes. King's Court had begun its life with a violent storm which had never been equalled, and all within the first week of its existence. But what would truly put the place on the map was the arrival of perhaps the most famous inmate of all, one scheduled to first set foot inside the walls that very night. While initially rostered on for the day shift, a phone call from Prue Prendergast early that morning had changed me to the night shift, the instruction coming directly from Zimmer himself. "You sure to arrive 15 minutes early, Percy," she had reminded me, and I thanked her for her call. I came in a little before 6, ensuring I arrived with plenty of time before my scheduled starting time of 6:30. Jackson Colby was already sitting by the window of our staff room, a cigarette hanging from one corner of his mouth as he read the day's paper. "Got the graveyard shift, huh?" He didn't look up, the question thrown sideways at me as he resumed puffing on the butt. "Sure did. Kind of excited." That made him peer across at me. "Excited?" he chuckled. "Geez, kid, get a woman to play with your diddle once in a while. Then you'll know what excitement is." I ignored his laugh. Never worked a night shift before. "Is it much different?" Colby shrugged his shoulders. "It's the same fuckers in the cells, just with the lights off." As if thinking he needed to elaborate, Colby pulled the smoke from his lips, turned to me and added, "It don't matter whether it's light or dark. Those scumbags will fill your shift one way or the other. He didn't bother waiting for me to reply, returning to the newspaper as he pulled a fresh cigarette from his pocket. Percy, hey, a new voice suddenly said from behind me. I turned to see Harold Thompson walking through the door. You scored the late shift as well? I nodded. Where they got you? I suddenly realised I didn't know. Prue didn't mention it during a brief phone call, and I hadn't looked at the notice board on the way through. Guess I'd already gotten used to where I'd been stationed twice, really. Roaster! Colby suddenly croaked. I didn't follow. Where? Got you in the roaster. Seeing me still not comprehending, Colby sighed and elaborated, the name clearly given to something still foreign to me. F block. Both you and Thompson here. Set foot in the place yet? Fucking hotter than the depths of hell itself during the day. F block. Death row. The place they sent men to hang. I suddenly wondered whether any customers had been delivered to the place over the weekend, and as if reading my thoughts, Colby set my mind at ease. No customers as yet, although I hear that could be changing tonight. The conversation I'd had with Jim Lawson suddenly returned, the same cramping invading my insides as I recalled the name of the person he had said was coming to visit. Harry Lightman. You sure? I asked. Colby nodded. Whisper is there's a special delivery being brought up from Melbourne. I got the call to go along for the ride, but couldn't make it. He waved his hand at the paper. Had other things on, you know. I felt a tap on my shoulder and looked back at Thompson. He held a finger to his mouth, then gestured for me to follow. Once out in the corridor, he spoke normally. Best to keep your distance from certain people if you catch my drift. I do, just trying to find my feet, that's all. Oh, I know, he said, opening the first of the gates on our way to the unit. Say, what did you do before this? Sunnyside, almost 12 months. Thompson nodded his head. Sunnyside. Wow, so you've had a bit of experience then. Some, I guess. You? He began to laugh, holding it back a little as if guarding himself. Don't judge me, but I was a bus driver down in Melbourne. Most aggressive thing I've seen is old Mrs. Keogh upset when I missed her stop a couple of times. Serious? You're not even from around here? While it didn't shock me, the revelation surprised me. Wife wanted a little more country air and, well, bus driving jobs are a little harder to come by. You know Dick Tanner? I tried to find the face to match the name, thinking I did, but not entirely positive. I think so. I lied. My neighbour. Ran atop the wall past couple of shifts. I nodded. Told me about the job and I applied. Guess if they're hiring bus drivers, they'll hire just about anybody, huh? We reached another gate, and as Thompson did the honours, I looked ahead and spotted the unit. F block, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. It stood deceivingly peaceful against the backdrop of prison landscape, the quietness adding an eerie touch to the image. Unlike the rest of the units I had seen, the cells in F block numbered just 4, each a 3-sided concrete room fronted by a facade of vertical steel bars. The 4 cells sat in each corner with the guard station sitting in the middle, giving those on duty a perfect view into each holding cell. While the floor of the unit was mostly concrete topped with blue linoleum, a strip of white ran from one door to another. The first led outside and was used by anybody entering the unit. The second led through to the most important room in the unit, the place where lives would end at the end of a rope. The third door was through to our own area, a staff room with a small toilet facility. The execution chamber had 2 floors, and when one walked through the initial door, was presented with 2 more, each sitting side by side. The first revealed a narrow staircase leading up to where the condemned man would face the gallows. It was where a priest would be waiting to give them one final chance at confession, and whatever else a religious man might need in preparation for his subsequent journey into the great beyond. I'm not one might call a man of faith, and thus found myself curiously uneducated in such matters. The second door led through to where the body would eventually hang suspended, giving those tasked with retrieving the prisoner easy access. Standing inside with the door closed provided the strangest sensation, with the space almost perfectly soundproofed from the outside world. Not even the slightest hum could penetrate through. Thompson and I entered the unit just as the sun disappeared past the walls. The shadows invaded the common area fast enough for me to notice. The heat, just as Colby's name for the place had implied, felt like the very damnation of hell itself. Not 2 minutes after walking into the unit, I saw sweat stains under Thompson's armpits, with mine not feeling much better. The windows were set high enough into the walls to remain out of reach while standing on a chair. As Thompson hit the lights, I propped the door open with a leftover bluestone, the weight of it enough to raise even more of a sweat on my brow. The air barely moved as we stowed our gear. The place still stank of fresh paint, a scent I knew would quickly subside once the cells began to house regular inmates. What I had grown to understand above everything else was the way crooks seemed to smell, a rank mixture of sweat and rotten fruit. It took time to get used to. I didn't think one ever quite came to accept it to the point of not noticing the fragrance. Any idea of what's going on? Think they're setting us the first swinger. Fun fact, prison guards are some of the quickest breed of living organisms to name anything based on visual or mental perception. A swinger, named after how a prisoner looked when dangling from the end of a rope, was how we referred to inmates once we took possession of them. Not to their faces, of course, but you get the idea. I thought of telling Thompson about the conversation I'd had with Jim Lawson, but then figured it wasn't for me to share that type of info. For all I knew, Jim could have broken protocol telling me, and I wasn't about to betray the faith he had in me to keep quiet. I'm not too sure, I said instead. Best get prepped, I guess. Thompson nodded and we set about getting the cells ready. We weren't entirely positive on how many would be arriving, and with me not sharing any secrets, I made out that we should probably get them all prepped, just in case more than one arrive. I grabbed the bedding while Thompson went to the storage room and grabbed the mattresses. Once done, we double-checked the bars, doors, and locks. Only once we were absolutely sure of perfection did we return to the desk, leaving the doors to the cells wide open and waiting for customers. We must have sat and talked for almost 3 hours, interrupted just once when one of the wall guards called for us to throw him a smoke. As I didn't care for tobacco, Thompson happily threw his packet up to Roberts, then told him to keep it, saying he had a spare one in his bag. After chatting to Roberts for almost an hour, we returned inside once the mosquitoes began to bite hard. "Pricks," Roberts called down to us jovially, after neither of us offered to swap roles with him so he could spend time inside. We laughed, then returned to the relative safety of the small unit. We had barely sat down when the phone suddenly rang, and I watched as Thompson took the call, his head nodding while listening to the voice. "Yes, sir. We're on it," he finally said and hung up. "Truck's here, just coming in through the gate." "Did they say how many?" Thompson shook his head. "Just the one from the sounds of it. Not really sure." I could feel the familiar stirring in my stomach, nerves kicking in as I considered the arrival. If Jim Lawson's prediction proved correct, I was about to come face to face with a man featured on the front page of almost every newspaper in the world at some point. It felt like I was about to meet royalty, although not the kind adorned in jewels or shit like that. We both stood in the middle of the unit staring at the cells, running through the things which needed to be arranged before the arrival. My biggest fear was missing something and being caught out during a critical moment. "Do we need cuffs?" I suddenly cried, thinking of how we'd transfer him from truck to cell, but Thompson held it together. "Nah, they'd already have him cuffed," he said, his voice perfectly calm. For a regular bus driver, he kept himself remarkably under control when it mattered. Headlights suddenly filled the windows and the nerves gripping my middle tightened considerably. Thompson must have felt likewise, because he suddenly shook his hands up and down, turned his head from side to side, and finally clapped. "Showtime," he muttered, before walking to the door. "Let's make it happen." The next hour played out for me as if I'd been sitting down at the Palais for a Sunday afternoon matinee. The clouds had slowly been building throughout the early part of the evening as if signalling some dark event preparing to strike. In a way, the weather wasn't far off, with an evil force making its way closer to the prison. By the time the headlights finally filled our windows, a light rain had begun to fall. The transport truck pulled up beside the final gate leading into the roaster's yard. the driver killing the engine and blanketing the place in a brief moment of silence. As I stood in the doorway, it felt as if every living thing had momentarily stopped to take a breath and gaze upon the new arrival, waiting for it to spill its secrets. Both doors opened, the officers climbing out before heading to the back to release their cargo. Once the rear door opened, 3 more guards climbed down, all with their pistols drawn. 2 immediately turned back to the dark opening, pointing their weapons into the shadows. Another moment of silence descended over us as the very air held its breath. It was the faintest jingle of chains which broke the silence, and I watched as the truck rocked slightly from side to side, something inside moving. "Watch him," one of the guards whispered to the rest, his arms straightening out further towards the passenger. The third guard also swung back around, stood between his fellow passengers, and aimed. A shadow emerged, the figure hunched slightly over, with hands held before him. I couldn't make much out, the light from the unit not strong enough to reach beyond the chain-link fence. That was until something snapped to life overhead, lighting up the entire area in an instant, and bathing the truck in golden rays. The figure standing on the edge of the truck was a man, slightly smaller than the remaining guard behind him. His hands and feet were cuffed, the chains between them dangling as they swung slightly back and forth. All eyes remained fixed on him, with every weapon aimed in his direction. I stole a peek up and saw 3 more guards manning the wall above, their rifles leveled towards the truck. The man dragged his feet along the metal floor, briefly paused to look around, then took the first step before dropping to the concrete. The ankle chain tinkled on the ground, marking the Crook's landing at King's Court. Nobody uttered a word, watching as Harry Lightman stared up into the bright searchlight, his face coming into view for the very first time. What I remember most from that moment was the way he looked so normal, like a man I'd seen down at the pub on a Friday night. He didn't look like a monster at all. His face, although sporting a bruise on one eye, appearing calm, almost friendly. I'd seen him on the front page of the Telegraph, sure. Most people who read newspapers had. But seeing him in print and gazing directly into his face just a dozen yards away was like comparing chalk and cheese. It wasn't until I heard one of the guards call for the escort to bring him inside that I realized the beating in my own chest, hard enough to frighten me some. There was something about the prisoner which affected me in ways I cannot explain. Somehow the evilness flowed from his pores, covering the area like a thick fog. A fog I breathed into my very lungs. From the moment I saw him, I knew he was the one responsible for the horrors we had all read about for the previous years. The story had been on the tip of everyone's lips, about a monster who feasted on the flesh of his victims. As I continued to watch the sick fuck slowly walking inside the unit, goosebumps broke across my skin, as if acknowledging the true identity of the very first prisoner to ever cross the threshold of the roaster. They walked him into cell 1, slammed the door closed, and left him fully cuffed. Patterson, one of the escorting guards, leaned close as he passed me on his way out. "Not too close, Percy," he whispered, his eyes still fixed on the prisoner. Soon, they were gone, leaving just the 3 of us alone in the unit. Thompson sat on the edge of the desk as he watched Lightman standing in the middle of his cell. He still hadn't moved, remaining perfectly still. His hands rested slightly by his side, held in place by the wrist chain running across the top of his legs. His hair hung ragged down the sides of his face, appearing disheveled, almost wild-like. But while his appearance didn't look so different from the other prisoners I had already seen, there was one thing about Harry Lightman which did set him apart from the rest. It was his eyes, looking out through the bars of his cell as if gazing miles off into the distance. From where I stood, perhaps half a dozen yards back from his cell, the eyes looked past my knees, angled slightly down from his spot. But while my knees weren't far from him, the gaze stopped somewhere near the front of the prison. "You thirsty?" Thompson suddenly asked, remembering the heat of the day. The drive from Melbourne would have easily been around 4 to 5 hours, and there was little doubt any of the men would have offered the crook a drink of water. I doubted they would have offered him a sip of their piss if the opportunity arose. Maybe just let him be for the time being, I half whispered back over my shoulder. I still couldn't bring myself to turn away from the man, not wanting to take my eyes off him in case he found a way to slip through the bars of his cell. Yes, sir. To say Harry Lightman scared the shit out of me from the very beginning would be an understatement. He frightened me to my very core. As the minutes turned into hours, Lightman's presence in the unit became somewhat easier to deal with. But while Thompson and I went on about our business, each time we stole another glance of our prisoner, we were surprised to see him remaining on the very spot he first stopped at. Lightman hadn't moved. His feet stood fast, his gaze continuing to burn through the very walls of the unit. Thompson and I exchanged several uneasy looks with each other as we took another look inside the cell. Each time we expected to see him laying on the bunk or perhaps sitting on the edge of it, but he never moved. The door to the unit suddenly opened shortly before midnight, catching us completely off guard as our unannounced visitors entered. Thompson had been sitting at the desk, and I saw him jump as both Durran and Zimmer walked in, both immediately drawn to the prisoner in cell 1. Zimmer didn't pay either of us the slightest acknowledgement, heading straight to the cell and taking up position front and center. He wore a facetious grin, lips pulled tightly across his teeth as he took in his most famous guest. Durran scowled at me as he passed, reminding me of our previous moment in another unit. "Don't look so scary, does he, Arthur?" Zimmer mocked, pointing to Lightman. "And to think this beast murdered a dozen people." He stole a glance at Durran. "That's even more than you." He began to chuckle at his own joke, returning his attention to Lightman. The scent of liquor suddenly reached me, and after taking another look at Zimmer, was positive the man had probably indulged with dinner that evening. Perhaps he and Durran had partaken in a little unwind in his office, maybe toasting the true commencement of King's Court. Whatever the reason, I felt more than a little uneasy at the late-night gathering. Maybe sensing my unease, Zimmer suddenly turned, met my gaze, snapped his mouth shut, and turned for the door just as suddenly as he had arrived. A moment later, and without another word spoken, he disappeared from the unit with Durran in tow, once more leaving Thompson and I alone with our charge. "What the fuck was that about?" Thompson whispered after a minute or two. I shook my head, preferring not to address the visit. Best to leave things like that alone where they lay. I turned my attention back to Lightman, and that was when he made the first move of the night. I hadn't noticed him step forward, but one second he was standing in the middle of the cell, the next just a foot from the bars. His gaze had also shifted, refocusing on Thompson, who was still sitting at the desk. "Harold?" I said, speaking as calm as possible to get my partner's attention. Thompson looked up at me, saw my own eyes fixed on the cell, and turned to see what I was looking at. Lightman had begun speaking, mouthing words which didn't hold volume or substance. He appeared to be muttering something over and over, his volume switch turned to mute as his eyes remained fixed on Thompson. "I can't hear you," Thompson said, rising from his chair a little. Lightman continued mouthing the words, his eyes staring into the very soul of the man in his sights. I could see the uneasiness of my colleague. "Think he wants that drink I offered?" I wasn't sure, unable to ascertain anything the man was mouthing. Lip reading was definitely not one of my fortes. "I'm not sure," I said. Thompson stood fully and slowly rounded the desk. He looked slightly perplexed, perhaps sensing something from the man before him. "Do you want a drink?" he asked, repeating himself. "I've got water over here." Lightman didn't move, except for his lips continuing to slowly mouth phantom words. Thompson stopped beside me, the pair of us well out of reach with perhaps 10 feet between us and the bars. On the other side of them, Lightman stood just a foot from the barrier, barely blinking as his eyes remained focused on Thompson. If the moment had occurred during the day, or even at some other point of the night, it might not have felt as ominous as it did then. The wall clock showed it to be just after midnight, and seeing both hands pointing straight up, somehow added yet more tension. Suddenly took a step forward, catching me by surprise. Instinctively I reached out, holding him back from going any further forward. "Hey," I whispered, continuing to watch Lightman. "What the hell are you doing?" Thompson pushed my hand aside. "Relax. I don't plan on getting that close to him. Besides, his hands are still cuffed." He turned his head a little sideways. "Don't you hear that?" It wasn't until Harold had mentioned it that I did find myself able to hear something. While extremely quiet, barely registering above a slight hum, there was definitely something coming from the man in the cell. He was speaking, his voice caught somewhere back in the shadows of his throat. Thompson took another step forward, turning his head a little more sideways. "I can't hear you. Speak up a little." He turned and looked at Lightman again, inching closer to try and catch whatever the prisoner was trying to say. The voice rose a little more, if only by the smallest of margins. In the silence of the unit, it was enough to give shape to the words, although still shadows in the fog of the sounds humming way back in his throat. Thompson stopped, his boots coming to a halt with still a few feet between himself and the bars. I think I breathed a sigh of relief because he turned back and smiled at me. "Calm down, kid." Lightman's voice rose a little more, the syllables of the words rising like chords from a strummed guitar. Thompson turned his attention back to Lightman, and while his feet remained fixed, he did begin to lean in a little closer. I don't know how he managed it, but Lightman's voice rose just enough to entice Thompson just a little more forward, the guard taking one final step towards the bars. Without warning, Lightman suddenly froze, grinned, and spoke the words he'd been mouthing the entire time. "I said, I'm hungry," he snarled, then lunged between the bars, both hands reaching through the same gap. His arms were a lot longer than either of us had anticipated, and he easily reached Thompson's head. One hand grabbed a handful of hair and ripped it back towards the cell. Thompson, who'd been leaning over much too far, was easily pulled off balance. Lightman's second hand reached behind the guard's neck and pulled both arms back until Thompson's face slammed against the bars. As if to cut off any chance of the man pulling away, Lightman pulled one hand back into his own cell, then slid it around a couple of bars before coming back out. The chain locked into place, and his victim was caught in the trap. Thompson's initial screams grew into excruciating cries as Lightman's face dove into his own, the pair of them appearing in some weird lover's embrace. I couldn't see what he was doing, desperately fighting to free my baton from its holster. As I lunged forward and began swinging wildly at the arms trapping my colleague, Thompson's cries turned blood-curdling as something warm sprayed my face. Lightman's face reappeared, something hanging from his mouth. As Thompson fought against the bars with all his might, his face turned slightly towards me, revealing the extent of the attack. His bottom lip was missing, the row of white teeth glaring back at me stained with blood pouring from the torn flesh. One end dangled from Lightman's mouth, his face awash with blood and satisfaction. As I lowered my baton and began to thrust it through the bars, Lightman lunged a second time, his teeth clamping into the soft skin of Thompson's cheek. Locking onto the delicate flesh, he began to rip his face from side to side like a dog caught in a frenzied attack. Unable to break him free, I raced to the door, ripped it open, and screamed for help as Thompson's cries continued filling the unit. I screamed a second time, then raced back to the cell, swinging wildly at anything of Lightman's within reach. The baton jarred each time I hit one of the cell's bars, a dull twang ringing through the cries for help from Thompson. Unable to break him free, I resorted to the last thing I could, lowering my baton and dropping it to the floor. I jumped behind Thompson, grabbed one of Lightman's arms, and sank my own teeth into the soft flesh of his wrist. I felt the arm pause as I drew blood, then began to shake as I continued to squeeze my teeth together as hard as I could. Only when the hand released its grip and turned to find my own face did I let go. By then, help had arrived. 3 shapes coming in beside me, pulling on the back of Thompson's shirt. They managed to free him, with one slamming a baton across Lightman's wrist before he had a chance to pull his hands back through the bars. The bones inside shattered, snapping like dead twigs as the guards swung again. A long, thin piece of flesh hung from Lightman's lips as he continued to chew on the pieces of Thompson he'd managed to tear free. He sucked the strip up like a final string of spaghetti, the slurping filling the unit as the horror lay on the ground before us. Thompson's face was a mangled mess of blood and gore, bits of sinew jutting out from beside neat rows of exposed teeth. Half his tongue lay hanging from a gap, the rest getting digested by the monster standing in the cell before us. That was when Durran came in, took the key from his belt and opened the door to the cell as the rest of us watched. Nobody spoke when he pulled Mr. Knuckles from its holster and went to work, each thump rising into the air as the baton slammed home again and again. But while Durran's grunts began to rise, his own exertions taking their toll, Lightman never made a sound, riding the beating like a man weathering a storm he'd faced many times before. When it was over, Lightman lay unconscious on the floor of the cell, with Durran towering over him. Without a word, he simply turned, locked eyes with us, then walked from the unit. It wasn't until Durran had vanished back into the night that the first of us moved to get Thompson the medical help he needed. I tried to visit Harold as often as I could, but found it difficult to sit with him. He'd been taken to Dalesford Hospital, just a short drive from the prison itself. I couldn't bear to look at what remained, the stained bandages hiding the horror which lived underneath. His injuries were significant, one of the nurses sharing them with me during my second or third visit. She said Harold wasn't responding to medical staff at all, and had asked them to keep his wife away from him. I saw her once, standing at the reception desk while pleading to see her husband. I think Harold felt ashamed of himself for giving Lightman the chance to attack him the way he had. "The guy was locked in a cell," he once confided in me. "How could I have been so fucking stupid, Percy? He was locked up and I walked right up to him." Just his eyes remained visible through the bandages, both staring out at me with chronic grief. Tears filled them and Harold turned away, doing his best to hide the shame behind those windows to the soul. "It wasn't your fault," I tried to say, but I wasn't sure whether that was entirely right. The truth was it had been his fault. I tried to hold him back at the time, but he had swiped my hand aside. Why didn't I insist, telling him to keep his distance? As each moment passed with us sitting in silence, I think we both faced certain demons. Mine was somehow linked to the fact I had escaped injury, while he bore the brunt of it right there for the world to see, in a place he would never be able to completely hide it. Harold never managed to accept his mistake, eventually hanging himself with a bedsheet from a coat hook in his hospital room. He died alone, a broken man unable to see a life for himself in which half his face had vanished, ending up in the bottom of a muck bucket of one Harry Lightman. He'd scribbled something on a torn sheet of paper, keeping the final message to the world in his robe pocket. He'd used his own blood for the letters, the eerily symbolic words told in one final line of text. "My shame to bear." 5. The next few weeks passed with a weird sense of unpredictability as the prison began to take shape before my eyes. While the infrastructure sat firmly in place, it was the prison's population which started shaping itself into the cesspool of human defecation everybody knew would eventually fill the halls of the place. Units continued to populate until bursting, with every cell soon housing all manner of crooks, from murderers to rapists and beyond. Harry Lightman shipped out just a couple of days after the incident with Harold Thompson, with the state governor himself requesting the transfer. The newspaper articles didn't speak favourably of Zimmer, and it was me who bore the brunt of his rage, as if the incident had somehow been the fault of me alone. He changed my allocation to a unit which was fast making a name for itself, courtesy of the endless incidents which played out inside it. By the end of the first month, D Block, one of the last to fill, had managed to host a murder a week, endless assaults on staff, and one escape attempt. While the initial roster had kept 5 men in the unit at all times, by the time I received my transfer, the number had been cut back to just 3. "I think they want to reduce the number of staff heard at one time," one of my new colleagues whispered during a shift changeover. While his tone conveyed humour, none thought the prospect as funny. The 2 other men I came to know as working the same shift as me were Louis Malone, a huge Italian who we called Chugger because of his ability to sink ales, and a quiet guard named Pat Dougal. Pat had gained the nickname Washington due to his endless insights into the American Civil War. It was a subject he was more than a little fond of, and once a person found themselves sucked into a conversation, found it near impossible to break free. The prisoners in our units were varied, with an even mix of repeat offenders and first-timers. The cells sat on 2 levels, running along the corridor on either side. Unlike previous prisons I had visited, each cell was mostly hidden from view, courtesy of the thick door. Just a small trapdoor gave guards a view inside, and opening one was a courageous feat in itself. Unlike the roaster, which didn't have a running toilet, each cell had a flushing water closet, a bed, and a barred window facing either the exercise yard or the outer wall. It didn't take long for the ones facing the yard to be considered more appealing, giving the occupants somewhat of a view. Cell allocation took on a whole new meaning for many. The good thing about the prison as a whole was each prisoner's expectation to work. Nobody was exempt, regardless of their physical condition. "If you breathe, you work," was how Zimmer put it. The factories held limited numbers, while others found employment in both the kitchen and laundry. In the beginning, there were more than enough positions to go around, but the more the prison filled, the rarer opportunities became. Eventually, Zimmer ordered truckloads of rocks to be dumped into one of the side yards, handing those unfortunate enough to end up there a sledgehammer with which to break them down to dust. Rumour had it that he liked to watch the men work in the heat of the day from his window while sipping iced tea. During one exceptionally hot day, I found myself put in charge of supervision detail, standing in the middle of the yard with nothing more than the guard walking the wall for company. He occasionally called out some smart-ass remark, then continued on while snickering under his breath. To say the detail was tough was an understatement. "Simmons!" Chugger called from the door one early morning in April. I looked up from the desk where I'd been busy reading a newspaper article about a riot in Pentridge Prison the previous year. I couldn't help but chuckle inside as the numbers from the prison barely compared to the one I was serving in. "Zimmer wants to see you." He threw a thumb behind him, as if the governor was standing there, but I knew better. Zimmer had rarely ventured out into the prison after that initial month, his appearances reduced to just 1 per week, if that. He had better things to do now that all the initial visits from officials were over with. All that was left was the actual work of running the jail, and he didn't appear to be a person keen on getting down and dirty. I handed the reins to Chugger, leaving the unit in his capable hands. With the crooks remaining locked in their cells for another hour, there would be little to do until the prison's official workday began. The day was a dreary one, with a constant rain falling since the previous evening. The exercise yard had turned into a mud pit almost immediately, large puddles dotting the majority of the landscape. I walked along the outer edge on my way to the main administration building, listening to the hoots from the units as I passed each. The rain picked up as I entered the corridor leading to the admin building, running the final few steps into the foyer. The large staircase leading up to the top level sat facing the entrance, almost beckoning me to make my way up to where the ruler sat on his throne. I wondered whether that was how Zimmer saw himself, a man running the show from his ivory tower. "Hello, Mrs. Prendergast," I said as I reached the top, Zimmer's secretary busy clapping away on a typewriter. "He's expecting you, Mr. Simmons," she replied, looking at me with a brief sideways glance. I nodded, looked at the closed door beside her desk, and swallowed hard. Zimmer's office was not what I had expected, a far cry from the ivory tower I had imagined. Most of the room sat draped in cigar smoke, the blue curtain hanging heavy where he sat. Piles of folders almost dwarfed the man, taking up nearly one entire side of the desk. He looked up when I came in, pulling the latest cigar from his lips. "Ah, Simmons." He pushed the book he was writing in aside, centered the mug, and leaned back. "How's D-Block working out for you?" "It's okay," I said, a little unsure for the reason of my visit. Good. He drew on the cigar, holding the smoke before slowly releasing it through the small opening to the side of his mouth. He seemed to be contemplating something while considering my own presence, as if sizing me up somehow. "We never did get a chance to revisit your future at King's Court." That was true. The deal had initially been for me to work a month in order to prove myself. Somehow he'd either forgotten or simply allowed me to continue on. That was until that very moment. I had a brief spurt of panic as I wondered whether he was about to fire me. The vision of him doing so filled my mind, his words almost fooling my ears in the silence. "Are you firing me?" I asked before I realized my mouth had opened. Speaking my mind had always been an issue for me, and getting in trouble for it wasn't unusual. Zimmer looked at me across the top of his glasses. "Fire you? Why the hell would I fire you?" As I watched him take another puff from his cigar, I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or scared. If he wasn't firing me, why had he summoned me in the first place? I was about to ask when he spoke again. "I've been watching you," he began, and I wondered how, since he hadn't left his office during the past 2 weeks. "I know I've moved you around from one unit to the next, but that was just to see how you handled each." Another puff from the oversized stogie. "The truth is, I like what I see. I think you have the potential to go far in this line of work. That is, if you're willing to learn." Not knowing what else to say, I simply nodded as I stood my ground. He hadn't invited me to sit, despite 2 empty chairs before me. He hadn't offered me a warm drink, despite a hot pot of coffee sitting on the small table beside him. All I could do was stand my ground, nod like an idiot, and wait for him to reveal the purpose for the summoning. From what I could tell, he enjoyed the power of keeping me in suspense. Thoughts of his ivory tower returned, as well as the man who had greeted us back during the very first day on the job. He enjoyed attention, knowing he was in charge. A power tripper is what my father had called people like him, according to my mother. And as he sat before me, I could tell just how much he loved it. Finally, with another puff on his cigar, Zimmer released the secret alongside a long stream of smoke. The words seemed to curl around the tendrils of blue wisps as both ejected from between his thin lips in unison. "I'd like to offer you a long-term position, one where I think you'll be most suitable." He looked down at his mug, considered filling it, then palmed the empty vessel aside. "Go down to ISO and ask for Dunstan." The dungeon, I thought to myself. Could there be a worse place in the prison? The dungeon was the prison's isolation unit, holding its complement of prisoners in solitary confinement. The cells in this unit were at half the size of standard ones, with no window or plumbing. Crooks were fed once a day, given the opportunity to empty their shit bucket, then left alone to contemplate life in complete darkness. For those unfortunate enough to find themselves on the wrong side of the door, a living hell awaited them, one rarely matched out in the real world. Without waiting for me to accept or decline, Zimmer returned his attention back to whatever he was working on, giving me the choice to either remain where I stood or vacate the room before he felt compelled to light up another foul-smelling cigar. "Thank you, sir," I said, before turning back for the door. I don't know why, but somehow I could feel the eyes of Zimmer on the back of my head, his grin growing at hearing me call him sir. Not bothering to confirm my suspicions, I didn't turn back, walking through the door and closing it behind me. "Thank you, Mrs. Prendergast," I called, good old Prue continuing to smash the keys on her typing machine. It looked painful, but I didn't want to hang around long enough to tell her. Without an acknowledgement from her, I continued on to the stairs, grateful to leave the ivory tower behind. Only once I was back outside did I take a breath, appreciating the smell of clean air. A person didn't realize the sheer luxury of clean-smelling air enough. But believe me when I say, it's one of the world's true blessings. An escort passed me in the corridor. The guard, a guy named Huey or Dewey or something. He'd been hired as a replacement when Harold Thompson left the place, but I hadn't had the privilege of working directly with the man. As we passed, he dipped his hat slightly, but didn't speak. I returned the gesture and continued on, my new post waiting for me around the next corner. The dungeon stood ominously at the end of the narrow corridor, high mesh fences flanking the walkway. Something I noticed immediately that first day as I approached was the noise. I hadn't been back to the unit since my very first day, so hadn't had an opportunity to notice any difference. But here's the thing. Every other unit in the prison, as well as the ones at Sunnyside, emitted a near-perfect hum from the constant chatter inside. Crooks would sometimes hold conversations via outside windows, if they were in lockdown, or even shout at each other across units. It was the constant noise of life coming from inside which made each unit similar to the last, but not the dungeon. As I neared it that first morning, nothing but silence greeted me during the walk towards it. No sounds of crooks yelling at each other, no hum of muffled conversations from inside. Just an eerie quietness broken occasionally by a bird squawking. The other thing which immediately stood out was the distinct lack of windows. Sure, there were a couple, but while other units had rows of them stretching from one side to the other, the dungeon only had 2 or 3 in the same space. The rest of the wall was made up of a dull blue from the stone it was built from. No paint, no fancy ironwork, nothing to give the building a sign of humanity. It was a stone box, built for a single purpose, to hold its captives in darkness for as long as the lawmakers decided. It turned my blood cold as I touched the door handle, feeling the actual building for the first time. And right from the beginning, I knew things were about to turn south. The dungeon was about to reveal what was really hiding behind the walls. "Hey, Dunstan! The kid is here!" Jackson Colby called out as he spotted me entering the unit. I grabbed the handle on my satchel a little tighter, pushing the heaviness in my stomach aside as I walked over to the desk set up in the middle of the common area. "Zimmerman finally sent you to do a man's job, huh?" Colby mocked, a cheesy grin on his face. Colby was someone I considered a butt-kisser, a man constantly doing his best to stay on the good side of those he considered the popular ones. Guys like Colby and Dunstan, and even Durran to some extent, were the type of guys I had known my whole life. The ones who needed to go out of their way to prove their manhood, to make others aware of their presence at every opportunity. They were the ones who wolf-whistled passing women, then hurl insults when they didn't respond. They were the types of guys who used to steal kids' lunches at school, stomping them into the ground to show others just how tough they were. Dunstan emerged from a side office, wiping his hands on a towel. He considered me as I approached, then dropped the towel on a bench and turned to Colby. "Hand me the roster," he said, pointing to a clipboard. Colby did as asked. "Know how shit works around here?" he asked, as if I'd somehow attained the ability to read minds during my short walk from Zimmer's office. "No," I responded, and surprisingly he looked annoyed with the answer. "Figures," he muttered under his breath, scanned the roster, then turned and began to walk towards the opening which led out to where the bulk of the cells were located. When I didn't move, Colby gestured for me to follow with a simple hand wave. Inside, I died just a little more. While the previous couple of months working at King's Court hadn't exactly been paradise, I did find good men working alongside me. Guys like Chugger and Washington who talked to me like an equal, one of their own. We shared light-hearted banter, spoke about our hopes and dreams as well as our lives away from the prison. As I slowly followed Dunstan, another little piece of me perished with the realization all of that had just been torn from me. Zimmerman had sent me into the snake pit, and those who I would now work next to no longer saw me as one of their own. I was the junior, someone to boss around. I would now be referred to as nothing more than the kid, The one handed all the shit tasks they themselves saw as beneath them. Dunstan stopped in the mouth of the doorway, a junction of rooms and corridors, if you will. From where he stood, he could take any number of paths to reach a different point in the unit. It had 2 floors, with long corridors peeling off in opposite directions. Stairs led up to the 2nd floor, where 2 more corridors pulled away into the darkness. No windows, no opportunity for light unless the switch for the overheads was flicked. If someone took the corridor to the left, they would find a new set of stairs, these not leading up, but instead down, much further down into the depths of despair. I knew there were more cells down below, but only because my original guide had told me about them. Okay, listen up, champ. Wow, I thought to myself. He just promoted me from the kid to champ. Maybe I was moving up in the world. There are 4 guards on any shift, each responsible for a specific section. You will have the top floor. Keep your crooks fed, watered, and when the time comes, empty their shit cans. If they kick up, you go in and beat them down until they're nice and quiet again. Bunting takes care of the ones on the ground floor. He looked down at me once he finished, waiting for an answer to a non-existent question. His eyes burned into me as I scanned the corridors behind him. What about the ones right down below? I'm not sure why I asked. Maybe feeling as if I needed to say something in response. Dunstan rounded on me in an instant. You just worry about the ones assigned to you, got it? He squeezed the words through his teeth, as if snarling at me like a rabid dog. Keep out of the lower level. That's where Colby and I play. The crooks held there will tear you a new asshole before you know what's happening. Spittle hit the tip of my nose and I resisted the urge to wipe it off. Don't ever let me find you down there, got it? I nodded, unsure of what else I could do. Hearing Bunting's name had sounded about as sweet as anything I could have imagined gracing my ears in such a place. Just the thought of some form of familiarity melted the ice in my veins a little. I couldn't imagine spending weeks and months within the walls, surrounded by the likes of Dunstan and Colby. Knowing Bunting was also part of the gang excited me somewhat. Any other questions? I shook my head. Good. Up those stairs, he said, pointing to a staircase in the corner. There's a small office at the top, plus a bathroom for you to swing your dick in. From here on in, the only time I want to see you down here is when you're coming to work, going home, or if we call you down. All other times you live and breathe the 2nd floor. Got it, I said, feeling like I needed to salute or something. I would come to find out in the coming weeks that Dunstan was in fact somewhat of a military man. At 38 years old, he'd been to the battlefields of Gallipoli, watched many of his friends fall and fight for his very life in the trenches of that god-forsaken place. He left the military upon his return, joining the police before eventually making the move into prisons. Grey War wasn't so great, he told me one night while waiting for the end of shift to come. It had been a brief moment of friendliness from a man more akin to stepping on me with his boot heels at every opportunity. Dunstan watched as I climbed the stairs, his footfalls not sounding until I had reached my new home. The first thing which hit me square in the face was the smell. A rancid stench of sweat and shit, intertwined in a feast of disgust. As if reading my thoughts, Dunstan's voice rose from below, sending me one final instruction to send me on my way. I want to start with the shit cans. Been a few days since they were emptied. Imagine starting a new job and during the very first hour of your shift, you faced more than a dozen buckets holding the foulest, stomach-churning contents your nose had ever experienced. Each door I knocked on brought a fresh round of gagging, each prisoner pushing through a metal can filled with human waste. There was no way to get around it. The job needed to be done, and given my low ranking in the scheme of things, I had no choice but to get through it. Men ate, men shit. It was how nature worked. If we were dumb enough to lock them into a cell without so much as running water, then we would also need to face the consequences of such a ridiculous course of action. The job was simple enough. Each morning, I would go to the storage cabinet and grab what was known as the rolling can. It was a 40-gallon drum on 2 wheels, the axle fixed in such a way to cause the container to lean on an angle. A handle had been fixed to the middle, which wound up and around to sit level with the rim. To push the contraption, one had to keep a boot on one of the wheels to lock it in place, then tip the drum back enough until it was possible to push it around like a wheelbarrow. There was no lid on the drum, which meant all of the contents slopped around inside. Hit a bump on the road, and a spray of shit and piss shot upwards, hitting those too slow to move aside directly in the face. I learned that lesson the hard way during my first shift, leading to non-stop retching for almost 5 minutes while those hidden behind the doors quietly snickered to themselves. Once all the buckets had been emptied and the drum was near to overflowing, one needed to carefully maneuver the contraption back to the storage cabinet, wheel it toward the back corner, then place a loose brick behind one of the wheels to stop it from rolling back. Gripping the handle as tight as possible, one leaned the drum forward until the contents spilled out into the pit. Sometimes shit would clog the drain, in which case a stick was used to push the turds through until the mass of waste had cleared. Only then did we rinse both the pit and the drum with a water hose. The entire process from start to finish lasted just over an hour. 60 uninterrupted minutes of nothing but foul stink, the likes I'd never smelt before. I vomited just a single time during the very first shift when some of the soup landed on my lip. It happened whilst I was trying to lean the drum forward enough to empty the contents. The handle slipped from my fingers, sending the drum forward where it smashed into the concrete basin. The slop shot out of the top, hit the opposite wall like a raging tsunami, and sprayed out in all directions. A roar of laughter screamed from the hallway, but I was too busy hunched over, watching my breakfast in reverse as it joined the sea of feces rolling a few inches below. "You're not supposed to sample it," Dunstan yelled from the door, as he launched into another dramatic belly laugh. Soon Colby joined him, the pair of them perfectly entertained by my misery. It was a sign of things to come, and I knew from then on I needed to be more aware of my surroundings. The games played in the dungeon were just the beginning, and right then, I was the number one attraction. 6. I never thought I'd say this, but carting shit from the cells was perhaps one of the easiest tasks in my day. It didn't take long for me to get used to the stench. While it was bad, the shock passed by quite quickly, and given the chore took up but a sliver of my overall shift, it soon became just another job. On the other hand, there was one aspect of the shift I dreaded from the get-go. The others in the unit seemed to take to the role like a fish to water, but for me, I struggled with just the thought of it. It was the way we were required to keep the crooks quiet in our allocated corridors. Each of us wielded a baton, one just the right size for a decent swing to inflict significant damage. I had seen what Mr. Knuckles had done to the likes of Harry Lightman, and had no doubt most batons would inflict similar injuries. The problem was, I couldn't swing a baton at someone who wasn't coming at me with a weapon or about to knock me for 6. The first time this particular issue reared its ugly head was on a Sunday morning, maybe 2 weeks into the new role. Dunstan had had the weekend off, but Colby was on duty, as was another one of their kinsmen, a guy named Clark Peters. While he didn't hold the same level of authority Dunstan had, he strolled around like a man craving power. I did my best to avoid him, but sometimes things just didn't go to plan. I knew from the moment the new prisoner arrived he was going to be trouble. He just had that kind of look in his eye, a shit-eating twinkle which screamed attitude. Chugger and Colby had escorted the crook to the unit from A block after he sliced up another inmate. As fate would have it, he ended up on my floor. Gordon King was a man synonymous with Melbourne's underbelly, having grown up around names like Squizzy Taylor and Snowy Cutmore. Some theories suggest it had been King who fired the fatal shot which had killed Taylor in a shootout with Cutmore during the brief exchange at a Carlton home in 1927. Whether that was true was anyone's guess. But to get a real sense of how infamous the man really was, I need to share a little backstory with you. Small insights into a life which evolved while surrounded by those considered criminal royalty. Joseph Taylor, better known as Squizzy, was a notorious criminal running around the suburbs of Melbourne at the turn of the century, caught up in countless robberies, assaults, and murders. He ran with several gang members, one of whom was just 14 at the time of the murder of Thomas Berriman. The unfortunate banker had been courting a briefcase containing approximately £1,850 at the time of the robbery, a tidy sum back in 23. While newspapers reported 2 men having partaken in the robbery, they failed to mention the young teen who acted as the getaway driver, waiting around the corner in a stolen vehicle the gang had picked up earlier in the day. Numerous reports linked Squizzy to the theft of the vehicle, but it was the kid who managed to nick it that day. King was again mentioned in several armed holdups, most notably of a bank branch in Upper Heidelberg in 26. Aged just 16 at the time, the youth had been carrying a pistol during the robbery, shooting a single bullet into the plate glass window of the building as the gang made their escape. But it was King's presence at the infamous double shooting, which resulted in not 1, but 2 well-known deaths at the time, which gained the attention of officers and reporters alike. On October 27th, 1927, a taxi carrying Squizzy and 2 men arrived at a home in Berkeley Street, Carlton. The home had connections to another well-known crime figure named John Snowy Cutmore. He had been linked to some of Sydney's infamous razor gangs, started by another Melbourneite named Norman Brune, who'd relocated north several years before. Witnesses reported a young kid waiting across the street from Cutmore's home, whom some later identified as King. When Squizzy rolled up in the taxi, King confirmed he'd seen Cutmore enter the home and remained inside. After loading their weapons, Squizzy, King, and 1 other entered the home and ensured their places in history. The events which followed had never been made clear by any of the survivors. From what one could gather by reading the numerous reports during the following days and weeks, the shootout happened quite quickly. Squizzy confronted Cutmore as he lay sick in bed. His mother revealed her son had been suffering from the flu the previous days and had been resting up to try and get a handle on things. Squizzy confronted the man as he lay in bed. The pair briefly exchanged words. Some believe the issue was over what almost every difference between 2 men is: a woman. But others claim it had to do with Cutmore's old friend, Norman Brune, himself murdered just a few months before. Whatever the reason, it has never been disputed that it was Squizzy who opened fire at Cutmore, although some believe it was only ever meant to be a warning. When Cutmore returned fire from a gun he held underneath the blanket, some say Squizzy fired in earnest, fatally wounding the sick man. When Cutmore's mother heard the shots, she came running into the room and was shot herself, a bullet lodging itself in her shoulder. Squizzy, shot in the side beneath a rib, staggered outside and was ushered back into the taxi by King. But after driving just a couple of blocks, rumours say King panicked when Squizzy lost consciousness and fled the taxi as it neared St. Vincent's Hospital. By the time the gunshot victim was wheeled inside, he was already dead. Joseph Squizzy Taylor, leaving this mortal world, aged just 39. Gordon King was what some considered one of the final links to the Squizzy Taylor era, a time when the likes of razor gangs ran rampant in the country's biggest cities. They walked through the streets with an air of ownership, unafraid of the law and those employed to uphold it. If they wanted something, they simply reached out and grabbed it with both hands, unconcerned with the consequences their actions might bring. As King walked past me that very first day, with the insolence living in the eyes gazing back at me, the first lead weight fell into the pit of my stomach. He wore a grin, blackened teeth bared as he snickered on his way to the cell. "Fuck me," he mocked. "How young does Zimmer have him working here?" And then, as if to turn up the flame, he added, "Likes him young, doesn't he?" While Chugger kept his cool, Colby did not, waiting until all 3 were standing in the door to the cell before pulling his baton. He swung it upwards, catching King under the chin and splitting the skin. The inmate took a step back, began laughing, then disappeared from view as Colby swung a second time. Chugger looked at me, shook his head, and held the door as he waited for Colby to finish. "Better watch him," Colby whispered as he passed me on his way back down the stairs. Feeling my pain, Chugger simply clapped me on the shoulder sympathetically. He didn't need to say words, the message more than clear. The 2 guards' footfalls had barely time to evaporate before King began knocking on his door. "Boss! Hey, boss! I need water!" I groaned as I considered my options, knowing whatever I chose would be considered wrong. Inmates were given water twice a day, food once. Other than that, any further interactions were frowned upon. If a crook kicked up, guards were expected to deal with the situation swiftly and without mercy. "That's what your fucking baton is for," Dunstan had told me the very first shift, and others had echoed his sentiments. "In here, they're not human. If those fuckers don't want to listen, then beat them until they do." Every man working in the prison had a level of humanity they tried to uphold, regardless of which area they worked. There were certain infractions they might consider baton-worthy, but in the dungeon, any infraction was seen as drawing corporal punishment. And that's where I struggled. Before working in prisons, I had never been one to resort to physical violence. Sure, we might have had the occasional fisticuffs amongst the lads, but taking to an unarmed man with a lump of wood? The prospect felt out of this world. When Gordon King began kicking the door to his cell that Sunday morning, it was the beginning of a chain of events which would leave me sporting 3 stitches in my lip and Gordon King fighting for his life in the infirmary. And all caused by a single baton. "Just bored, boss," King calmly said as I opened the trap to his cell, the crook continuing to kick the door with his heel. He was leaning back against the door, facing the rear of his cell. I'd been instructed to limit turning the overheads on and thus use the torch assigned to my floor. "I need you to keep it down, please," I said, doing my best to sound as friendly as possible. King just about died from laughter when he heard me. "Oh, fuck me, you're the kid, yeah?" When I didn't answer, he turned towards the trap. "How long you been a screw?" "A while," I said before closing the latch again. "Don't go," he called, banging on the door with his hand. "Stay and chat." I knew better than to give in to requests. If any of the others knew I was talking at all, there'd be hell to pay, especially with Parker walking the floor that day. "Just be quiet," I called back. I could hear rustling from a couple of other cells as I passed, but no one else spoke. Not 10 minutes later, King began again, a rhythmic thumping which rolled down the corridor, echoing down every hallway linked to my own. As I stood to address it again, I looked up to find Peters standing in my doorway. "Want to get on top of that shit?" The man filled the doorway, almost sporting a set of shoulders reminiscent of Durran. While we both wore the same uniform, I knew we were streets apart when it came to the team each of us played on. Peters respected me about as much as he would a rat which had taken a piss in his brew. I could tell from the look on his face he regarded me as nothing more than an inconvenience, somebody who needed babysitting due to a distinct lack of training and life experience. When I didn't move fast enough, he added, "Today, sport?" "On it," I said. I meant to go past him, but Peters stood his ground, eyeballing me as I paused before him. He didn't move until my eyes met his, the man standing his ground almost a foot higher than me. "Don't make me come up here again." He turned and headed back down to the corridor, leaving behind a scent of tobacco and sweat. I waited until his footfalls disappeared before making my way back to King's cell. "You need to stop," I said once the trap was open. I remembered Thompson's demise with Lightman and took care to keep my distance when pulling the latch open. The last thing I wanted was a face full of shit or worse, a blade to the throat. I needn't have worried, finding King lying on his back at the base of the door. With bent legs, he had each foot on either side of the door, repeatedly smashing one into the metal, followed by the other. It sounded like a drum keeping rhythm for a marching band. "King, you need to stop." I tried again, and again was ignored. I was about to shout something else, but that was when I found myself suddenly flung backwards, the torch dropping from my hand. It smashed to the floor as I hit the wall painfully behind me. My legs hadn't been fast enough to keep up with the rest of me and thus fell backwards. I hadn't quite made it to the floor and so struck the wall, then slid the rest of the way down as my mind tried to catch up. The overhead suddenly burst to life, and before I could rise to my feet, found Peters opening the cell door with one hand while reaching for his baton with the other. "School's in session," I heard him mutter before disappearing into the shadows of the cell. The dull thuds of timber on flesh erupted almost immediately. paired perfectly with the grunts and groans from the two men. While one sucked in the deep ones as he unleashed his assault, the other exhaled as he rode the blows raining down on him. I jumped up, my brain unable to process the flood of information coming at me quick enough. 1 second, I had been gazing down at the crook as he stomped the door. The next, I was on my butt looking up at a shadow, swinging a weapon back and forth. Common sense eluded me as I blindly walked into the cell. I think some part of me thought standing behind Peters would somehow make up for the weakness I had shown in not getting the crook's antics under control. The last thing I remember was a distinct crunching under my boots as I stepped onto bits of the broken torch. I had barely made it through the doorway when something struck me hard in the face, not once, but twice. The first caught me smack in the sweet spot of the dent in my top lip, the part my mother called the Cupid's bow. It hurt like a son of a bitch, the sound of my nose breaking, rising over King's continued grunts. Instinctively turning my head away from the strike, the baton struck me flush in the temple on its next arc. Stars exploded before me, followed quickly by the concrete floor slamming into my forehead. Whatever happened next is in someone else's memories. I awoke later in the afternoon, lying on a hospital bed in the prison's infirmary. The son of a bitch hadn't bothered taking me to a proper hospital, instead leaving me in the hands of the prison's own doctor, a butcher named Douglas Hammond. Hammond had the bedside manner of a potato. "Good to see you're awake," he said as I opened my eyes. He stood over me, grabbed my face and peered closer, taking in his own handiwork. "You needed your top lip stitched up. As for your concussion, I suggest you watch where you walk next time." He didn't bother waiting for a response, instead leaving me to figure out my next move alone. Trying to sit up, I spied a glass of water next to my bed and reached for it. But as I raised it to my mouth, an exquisite pain ripped across the top of my mouth as the stitches made their presence known. "Ah, shit," I whispered, lowering the glass and instinctively reaching for the doctor's handiwork. "I wouldn't do that," a voice said from somewhere beside me, and when I looked up, saw her for the first time. The nurse's name was Rosalie Henrys, or Rose for short. She had been Hammond's assistant for almost a year, following him up from Melbourne to help with the prison's infirmary. 2 doctors and 5 nurses made up the civilian sector of the medical staff, helped by 2 guards, plus 4 inmates, each assigned specific tasks on their rotating roster. Painful, I tried to say, but each syllable pulled on the stitches, and trying to avoid another pinch, it came out sounding like gibberish. "Try not to talk for the rest of the day. Better to let them heal a bit first," Rose said. She had a smile which seemed to melt the ice from the room, masking the place we were sitting in. Watching her, I forgot the prison existed, my mind swept blank with her beauty. I couldn't imagine why someone so beautiful would voluntarily work in a place such as this, and yet, there she stood, in living colour. "Percy Simmons," I tried to mouth, but due to protecting myself from the pain, only managed Earthy Thimmonth. She giggled at that, and watching the cheer cross her face brought my own smile forth. The pain which followed felt like a needle pushed into the heart of my lip, and I clapped a hand over my mouth as I winced in agony. This caused Rose to laugh even harder, loud enough for Hammond to stick his head in the door. "Everything okay in here, nurse?" "Yes, Dr. Hammond," she answered, doing her best to suppress the giggle. The man frowned but didn't vocalize his objections. "You really should mind yourself. Laughing is not going to help your case. The last thing you want is for your stitches to pop. Believe me, you will certainly feel it if the doctor has to retie them for you while you're awake." Agreeing to her request, I did as she asked, sinking back down into the bed. But before I had a chance to get comfortable, a visitor suddenly showed up, and it wasn't one who was there to check on my health. "I trust the patient is good to return to work now, nurse." It was Zimmer, the look of contempt on his face speaking volumes about his feelings towards my current condition. "I think he needs more rest," she began, but Zimmer was never going to take instruction from someone other than the doctor. "Thank you, Nurse Henrys, that will be all." He looked at her, waiting impatiently for her to leave the room, and once she obliged, turned his attention to me. "I was expecting a little more balls from you, Simmons. Maybe I made a mistake appointing you into solitary." "No, I just..." I began, but the pain was too great, the words tripping over each other as I tried to protect the injury. Zimmer barely heard me at all. Consider this your final chance. You're not in there to make friends. Keep those fuckers under control or else I'll find someone who can. His threat was clear, hanging suspended in the air as he turned and left the room. I felt the colour rise in my cheeks as Rose walked past the open door, peeking in briefly. Her seeing me turned the heat up further, my cheeks feeling on fire as she disappeared again. As I slowly rose from the bed and began to put my jacket back on, I wondered whether the governor was right. Perhaps I had bitten off more than I could chew. None of the other guards seemed to struggle as much as I did. But then again, most were also considerably older than I was. What was it called? Life experience? I was still caught up in my thoughts as I left the room when I saw King lying in one of the beds out in the main area of the infirmary. What I saw of his face reminded me of raw hamburger, with both eyes swollen almost completely shut. A bandage wound around the outside of his face, but even that appeared stained with his blood. A hand suddenly dropped on my shoulder as I stood frozen in place, ripping my attention back to the moment. "Mind if I walk back with you?" I turned to see a guard standing there, a man sporting a fresh shiner himself. I hadn't officially met him, but knew his name to be Alec Tibbets. "Sure," I said, turning for the door. Tibbets didn't begin talking again until we were back out in the afternoon drizzle. "I hear you walked into Peter's baton while he was going to town on Gordon King." He half laughed as he said it, as if my injury amused him somehow. "I did," was all I could say. "Best keep clear when that fucker starts swinging. He's almost as crazy as some of the crooks." We reached the first gate, Tibbets doing the honour of unlocking the gate and ushering me through. As he locked it again, he paused, keeping the key in place as he stared at it. "You okay?" I asked. For a moment, Tibbets didn't move. He looked as if caught in his own thoughts, drawn into his mind while forgetting about the outside world. "Alec?" He blinked several times, shook his head a little and turned to me, returning to the moment. "Yeah, sure. Sorry." He gave the gate a shake to ensure it was locked, then turned back towards the corridor to continue on our way. What he said next didn't make sense at first, but given the intensity of his tone, recognized the message for what it meant. "Get out of the unit," he whispered without looking at me. "Don't look at me." He followed up, then repeated himself. "Don't stay in the unit. Get out while you can. Zimmer's got plans for you." He suddenly peeled off, heading towards a side gate which led through to C block. I stopped and watched him, the man barely pausing as he unlocked the gate and pushed through in one motion. Only when he'd locked it again from the other side did he look up at me once, making eye contact and holding it for long enough to ensure I understood the intended urgency. After a second, he turned away and disappeared down the corridor, leaving me to ponder his message. It was the last time I ever saw him. "Zimmer's got plans for you," was what stood out the most, replaying in my mind as I continued to make my way back to the unit. It was still rolling around in my mind as I pushed through the unit door, the cheers from the desk rising almost the second I stepped inside. "Here he is! Got a head stronger than fucking oak!" Colby crowed. Peters stood beside him, arms folded across his chest as he grinned like a Cheshire cat. Two others stood behind the desk, both cooing as if hired for effect. I didn't know either one. The colour rose in my cheeks again as the group continued to cheer my return. I wondered whether this was me passing some sort of initiation, before another thought turned my blood cold. What if this had something to do with what Tibbets had just told me? As I neared the desk, Colby stepped forwards, put an arm around my shoulders, and ran his knuckles across the top of my head. It stung like a Chinese burn, but I ignored the pain as best I could. "Think you'll steer clear of this galoot's club from now on?" Colby whispered into my ear, and Peters began to laugh. "Lucky it wasn't Mr. Knuckles, champ," he said. "I reckon Durran would have taken your head clean off." I don't know why, but the moment felt fake, almost staged. I tried to smile, but given the stitches in my lip and blind fear of being right, it felt near impossible. As if coming to my rescue, Colby said, "Give him a break. He'll pop a stitch if he smiles." This seemed to set the group off a second time, with cheers and whistles echoing down the hallways. "Better get back to it," Peter suddenly said to me, then leaned down a little. "I hope the lesson's been learned. You got a baton for a reason." He painfully squeezed my shoulder as he spoke, patted me on the back, and near pushed me towards the stairs. It was a lesson I have never forgotten. 7. It must have been almost 2 weeks later when I saw a familiar face down at the local fresh food market, one I had found myself daydreaming about almost every shift. It was the nurse, Rosalie Henrys, inspecting a display of fresh broccoli when I happened to walk past. Strange as it sounds, up until that moment in my life, girls had been something of a myth to me. While I had seen others of my sex mature enough to willingly throw themselves at the feet of those they found attractive, I had never grown the confidence to freely speak to one, let alone make a move to imply interest. Nope. Up until then, I considered girls an unapproachable taboo, remaining far enough out of reach to keep me guessing with what the end rewards were. The moment I spotted Rose standing by the display that Saturday morning, all of my fears and apprehensions seemed to evaporate in an instant. It wasn't even a matter of feeling the nerves in the first place. I simply saw her standing there, recognized her, and simply walked over to say hello. Fear never entered my mind. "Does anybody actually eat those?" I said. Okay, it wasn't anything overly clever or even original, but my mind hadn't spent any given moment to figure out the best approach. The whole thing just felt normal, like a regular interaction between two people. "Officer Simmons," Rose said, looking up at me. "You are a regular at the Cider Hill Market?" "As regular as I can be." I patted the bag I was holding. "Best place for lamb chops," I said, able to properly smile without fear of pain. The stitches had come out the previous day, courtesy of the Palace Butcher, as he'd been dubbed by the crooks. Given his bedside banner with me, I wasn't surprised by the name. "Actually," she began, "I'm a vegetarian." Her tone changed some, and I suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling of shame. The heat in my cheeks, a trait which had ravaged my childhood, raised considerably, and I had a sudden urge to jump headfirst into the nearest hole if one opened up. Without warning, Rose suddenly began to laugh, a sweet sound reminiscent of spring mornings. It caught me off guard, and at first was unsure what had happened. "You should see your face," she managed, continuing to tee-hee as the man behind the counter frowned at her. "Sorry, I'll take these two," she said, holding the broccoli out to him while still giggling. When he handed Rose her purchase and change, she returned her attention to me, still struggling to grasp the moment. "I grew up on a farm near Delinquin. I doubt I would have been allowed in the house if I had spoken ill of the livestock." "You mean you eat—" "Yes, I eat lamb chops and everything else produced by animals." The relief on my face must have been more than noticeable, sending her into another fit of laughter. People turned to stare as we walked through the crowded market, with a couple of women shaking their heads. We neared a vendor selling hot donuts, and Rose's face lit up when she spotted them. "Ooh, can't go to the market without getting a couple of these," she said, getting into line. "You like donuts?" I nodded. "I see your wound is healed nicely. Barely any scar." As much as I wished it to be true, the reality was a small scar had remained, giving my top lip a bit of a slight bend. I know because I must have spent an entire hour staring into the mirror after coming home from having the stitches removed. It was an addition to my face I had hoped wouldn't remain, and when it did, felt my world effectively ending. I had always been super self-conscious, especially when it came to my face. As a kid, I grew up with freckles, and the teasing of others had been relentless. When they began to fade in my early teens, it felt as if I'd been transformed, finally disappearing altogether by my 15th birthday. Rose ordered half a dozen, and when I held out the money to the lady behind the counter, she playfully pushed my hand away. "Thank you, but nobody will ever pay for my donuts. These are a treat I buy myself." True to her word, she pulled her purse from the bag she had hanging from her shoulder and handed over the money. "Should we go and eat these over by the lake?" A large gum tree shaded almost the entire sitting area, and we easily found a spot by the water. The wooden bench was one of a dozen, and it felt amazing to be sitting amongst people enjoying the beautiful morning. With birds singing overhead and children laughing excitedly as they ate their own treats, The atmosphere felt almost carnival-like. Rose tore the bag open, revealing the golden-coloured cakes in all their glory. As she took one, I watched her close her eyes before taking a bite. It was like watching a judge at the royal show, sampling a slice of apple pie or something. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She was beautiful. She wore her hair up in a bun, the dark locks pulled back to allow the full revelation of her face. When she opened her eyes again, the emerald greens seemed to glow more intense with the joy she found in the donut. When she smiled with delight, it was as if I felt some type of satisfaction, happy that she was happy. It probably sounds strange, but that's the only way I can describe the moment. Watching her somehow gave me more joy than tasting the cake for myself. When she spoke, I barely heard the words, caught up in a moment of utter admiration. "You know, it's rude to stare, Officer Simmons." "Huh?" I said absently. "You're staring." She stopped, the half-eaten donut held part way towards her mouth. Her smile had retreated somewhat, still there but a little shielded. "I'm sorry," I said, holding a hand up. "I don't get out much." That sent her into another giggle fit, and I could have sat there forever listening to that sound. "So, how did you manage to get yourself sent to the infirmary in the first place?" The question caught me off guard, but felt relief at having my attention drawn somewhere else. If I kept staring, I probably would have creeped her out. "Don't laugh, but I managed to walk into friendly fire," I said, wincing somewhat at the word friend. Thinking of Peters, I knew there was nothing friendly about the man. "Friendly fire," she repeated. "You had another guard beat you up?" "Something like that." "Well, if it was the same person who attacked Gordon King, then I'd consider you extremely lucky." "Oh? Why is that? You didn't fare so well?" What she said next, quite frankly, shocked me. It wasn't what I had expected, not by a long way. "He died yesterday morning." The words somehow hung between us, with Rose sending them out and me unable to receive them. "Wait, what?" I finally managed. Rose's demeanor changed. "He died," she repeated. "Never regained consciousness. Dr. Hammond said he had attacked one of the guards and received quite a severe blow to the head." My skin broke into goosebumps, the shudder running all the way down my spine as I thought back to the moment Peters had flung me back into the wall. The sounds of his baton smashing into King's head and torso repeated over and over in my mind. Severe blow, I thought to myself. If only you knew the truth. "Percy, you okay?" When I finally looked up at her, the smile had all but vanished, replaced by a look of deepened concern. There was almost a touch of fear in her eyes, as she must have caught a glimpse into my own mind. "I'm okay," I finally managed. Just wasn't expecting that, I guess. It took us a moment, but after a few minutes of silence, I managed to pull myself back from the horror, returning to the sunshine and carnival atmosphere of the market. Rose watched me cautiously until she was sure I was okay, finally joining me in another donut. "I have to ask," I said after stuffing the rest of the donut into my mouth and swallowing the final remnants of the sweet. "How does someone like you end up in such a place?" "Someone like me?" To my surprise, she sounded offended, and I tried to backpedal. "That's not what I meant." "No? What did you mean?" The change in her tone caught me off guard, and my expression must have shown the surprise. "I'm sorry," she whispered, looking down between her feet. "Truth is, I've had to fight my way up at every step." "Really?" "Yes, really," she said, slowly nodding. "My parents, my friends, my brother, even Dr. Hammond took convincing." She looked out across the water as if gazing all the way to the ends of the earth. "Being a woman sucks sometimes. It's like we're thought of as completely incapable." "I'm sorry," I said, genuinely apologetic for bringing it up. "No, don't be sorry. Unfortunately, it's just the world we live in right now." As I sat there continuing to listen to her, I couldn't help but see just how strong she really was. Watching her tell the story about her journey to King's Court revealed almost as much as the words she spoke. It was eye-opening to hear her reveal the obstacles she had to overcome, and I couldn't help but feel even more drawn to her. To say I fell for Nurse Rosalie as we sat by the Lake of Cider Hill Market is an understatement. She had me hook, line, and sinker. After running into Rosalie at the market, it was amazing how often I would find her crossing my path over and over again. I spotted her waiting at the checkout line at the local supermarket the following Tuesday, then again on the Friday. At work, I saw her first attend the unit for a suicide attempt, then passed her on my way out of the prison after one particular shift. Each time I spotted her, my heart seemed to skip a beat, filling my soul with a glow of warmth. I don't know whether she knew just how infatuated I became with her, but judging by the smile she sent my way, I think she knew there were feelings there, and so did everybody else. "That cute nurse certainly has the hots for you," Dunstan said to me one Monday afternoon in late May. By then, the whole King mess had blown over, and I had almost completely forgotten the comments from Tibbets, the man fired the previous week. But there was no getting away from the likes of Dunstan and Colby, always there to remind me of just who I was in the scheme of things. "Wonder how she'd feel about him if she could see him emptying shit cans upstairs," Colby added, backhanding Dunstan in the chest as they both broke into laughter. "Fucked her yet?" Dunstan cackled, and that was when I snapped, dropping the empty soup bucket I'd been carrying and pulling my baton. Dunstan had been sitting at the desk, his feet up on the edge of it as he leaned back in his chair. Colby sat beside him, working on some sort of report for Zimmer. Before either had a chance to react, I'd closed in on Dunstan, jammed the tip of my baton into his throat, and leaned down close enough to smell the whiskey on his breath. "Don't speak about her like that," I sneered. Dunstan froze, staring up at me in surprise. Colby didn't move, and to be honest, I wasn't sure how to proceed. Luckily, a voice interrupted us before things progressed further downhill. "What the fuck is this your shit?" We all looked over to see Durran standing on the top of the staircase leading down to the basement level. The overheads were on, and yet he blocked most of the light coming through the door, leaving his face cast in shadow. Only when he took a step forward did the light reveal the scowl on his face. "Get your ass upstairs," he said to me. When I didn't move quick enough, he stopped. "Move!" Taking a final look down at Dunstan, I did as ordered. There was no point arguing, the ramifications of ignoring a directive far more serious than a toe-to-toe. Returning to my place in the unit, I paced the small office, fury at how Dunstan had spoken about Rose. The baton had returned to the holster, but the urge to pull it and unleash on a wall remained strong. "Think you can put your dick away long enough to do a job?" Durran suddenly said, and I turned to see him standing just outside the door to the office. Looking stone-faced, I knew he didn't suffer fools, leaving little doubt of the consequences for crossing him. "I can do a job," I said. Durran didn't move initially, continuing to stare at me with the same blank gaze. His eyes felt as if they were boring right through into my very soul, Mr. Knuckles hanging threateningly from his belt as if ready to lunge. "Follow me," he finally said, and headed back down the stairs. As we reached the bottom, Dunstan was still sitting at the desk, although now with his feet firmly on the ground. He didn't look happy, giving me the classic stink eye, and I knew we weren't done. My actions came with consequences, and there was no way the man was going to let things slide, regardless of what Durran had said to him once I left. I continued to follow Durran as he descended down into the depths of hell itself. Surprisingly, my insides tightened with each subsequent drop until we reached the bottom of the stairs. The light was on, barely illuminating the hallway enough to reveal the doors. Durran continued on, passing the first few cells, stopping almost halfway down the narrow corridor. There, a cell door stood open, greeting us with a thin beam of torchlight. "Give Creed here a hand and haul this sack of shit up to the infirmary." It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the lighting in the room, the shadows not making a lot of sense. But after a few seconds, I could see there was a body lying on the ground, with another officer crouching down beside them. A third officer stood over the scene with a torch, the beam focused on the ground beside them. "I'll leave you to it," Durran said to Creed, then disappeared back the way we came. "Grab his ankles," Creed said, holding the arms of the man up. I didn't know whether he was alive or dead, the body looking limp. I still couldn't make out the face behind the torch, and so did as asked. It wasn't until the torch was sat on the concrete floor, and the person unfolded the blanket beside the body that I saw it was Colby, the piece of shit wearing his usual grin. Creed and I lifted the body across to the makeshift stretcher, and as I let go of the ankles, heard a groan from the victim. Even in the dim light of the room, I could see someone had gone to town on him. His face reminded me of Gordon King, with both eyes completely shut. One ear looked as if it had been torn in half, while the nose resembled nothing more than a piece of roadkill, bits of raw cartilage poking out from several cuts. "Who is he?" I asked, I think more out of fear than anything. Creed immediately rose up and got into my face. "Do you care? What difference does it make? Do your job and shut the fuck up." I did, but stood my ground. After a few minutes of dicking around, Creed gestured for me to lift the crook by the blanket and follow him out into the corridor. It wasn't easy, with me quickly raising a considerable sweat. With each of us carefully negotiating our way up the stairs, we soon reached the foyer of the unit. I thought that was where we would stop, but instead, Creed continued on through the doors. Colby led us out into the early evening, opening and closing each gate we came to until we were climbing the steps towards the infirmary doors. Once inside, Hammond greeted us near the entrance, directing us to an empty examination room. "Why would the dickhead unload on him this bad?" the good doctor muttered, and that was when I saw something I wasn't expecting. Creed looked up at Hammond as the words left his lips, and their eyes met for just a sliver of time. It took but a split second for me to see the reaction from the doctor. He turned his eyes down apologetically, nodding as if to acknowledge the mistake. In that smallest of seconds, I saw everything I needed to see in order to understand what was happening. Whatever was going on between them, Creed and whoever he really worked for, had something over the doctor. He was their puppet, nothing more. "Will he live?" I asked, momentarily forgetting the previous dressing down. This time, however, Creed remained silent, his attention still drawn to the battered man. "That's for God to decide," Hammond muttered, then swatted me and the rest of the crew away like irritating flies. When Colby didn't move, Hammond looked at him. "Do you mind?" He stepped aside, the pair of them watching for a few seconds as the doc went to work, first by cutting away what remained of the shirt. Interestingly, it wasn't a prison uniform, just a regular civilian shirt. I wondered whether the man had arrived by direct escort from court. "Go home, kid," Creed said to me once we returned out into the night air. "But I have to go back and grab my—" "Fuck off home!" he sneered, and I didn't need to be told a third time. The look in his eyes was enough to tell me that this wasn't the time to argue. Within a couple of short hours, everything had changed for me. While I had always seen the prison as something of a loaded gun, it just became so much more, perhaps better compared to a loose cannon. The problem was, I didn't know who controlled the trigger. 8. Sometimes, fate has a way of sending you on a course that at its beginning bears very little resemblance to where it eventually ends up. That is how I saw my next chapter at King's Court Prison, and the person who I think became one of the pawns in fate's little game was none other than Rose herself. The thing was, I would have normally never made the first move on a girl before. Firstly, I was much too shy when it came to members of the opposite sex. Put a girl in my vicinity and not only do my legs become weak, but the words in my mouth turn to illegible sounds few could ever decipher. And yet for some reason being around Rose had been completely different. I felt strong around her, my confidence almost bubbling over. But more than that, I felt comfortable enough to just be myself. She was different to other girls, not caring about how strong I looked or what car I drove, not that I drove one. She didn't notice my nervous stutters or annoying eye twitches when anxious. She took me for who I was. Perhaps that is why the infirmary was one of the few places I made a point of visiting as much I could. Put simply, I wanted to see her, sometimes as often as possible, and she never complained once. Nor did I sense any negative feelings when she saw me. If anything, her smile seemed to grow whenever our eyes met. Rose was the only reason I happened to be visiting the infirmary on the day fate took a substantial turn. I couldn't have imagined how that day, an ordinary Thursday, would have such a detrimental effect on my entire future, and that of a girl whom I had fallen in love with. While lunch breaks had initially meant very little to me during the first couple of months in the prison, they took on a whole new meaning once Rose came into my life. I had never really eaten a proper lunch up to that point, normally packing a simple ham sandwich, which usually ended up in the bottom of the bin at the end of the shift. Unless, of course, I felt especially forgiving and slipped it into the cell of an inmate who'd been struggling a little more than usual. When Rose insisted we catch up during our breaks, lunch took on a whole new meaning for me. The prison offered very few spots of privacy for obvious reasons, but one place we began to visit more and more was the roof of the infirmary itself. The space we chose faced away from the prison, offering some protection from prying eyes, and the only person who ever noticed us was the guard stationed on the top of the wall. Thankfully, the two officers who rotated the shift between them were likable fellows, and apart from the odd wave, left the pair of us pretty much to ourselves. And so it was that each Tuesday and Thursday, during the 30 minutes I was given for a lunch break, I made my way to the infirmary, then followed Rose up to the roof via the single staircase. Sometimes I would find her sitting at the medical station, other times finishing up treating patients. On this particular Thursday, it was the latter of these two, Rose in the middle of rebandaging the face of a man I didn't recognize at first. He was in a solitary cell, separated from the main floor of the infirmary. It wasn't until the man looked at me that something familiar about him tapped me on the shoulder. It was the bruises he sported on each eye, both a deep purplish yellow which appeared more like comical makeup than actual skin. His eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of a night on the town, gazing at me wide-eyed as if recognizing some threat standing before him. While it took a moment for the connection to sink in, once it did, a sensation of guilt washed over me. He was the one Creed and I had carted up from the unit, the man knocking on death's door during the arduous journey to the infirmary. On the way, I kept telling him to hang in, much to the other guards' dismay. Looking at him in that brief moment brought the day's events back with a vengeance. Thankfully, Rose gave me a bit of a reprieve. "I'm almost done here. Want to grab the food and meet me up top?" Figuring it was the perfect chance to get the hell out of there, I threw her a mock salute and hightailed it back out into the corridor, grabbing her lunch satchel in the staff room, then heading topside. After 10 minutes of waiting, she finally joined me. We spent the first part in silence, eating our sandwiches as the pigeons cooed around us, hoping for a tossed offering. Rose obliged several times, eventually throwing leftover crusts towards half a dozen lucky recipients. "That inmate you were attending to just now?" I asked, once the pigeons pounced on my own remaining bits. "From my unit, isn't he?" Rose nodded. "James Telford. Yes. Not in very good shape." "Does he say much?" I don't know why I asked, but there was something about the man which felt different to me. I wasn't sure whether it was the civilian shirt I saw the doctor remove from him, or just the way he looked at me moments before. There was just something which felt off. "Not a word. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was mute." "Nothing?" I asked, a little surprised. Rose shook her head. "No. Why do you ask?" "No reason, just a little curious." I carried him up and he really looked in bad shape. "He was, but Dr. Hammond managed to help him." "Ah, Hammond," I said, grinning a little as I scanned the wall. "What about him?" Rose asked, sensing something and sounding somewhat defensive. My grin only grew. "Know what they call your boss?" "No, tell me." "The Palace Butcher." Her face recoiled, then grew dark. "That's not funny, Percy," she said, sounding annoyed. "Hey, I didn't come up with it. That's just how the crooks refer to him." "Yes, and I wonder if those he's treated think of him like that. He's not really that bad, you know." I felt bad listening to her defend the man, having already made my mind up about him during my own interaction with the man. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." She reached out and touched the top of my hand. Feeling the warmth of her skin for the first time sent a shiver down my spine, my arm breaking out into goosebumps. "It's okay," she whispered. "Just get frustrated the way people feel the need to drag others down all the time." "I think it's the environment we work," I began, and that was when she did something I wasn't prepared for. Cutting my words off mid-sentence, Rose suddenly leaned across and kissed me, her hand cupping the side of my face as if guiding my lips onto her own. Time stopped as the moment became our own, the warmth of her lips blocking every other sensation in my body. Her tongue gently caressed its way towards my own, the sweet taste of mint filling my mouth. I had never felt such an incredible sensation before, and when she pulled slightly away, I gently pulled her back for more. I don't know how else to say it, but if first kisses were meant to be special, the one we shared on the roof of the infirmary building was perhaps the most incredible of my life. Nothing else in the years since ever compared to it. Maybe it's because it was my first proper kiss overall. Perhaps it was because of how I felt about Rose at the time, anticipating something growing between us. Whatever the reasons, the sun itself couldn't have brightened my mood any more that day, leaving me in a state of sheer bliss. "We have to go back," she finally whispered in my ear once we managed to separate ourselves. Despite dread flooding in, the taste of her tongue continued to linger, and I thought of nothing else as we headed back downstairs. For me, lunch had taken on an entirely new meaning, and if that was how things would play out during subsequent breaks, I would make sure to visit each and every day. I was still rolling her taste around my mouth when I walked past the room with the crook I'd brought up. Perhaps that was why I didn't quite catch his words the first time. When I stopped and backtracked, poking my head in through the open door, he repeated himself, his voice just barely loud enough for me to hear. "Thank you for not dropping me," was what he repeated. He still had the fearful look in his eyes, but there was something else in his gaze, something I quite couldn't put my finger on. "That's okay," I offered, taking a step into the room. "Glad to see you're still kicking." I don't know why, but I suddenly felt odd standing there. He was a crook, an inmate, in for whatever reason, and yet there I stood, engaging with him as if he was just a regular guy in a regular hospital. He looked a similar age to myself, and I had no doubt that if circumstances had been different, we would probably have had a lot of things in common. If Hammond hadn't shown up at that moment, I don't know how things would have played out. Once he walked into the room and asked me if I was okay, I knew it was time to split. "Take care," I said, before turning for the door and heading back out. Not thinking anything of it, my mind quickly returned to the kiss, and I desperately tried to find the sensation of her tongue on my own again. The taste had all but disappeared, with just the faintest hint of mint remaining. "Damn it," I whispered under my breath as I unlocked the gate leading back into isolation. It was gone, leaving behind just the memory of the moment and nothing more. I knew it was how it would have eventuated anyway, but the boy in me wanted to hang on to it all. Every last bit of detail. The unit was quiet as I stepped through the door, with Colby sitting at the desk. A radio was playing tunes, the volume low enough to ensure none of the inmates would benefit from the sounds. "Hey," I said, waving as I passed him by. He didn't reply, ignoring me just as I had expected him to. It was okay. Not bothering to acknowledge the fact, I continued on, climbing the stairs 2 at a time. If anybody had been paying attention, they would have noticed an extra swagger in my step as I danced my way back to the 2nd floor. As I reached the top of the stairs, I began to whistle, thinking I was riding all the way to Cloud 9. That was until someone grabbed me from behind, shoved me hard towards the office door, then threw me into the room. I had time for a single yelp of surprise before the wind was slammed from my lungs. A second before pain erupted in my ear, I saw 2 figures pushing through the doorway. The first I had kind of been expecting, Dunstan moving with the grace of a Model T Ford, the man about as agile as a house brick. The second both surprised and shocked me at the same time, and it was perhaps the first time I actually feared for my life. "Sit him down," Durran snarled, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Dunstan did as instructed, grabbing me by the wrist and yanking me towards the only chair in the room. Silence fell over us, with even the crooks knowing better than to get between Durran and his target. As I sat before them, I couldn't help but stare at the size of Mr. Knuckles, the weapon hanging just mere moments from splitting my skull into pieces. It looked ridiculously huge, and I wondered whether its wielder had some sort of penile issue. The thought very nearly drew a smile, and I knew if I did, the man would end me right there and then. "So, Durran said, taking a step inside the room. "I hear you met Telford." "Who?" I asked, the name having completely slipped my mind. I'd only heard it once when Rose mentioned him, and recalling that particular moment under pressure was never going to happen. For a man of his size, Durran moved incredibly graceful, his hand pulling the baton from its holster and slamming it down on the table beside me in one smooth motion. The noise of it crashing into the tabletop nearly deafened me. The ringing pierced my eardrum as Durran repeated the question. "The one you carried up to the infirmary, dumbass," Dunstan added, to give me a subtle reminder. "Oh, him, yes. Hell yes, I met him, okay?" I had no idea why I was getting the 3rd degree, but figured I had nothing to hide, so willfully gave up the truth. "What did he say to you?" Durran continued, sitting on the edge of the desk. He sat close enough for me to smell the cologne he was wearing. Say to me? Nothing. Well, nothing important. "What did he say?" Durran repeated. My arsehole cramped, the puckering going into overdrive. "He thanked me for not dropping him," I said, staring up into Durran's face as he scanned me like a guard dog. All that was missing were the canines and drool. "That's it?" "Yeah, that's it. Nothing special, just thanked me, that's all." Durran shot Dunstan a glare, the two men locking eyes and speaking telepathically. Something passed between them, something they didn't want me to know. After a minute, Durran nodded at Dunstan, gave me a final stare down, then left the room. His partner waited until the echoes of his boot heels disappeared before turning his attention back to me. "Congratulations, kid! You just got promoted." "Promoted?" I didn't follow, and part of me wanted nothing more to do with the place. If I had been given the choice, I think I would have pulled the pin on the job right there and then. The problem was, I had just passed beyond the point of no return. If I had quit the job at any time up until that moment, I think I would have been fine. Nobody would have stood in my way of the kid who was in over his head. But that day, that very moment, at the time I didn't quite make sense of the situation, bar one single point. If I had tried to get out, I would have ended up in a shallow grave, perhaps dug by the very man who now leaned over the desk before me. "Here's what you're going to do now. You're going to continue working as you have been, and every break you get, you're going to go up and see young Telford. See how he's doing. See what he needs. If he asks you for anything, you come and tell me, and only me. Got it?" I nodded. "There's no confusion then?" I shook my head. "Good." He held out his hand as he straightened back up, a gesture of goodwill to help me to my feet. I took it, reading the situation wrong. Instead of helping, Dunstan curled his hand around mine, yanked me forward, then grabbed my throat with his other hand as he pushed me against the wall. Touching the tip of my nose with his own, he stared into my eyes as he squeezed harder and harder. "If you ever threaten me again, champ, I'll drag your ass to the roaster and leave you swinging there long enough for your girlfriend to find you." He didn't wait for a response, releasing his hold and walking away. A few moments later, I heard him descend the steps, leaving me alone to finish the rest of my shift. My throat burned, the side of my head throbbed, and my mind raced, trying to assure me I was still alive. I didn't quite comprehend the reasons behind Dunstan's request, but I had the presence of mind to know these guys were up to no good. Whatever shit they were brewing had just become my problem. As far as I could tell, I had two choices. Either run and try to lay low for who knew how long, or accept my fate and play along as best I could. But as the minutes passed after the confrontation, a new thought rolled into my brain, one which sent chills through me. If they knew about Rose and I, then there was every chance that sooner or later they would try to use her against me. The second the thought came to me, I knew my own fate had been sealed. Whatever happened, I was in it for the long run. If one thing working in a prison had taught me, it was that prison time was slow time. Nothing happened quick, except maybe the fights which occurred regularly. Everything else moved with the speed of a Greek island holiday. All one needed was a hammock, a hot coffee, and a good book, and it was about the same pace with which the world slipped by. I did as asked by Dunstan, regularly visiting the infirmary and dropping into Telford's room along the way. The surprise came when not only a regular relief guard attended my floor to step in while I was gone, but a few times Dunstan himself came, asking for an update on how things were going. The reasons behind the visits with Telford remained a mystery, and as the days turned colder and winter fell over the countryside, I remained clueless as to why Durran and his mutts had me befriending crooks. It made very little sense. There was an upside to the tasks, though, and that was the extra time I got to spend with Rose. She never questioned things, not even when my visits went from 2 a week to 4, and eventually to 5. The same smile greeted me each time, a glint in her eye warming my body the way winter stole it each time I stepped outside. Our rooftop lunch meetings continued, as did the incredibly addictive kissing sessions. I couldn't get enough of her and wanted more. But either through shyness, inexperience, or a little of both, I couldn't bring myself to take things further. I think deep down Rose enjoyed taking the lead, putting herself into the role of teacher. When the days were either too cold or too wet, our lunchtime greets moved indoors, sometimes into one of the spare observation rooms the medical staff used for storage. It was in one of those that Rose took my hand and willed it underneath her top during a particularly heavy smooching session. When her hand began to explore the insane throbbing in my own pants, I just about fell off the bed we were sitting on. Home base, as I had heard some of the guys call it, eventually happened in the back of the new car I'd been given by Zimmer in early June. The evening had been insanely cold, the mercury dropping further and further as the day progressed. As we ended our shift, patches of early frost were visible on the grass beside the gates. Normally, Rose either caught the bus back into town, or her father would come and pick her up. But on this night, it was me who was lucky enough to offer her a lift home. "Can we go somewhere instead?" she had asked. "Where?" "I don't care. Just somewhere other than home. Sick of doing the same old work-to-home thing." She sounded bored, maybe even frustrated with her life. During the previous weeks of our relationship, it had been my one fear with her, that I, too, was perhaps boring her with my lack of experience. When I put the thought to her, she laughed and said it was actually fun, the challenge exciting her. I didn't argue. We ended up at a place appropriately called Franklin's Lookout, a vacant lot atop Franklin's Hill, which overlooked a long valley stretching all the way to Dalesford. Some nights the lights of several towns could be seen in the distance, but that first night, just the shadows greeted us when I parked the car near the edge of the lot. We sat for a bit, Rose pulling a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. I had never seen her smoke before, and watching her light one intrigued me. Watching the tip of it chase the flame in the darkness somehow excited me, especially the way the lit match flickered her shadows alive. Her eyes. Not only were they smiling, but the glint in them actually sparkled as the match's flame brought them to life. I still don't know where it came from or how the words fell from my lips, but watching her light that cigarette turned something on inside me. As she drew the smoke in, then released a slow plume of rich tobacco scent into the car's cabin, it somehow awoke me, shaking my insides until I could no longer remain quiet. "I love you, Rose," I whispered. She froze, the cigarette halfway to her mouth for a second puff. Her eyes turned to me, lips slightly parted in preparation for the smoke. We sat like that for several seconds, me feeling my heartbeat turn to a drum-like thumping, her gazing at me with an expression of shock and something only new lovers ever sense during a moment of pause. "I," was as far as I got, Rose dropping the cigarette into the ashtray, then leaning forward and pressing her lips onto mine. The air turned electric as the passion between us finally released, the sounds of her moans complementing the shivers each touch sent cascading through my body. Each sensation was a contradiction of the last, my legs weak, my penis strong, each body part craving for something different. Rose kissed my lips, my cheek, my ear. Her hands explored my neck, my chest, working their way down until her fingers pushed through the resistance of my belt. And when she finally released me from the clothed confines, wrapping her fingers around my entirety, the world around us disappeared as I submitted myself to finally entering manhood. What the hell was that? I asked for the third time, gasping for air as Rose looked up at me. The act itself had happened a lot faster than I ever anticipated once I managed to get her clothes off. But whatever the expectation had been, her smile and trembling hands holding me close confirmed I must have done something right. "That was perfect," she whispered, snuggling closer and tightening her embrace. "I love you too, Percy." She spoke into my ear after pulling herself a little closer. I looked at her again, smiling down on her as we each held each other tighter than ever before. The moment couldn't have been any more perfect, the rain on our car's roof adding the quintessential soundtrack to our moment of awakening. A few minutes later, with her lips returning to mine, I felt myself reawaken. A few minutes after that, I entered her warmth for a second time, and it wasn't long before our moans intertwined with the rain itself. The night was something I could never have imagined, but when it eventually ended, was one I would never forget. 9. The car in which Rose and I eventually lost our virginity in came from a job I never expected before it was handed to me on a plain slip of paper by Zimmer himself. Imagine my surprise when he held it out after summoning me to his office, offering me a job away from the prison itself. But that's just half the story. I need to go back a bit, back to when I first started following the instructions given to me by Dunstan on the day Durran had confronted me in the office. The request had been simple. Go to the crook I had helped carry up to the medical unit and get to know him. Get him talking. While it sounded simple enough, the reality was the task proved more difficult than I imagined. Despite Telford initiating that first comment he'd called to me, follow-up encounters were vastly different. He appeared agitated, for the most part, wound up and upset. I'd ask him if he was okay, but rather than answer me, he would turn away, at times rolling over and turning his back to me. Each time Dunstan asked for a report, I'd share the limited details with him, more times than not having no new information. At first he would simply nod and wave me away, sometimes telling me to continue at it. I did, persisting with my given task, despite not knowing its true purpose. I didn't see Telford not opening up as a failure on my part. Quite the opposite, in fact. I saw it as an opportunity, a chance to try and get to know the inmate. In all my time at the prison, none of the crooks had ever initiated conversation with me, and Telford's attempt intrigued me. There was more to his story. That much I could tell. His injuries were severe enough to keep him in the infirmary for almost a month. Each time I walked past on my way to see Rose, I made sure to throw him a wave. Just a small offering to try and get some sort of response. I saw it like someone taming a wild dog, offering a small morsel at a time, throwing it to the animal in the beginning, eventually holding it out, and waiting for the beast to trust enough to come forward. After Telford turned his back on me, I knew I needed to retreat a little, so instead dropped a wave here and there. He'd peer out through the door at me, following my passing with suspicious eyes. It took almost a dozen trips over a couple of weeks before he returned his first, a single finger rising from where the rest held the blankets close to his chin. The following day it was 2 fingers, then next a hand. By the time the weekend came, Telford was sitting up in bed. Instead of waving, he gave me a head nod, locking eyes with me during that brief 2-second exchange as I crossed from one side of the door to the other. On the Monday, Rose was in the midst of handing out water pitchers to some of the patients, and I offered to take Telford his. Despite being surprised, she nodded, saying she'd meet me upstairs afterwards. I took the metal pitcher, filled it with fresh water, and walked it to the room. Just as always, the door was open, watched by a single guard from the desk in the middle of the unit. He looked a little surprised by what I was carrying, but I shot him a wave and he returned his attention to the newspaper before him. "The nurse asked me to bring this to you," I said, sitting it on the bedside table. There was already an empty one there, and I simply swapped one for the other. Telford was sitting up, his attention drawn to the barred window where a delivery truck was pulling up to the back of Factory 2. He didn't speak at first, just watching as I did my small part for the sake of humanity. But when I turned to leave, he called out a simple thanks. "No worries," I said. "She's your girl, huh?" The comment surprised me, not because it was the first thing he'd said to me in over 2 weeks, but also because he was right. Or maybe it was because it was the first time I ever heard anybody ever actually say the fact out loud. How did you know? He grinned, another good sign I was winning him over. Can't half tell. You don't work in this unit, and yet walk past every day. And then there's the way she talks about you. Another surprise. She talks about me. Sure does. When I asked her about the guard who helped me up here, her face just about lit up like a searchlight. And that was when he began to laugh, albeit just a quiet one on account of anybody else hearing. I don't like the way your face just did. The comment brought my own smile, and he chuckled a little harder. It was the first real connection I'd had with him. Given the repeated demands for updates, I reported what had happened to Dunstan the minute I returned to the unit. The news seemed to impress him. Good, he cooed. Very good. You just make sure you keep him talking. He was sitting alone at the desk, the rest of the crew off running odd jobs around the unit. I thought it was an opportune moment to ask the question I'd needed answering since the beginning. Can I ask you a question? He looked at me, but didn't answer. Why am I getting him talking? The answer Dunstan gave wasn't one which surprised me, but offered some hope. Ask me again when he trusts you enough to hold a complete conversation with you. Rather than blindly follow Dunstan's instructions, I decided to do a little investigating on my own. Because of the circumstances surrounding the little side project I'd been sent on, I wanted to know exactly who I was dealing with. I figured maybe it would give me some insight into who Telford really was, because I knew something about him seemed off. The first thing I needed was to know the exact details of James Telford. I knew his name, but that was about all. His file would almost certainly hold all the information I needed, but that was held in the administration office under the ever-watchful eye of Prue Prendergast. On each of my trips to the infirmary, I juggled the idea of telling Rose what I had been asked to do. I knew she also had access to a file of Telford's, the medical one, sitting in a filing cabinet in Hammond's office. But with my feelings for her intensifying and me not wanting to put her in harm's way, I kicked the idea aside, preferring to go at the problem alone. There were more ways than one to skin a cat. All I had to do was find the one available to me. I began with the local library, a place synonymous with information. The librarian, an angry old stick named Hilda Tuck, frowned each time I approached the counter, looking for all the available newspapers from around the area. Thankfully, the library kept a decent supply of papers from across the state, stretching right across the border and including much of New South Wales. After almost a dozen trips and damn near 100 different publications, I managed to unearth a story about a James Patrick Telford, arrested in Mudgee, New South Wales, for the theft and sale of vast quantities of liquor. The newspaper, a small-town publication called The Inquirer, mentioned Telford had been in trouble with local law enforcement on previous occasions and would see serious time behind bars before his run ended. But while the story itself provided small insights into the man's affairs, it was something else entirely which grabbed my attention. It was the name of the police inspector the newspaper reporter had questioned. Inspector Edward Durran believes Telford and his gang's activities stretch from the Queensland border all the way south into Victoria, a multi-state operation which saw thousands of... Durran, I thought, reading the name a second time and then staring at the letters themselves, wondering if a clerical error had gotten the source mixed up. What are the chances? After a little more digging, I found several more newspapers from the town and additional articles which named the officer. For some reason, I had a prisoner in my care who had been bootlegging grog across state lines, stealing his supply from warehouses up and down the east coast of the country. The officer in charge of the investigation had the same surname as a man now holding Telford in his prison in another state. Coincidence? The feeling of butterflies in my stomach told me no, my intuition screaming at me to keep digging. In between outings with Rose, whenever we managed to catch up outside of work, I continued trying to find the answers I needed to link the two. It wasn't an easy task in the 30s, with official information hard to come by if you didn't have the connections. A kid like me had virtually none, save for a couple of guys I ran with back in my teens who were now serving their own time. I kept trying to get my mind to think of a way to find if the two Durrans were connected, but every avenue I pursued turned up a dead end. There was just no break coming my way. That was until I remembered one possibility. One super slim chance of help from the unlikeliest of sources. I made a phone call one Friday morning, having received a rare opportunity for a weekday off work, and I hoped to make the most of it. The call went as well as I'd hoped, arranging for an informal meeting with someone whom I knew to have access to exactly the information I need. I had arranged to meet him at a cafe in Dalesford, not minding a bus ride into town that frightfully cold morning. It was almost 11 by the time I reached the destination, with several customers huddling around the counter, while several more sat at tables closest to where an open fire was blazing. Grabbing a table as close to the fire as possible, I asked the waitress for a little more time when she came to take my order. She seemed annoyed, but given the number of tables still empty, didn't feel guilty for monopolizing one while I waited. It was only a few minutes of waiting before my guest arrived, and I waved to get his attention, not wanting to give up the spot. He saw me, returned the wave, then signaled something to one of the ladies behind the counter. She grinned, acknowledged him, and watched his gesture to me. "Constable Lawson, thanks for seeing me. Please, call me Jim. Constable makes me feel way too official, especially on a Friday." I motioned for him to sit, and he did, taking the seat opposite me as he sat his hat on the table. "You know, Lightman did end up at a prison," I said as I retook my seat. His face hardened a little. "I heard he did quite a number on one of the officers. I'm sorry for that." I thought back to Harold Thompson and the night of his attack. "He certainly did. I was there." "You saw it?" I nodded. I don't know why, but Jim seemed to understand. Maybe more than anybody else, given his own history with the killer. "How is he? The officer, I mean." "He died. Took his own life a few weeks after it happened." The stone face frowned as he shook his head. "Monster. I wish I could have just ended him once and for all that night. Would have saved a lot of people more grief." The waitress he'd gestured to upon his arrival suddenly came tableside, carrying a tray with a teapot. She set 2 cups down, the pot, and a small plate of biscuits. "Thank you, Helen." "Very welcome, Jim," she said, before returning to her place behind the counter. "Helen bakes these herself, and I doubt you've ever tasted anything finer." I had never been much of a biscuit eater and hesitatingly took one of the choc chip ones. Surprisingly, it wasn't nearly as sweet as I had expected, and actually tasted like an adult version of a child's treat. Jim must have noticed my surprise and laughed a little. "See? Told you so." He poured himself some tea, set the pot down with the handle turned towards me, then took a sip. Only once he was sure it was fine did he set the cup down and turn his attention to me. "So, Mr. Simmons, how can I help?" "It's Percy, Mr. Sorry, Jim. And I really need your help." I felt my face turn into a mass of confusion. At least, I think I do. "Go on." I didn't exactly know where to begin or even how I was going to approach the subject. What I did know was things just didn't seem to make sense, not when it concerned Telford. But I also knew enough about corrections to know Jim wasn't in a position to share intimate details about cases which didn't concern me. If I didn't come up with a worthwhile request, he would think me a fool, and it would effectively blow the only real chance I had at getting some information. As I was about to start talking, a thought struck me, one which turned my blood cold. What if Jim was somehow linked to the men running the prison? What if somewhere along the line Jim was one of them, and me talking to him would only bring an even bigger shitstorm down on me? He watched as I paused, my mouth refusing to form legible words. Heat rose in my cheeks as genuine embarrassment struck me hard. "You okay?" No, I wasn't okay. Not by a long shot. I wanted to tell him everything, the beatings, the debts, the way the guards seemed to run the prison like their own private hunting ground. But before I could say anything, Jim suddenly whispered something that changed everything. "Is this about Harold Zimmer and the rumors surrounding his involvement in some prostitution racket?" My ears pricked. The comment coming completely out of left field. It wasn't something I'd ever heard about, but may have explained something else I had noticed. While Zimmer had initially seemed confident in his role, taking the post of governor to the heights everybody expected him to, he also showed a nervous side. I had first noticed it on the night Lightman arrived at the prison. Zimmer had been accompanied by Durran when he came to welcome the celebrity crook into the unit. But the way he had acted that night wasn't of someone in charge, but instead like someone submissive. There was another person in charge that night, one who had been walking in the shadows of the governor. Durran, standing a lot taller than his boss, appeared as the likely puppet master, the more dominant of the two in every possible way. And the more I thought about it, the more I began to notice it at other times. Like during the initial address, when Zimmer stood atop the loading bay while addressing the guards, or when Zimmer had come into the infirmary after Creed and I had taken Telford to his room. Zimmer is involved in criminal activity? I whispered back. Jim took a look around and leaned in a little. That's the rumor, yes. Have you heard anything? Is that an official question, Constable? I felt like asking, but didn't. Instead, I turned the focus on Durran, hoping I wasn't opening a can of whoop-ass. Keeping my voice low, I began by telling Jim about the situation with Gordon King and the beating he'd been given at the hands of Peters. I wanted to try and throw a few morsels of information his way without mentioning anything about Telford. What I needed was a signal which told me he wasn't aligned with any of the officers. One wrong word, and I was a dead man. Jim listened silently, occasionally sipping his tea as I shared my concerns about the beatings happening at the prison. I mentioned Durran in passing, and he seemed to sit up a little straighter when he heard the name, as if it was one of recognition. When I paused for breath, he confirmed his knowledge of him. I mightn't be able to do much about the beatings out there, Percy. It is a prison, after all. Whatever punishment they dish out to the prisoners is totally at their discretion. But... He paused and took another look across the room, looking to make sure no one was listening. And when it comes to Durran, you mark my words. Watch yourself. It's a nasty piece of work. Got a brother up north who tends to look after him, if you catch my meaning. It was as if he'd read my mind, giving me the exact information I needed from him. I almost smiled as I heard the words. A brother? I asked, wanting to sound dumbfounded. Yeah, a police inspector. Works up in New South. That was when I thought I'd bait him a little, just to see what it would produce. I get the feeling you've had your own interactions with Durran. He looked at me blankly, as if doing exactly what I had just moments before, deciding whose side I was really on. I guess I have. He set his cup of tea down and smiled to himself. I don't really know why I'm telling you this. He looked across at me, considering whether I was worthy of the information he felt comfortable enough to share. When his intuition gave him the go-ahead, Jim began to share his own insights into the man whose evil underside I had already seen several times. Durran's wife phoned the station one night, sounding terrified out of her mind. This must have been near the end of my first month on the job. I remember being the only one in the station that night, and my boss sent me out to see what the issue was. Frank Rademeyer, isn't it? I asked, remembering the face of the man who'd given me the odd reprimand here and there. That's the one. Said I needed to earn my stripes if I was going to cut it as a cop. You mean he sent you out there knowing there would be issues with Durran? Jim nodded. Rademeyer's been in charge of that town for a few years. He's been a part of the people for so long, I think he tends to forget that not everybody has a history there. What happened? What happened was I got my ass kicked. Durran attacked you. I was gobsmacked. You could say that. I did as ordered, driving out to where he and his wife lived on a few acres a couple of miles from town. Mind you, Lightman was still out there carving people up, so believe me when I say I wasn't exactly relaxed heading out to such a job. I can't even begin to imagine what you went through. He smiled, but continued. So, anyway, I get out there well after dark, and the second I pull up in the drive, she's out of the house, comes running to the car and screaming about her husband, threatening to kill her. She's all busted up, her nose, broken lips, all smashed to shit. I jump out and try to make sense of her screaming, and that's when he comes walking out through the front door. Jim paused. his thoughts coming back as he grinned, shaking his head at the irony. That guy was so damn calm, strolling over to where we were as if on a Sunday afternoon walking the park. I was about to ask him about what was happening when I saw the weapon he was resting on his shoulder. It was the baton, wasn't it? I pictured Durran standing in front of the cop with good old Mr. Knuckles in his hand. Jim nodded. Damn near big enough to take down a bull. A sledgehammer would have struggled to compete. I chuckled, knowing exactly what he meant. So there I was, just little old me, a distraught woman before me and her husband, ready to swing at anything which disagreed with him. The scene Jim was describing played out in my own mind with total clarity. Each separate description he shared, every single emotion he must have felt, ran through my veins. It was almost eerie listening to him retell the events. I wondered whether the man was a closet novelist, perhaps scribing words during his downtime but never sharing them with those who might offer critique. He asked what the hell I was doing there, telling me to fuck off and to mind my own business. The guy had zero emotional connection to the desperate woman hanging onto my arm, and I honestly thought he had the capability to end her without so much as a second thought. That's Durran, all right, I said. So we get into this standoff, me shielding his wife and he standing near the front of my car, his butt leaning on the fender as if it's his own ride. And all the while the railway sleeper is resting on his shoulder, sitting at the ready in case he wanted to swing. What happened? I asked, taking a sip of tea. What happened was I shot him. I just about choked on the liquid in my mouth, a sudden urge of shock and humour, wanting to escape all at once. Jim's face changed to match my humour, grinning from ear to ear. You shot him? I managed to squeeze out before the chuckle pushed the words aside. You actually shot him? I did. Well, what did he expect? The dumb lug refused to drop the weapon, refused to back off and give me time to talk to his wife, and then lowers the baton in preparation to take my head off because I was interrupting his evening. Jim added the quotation marks with his fingers, which nearly set me off again. Remembering where I was, I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep my emotions subdued. I wish I could have been there. It wasn't fatal, obviously. Although I damn well wish it had been once the repercussions came back. Repercussions for what? You were defending yourself. Jim shook his head. Not according to Rademeyer, or the brother when he finally made an appearance. Where'd you pop him? Well, I was aiming for the biggest part of him, but luckily for him, the baton got in the way. The bullet tearing a nice, clean hole into the palm of his hand. Hey, I've seen that scar. His right hand, yeah? Up high, almost on the knuckle line. Jim nodded. If he hadn't been drunk, things might have ended quite differently. But thankfully he lost his balance, fell over as he dropped the club and ended up knocking himself out on a garden ornament. I think if he had taken another step towards me, I might have popped him a second time, and I doubt that one would have missed his vitals. Man. Just imagine if that had happened. It was Peggy Durran who phoned it in for me while I wrestled with this unconscious beast, trying to cuff him before he awoke. By the time backup arrived, he was well and truly raging. Rademeyer himself made the trip, the only one who finally managed to talk Durran down. But that went down a treat. Yeah, no. Rademeyer's face bore the colour of beets as he laid down the plan. I argued he should have been charged, but the phone call from Durran's brother was enough for that detail to vanish like a fart in the wind. Big brother to the rescue, huh? In a heartbeat. He paused as he sipped his tea again, glancing across the cafe at the people around us. I let the new information sink in, imagining Durran confronting Jim the way he had, with no respect or regard for law enforcement. It didn't surprise me to hear someone else confirm what I had already suspected, that Durran saw himself above the law. So far above, in fact, he probably thought he was the law wherever he went. As I continued absorbing the details of someone else's encounter with the current threat in my life, Jim checked his watch and nodded. I'd better get going, or Rademeyer will have a bird. He paused to look at me. Unless, of course, you had something else to ask. I shook my head. No, really, I appreciate your time. It's certainly been eye-opening. Jim grinned. Any time. Just remember what I said. Watch yourself. He was about to get up when he added, and make sure you call me if you see anything. He held out a hand and shook with me. I watched as the officer walked through the jumble of tables, greeting people along the way, then throwing a final wave to the waitress before disappearing out into the winter's day. Left alone again, I drained the rest of the teapot into my cup and remained for a few minutes longer. I wasn't looking forward to the bus ride back to town and wished I had access to an alternative form of transport. Little did I know, my wish was about to come true. What would come back to haunt me at a later date was just how much I misread the meeting with Lawson. 10. Just 3 days after my meeting with Jim Lawson and the whole revelation about Durran, Zimmer summoned me to his office shortly after I arrived into the unit. It was Dunstan who delivered the message to me, offering to take over supervision of my floor while I headed back out. Entering the prison had felt remarkably different that Monday morning for me. I looked differently at the people around me, seeing more than just prison guards. We were the protectors, the ones who kept society's nightmares locked away so the population could continue to sleep safe and sound in their beds at night. That was, until I saw Durran, slowly strolling between blocks A and B, Mr. Knuckles swinging from its place on his belt. He was in conversation with Chugger, the two of them doing their morning rounds. I had learned of Chugger's recent promotion the day before my meeting with Jim, the man making supervisor the day after saving a fellow officer from a vicious razor attack. He caught the blade to the arm, the wound still wrapped in a thick white bandage as he walked along the path next to Durran. Making sure I was alone, I slowed almost to a stop as I watched the two. They were side on to me, a fence and a gate separating us with enough space to guarantee some concealment from them. Durran, the guy who had taken a bullet from Jim Lawson for beating on his wife, walked like a man patrolling the front yard of his home. I could see what Jim meant, the swagger in his step spewing confidence into the very air around him. He owned this place, no one else but him. "Hey, Percy, how was your weekend?" Pulling me from my surveillance, I almost jumped as I turned to see Bunting walk up behind me. "It was good, thanks. And yours?" We continued on until Ted took a left and I headed right. We shook, wished each other a safe day, and continued on to our assigned posts. Little did I know that by the end of the shift, I would be the proud owner of a shiny blue 1932 Ford Model B, while Theodore Bunting lay dead in the prison's infirmary. "Yes, Mr. Zimmer," I said the moment I stepped through the door. I was surprisingly nervous walking into his office, the anxiety building considerably on the short walk from the unit to the administration building. What was playing on my mind was the information from Jim, with me now knowing a lot more about those higher up in the prison than I probably should have been privy to. As I climbed the stairs to Zimmer's office, I wondered whether I might have been better off not knowing. I was positive the moment Zimmer laid eyes on me, he would know everything, seeing right through me, my thoughts betraying me in some weird telepathic coup. "Ah, Simmons, come on in," he said instead. He sounded a lot warmer than usual, and it felt more than a little awkward as he gestured for me to sit down. "How was your weekend?" Okay, awkward wasn't strong enough a word. He had never been interested in me or my days off. My stomach took a roll as I sat before him. "It was good, thank you." "Marvelous. I have a job for you. Something requiring a little of your time away from King's Court. Interested?" Just the thought of getting some distance between him and I was enough incentive, but I made sure to press my lips shut in case my mouth decided to add to the betrayal. "Sure." "Wonderful." He fumbled for something in a drawer, pulled out a small slip of paper and handed it to me, along with an envelope. "Make your way here, ask for a man named Reuben, and tell him I sent you." He held out the bits of paper, his eyes narrowing as he waited for me to respond. When I did, he almost grinned, the corners of his mouth faltering just a bit. "I hear you've been making progress with Telford. You have no idea how much that means to us." "Us?" I wondered, but I didn't say. Just exactly who is us? "Glad to help," was what I said instead. It seemed to please him. "This will certainly take you places," he said, pointing to the sheet of paper again. "Who knows? Might get you working beside Arthur on a more regular basis." My stomach did a backflip as the words left his lips, and I had never felt the urge to run more than I did at that moment. Work beside Arthur Durran? Is that what he thought I aspired to? Before I had a chance to incriminate myself, Zimmer effectively ended our meeting by waving a finger at the door. Best get going. Thank you, Mr. Zimmer, I said, and hightailed it out of there. Looking at the slip of paper as I descended the stairs, I read an address located in Melbourne itself. Inside I groaned as I realised it meant a bus ride, which would take up almost the entire day. The envelope held £10, enough for the tickets, meals, and a damn week on the beach if I wanted to. Seeing the cash added an extra skip to my step. Knowing I had planned to meet Rose for lunch, I decided to make a quick detour to the infirmary on my way out. Actually, it meant backtracking a bit, but knowing who would be waiting for me, it wasn't a consideration I needed to force. Rose looked more than a little surprised when I told her of my assignment, but she did wish me luck and gave me a peck on the cheek. There wasn't really time for anything else, and so I'd accepted the kiss with a promise of more once I returned. After a quick wave goodbye, I turned back for the front of the prison and out into the glorious sunny day. The day had been promised an absolute perler, with clear skies making a welcome visit during a particularly cold winter. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait long at the bus stop before I was picked up and ferried across to the next town. The trip to my destination would take me from the prison to the main bus depot just off the main street in nearby Daylesford. From there, I would take a 5-minute walk up the hill and catch a train into Melbourne itself, followed by another bus ride up to Fitzroy. Or was it a tram? Curiously, Zimmer had given no specific instructions on what I was supposed to do once I arrived at my destination, which only added to the nerves I was already feeling. In all honesty, I felt a little like I imagined how Jim Lawson must have felt while searching for Harry Lightman. The trip before me held a certain air of mystery about it, the whole thing in line with what I had already experienced during my brief spell at the prison. Things seemed to play out vastly different to how one might imagine them to, with so many curveballs crossing my way during any single shift. Questions? I had a ton of them, dozens, all forming each and every minute of the day. But while questions might have been good, asking them aloud was definitely not recommended. I think maybe that was the reason they had chosen me for the very trip I was on. A kid who didn't ask questions, making for the perfect errand boy. The bus ride into town went by with me gazing out across the landscape while sucking in endless fumes from the driver's pipe. While I did enjoy some tobacco smells, whatever sewer weed the man was smoking stank of rotten fruit with a hint of shit. I nearly gagged a couple of times when he purposefully blew out large clouds of the stink as he puffed away. That was until a fellow passenger, a woman sporting the deepest frown lines I'd ever seen, called for him to desist. "Apologies, ma'am," he'd croaked, before tapping the device out in the ashtray and dropping the emptied vessel into his shirt pocket. It was a relief to finally step out of the lingering smell and out into the country air of a small town just after 10. The sun was sitting high in the sky, with the occasional vehicle rattling past to set the scene. Folks were going about their business at a nearby market, while several businesses alongside the bus depot sounded to be hammering out an income for themselves. Yes, sir. The country town atmosphere was enough to make a man yearn for home, or at least the woman he hoped to share a home with. I wished Rose could have been with me, heading off on an adventure together, not knowing what was waiting at the other end. Not wanting to waste time, I made short work of the walk to the train station, fronting the ticket window the second I arrived. "Melbourne," I said, then realised a dilemma. Was I returning the same way? Was I even returning the same day? I didn't know the answers to the questions I should have asked when I had the opportunity. After grabbing my ticket and change, I went and sat on a nearby bench. The next train wasn't due to leave for almost another hour, which gave me plenty of time to either reflect on the day ahead or get something to occupy my mind. Thankfully, a vendor sat near the back of the platform, his wares displayed on a small rack and adjoining tables. Grabbing a newspaper, a cherry ripe and a Coke, I returned to the bench and made myself comfortable. There weren't too many people waiting, bar a couple sitting a little further down, and a man leaning against the wall of the station while smoking a cigarette. The paper held very little interest for me, except for a small article on a man I had the displeasure of meeting some months before. The accompanying photograph of Harry Lightman was what had grabbed my attention. He'd been sent to Crabapple Prison at the end of his trial, located just a stone's throw from where I now worked. According to the article, he had already managed to injure 4 guards, described as one of the darkest monsters ever produced by this country. There were questions on why he hadn't been handed a death sentence, with several of the victims' families writing to the governor for a please explain. There was something about reading the column which left me feeling depressed. Not just depressed, but really down. I cannot explain why, and wondered whether it had something to do with my feelings for Rose. Knowing how many people the man had murdered, the thought of losing her skipped across my mind, and no matter how hard I tried to kick it away, it kept returning again and again. Thankfully, the train arrived in time to turn my attention to something new, and I boarded one of the carriages near the back. It was my mother's voice which came to me as I watched the train slow to a complete stop, reminding me to never sit in the first 3 carriages of a train. As I grabbed a seat by the door, the heat of the sun engulfed me through the window. By the time the train fully began to rumble its way out of the station, my eyes had already grown weary, the warmth willing me to close my eyes. By the time we passed the town's outer limits, I was in the midst of fighting my eyes, and as the train added a slow and steady rocking, my fight to stay awake came to an end. Melbourne was a stark contrast to the life I knew in rural Victoria. The streets bustling with swarms of people, cars, trams, and all manner of life. The second I stepped from the train station, I felt consumed by the soul of the city, staring at the surrounding streets wide-eyed. It looked like a sea of life, the waves cascading along the front of buildings which lined the roads as far as one could see. And it wasn't just the traffic and people which captured my attention. There was so much more to it. The movie reel playing not just a single track, but several. First, there were the vendors, the street sellers, all shouting in competition to try and gain as much attention as possible. They intertwined themselves with the crowd, following some as they held their wares on outstretched arms. Then there were the onlookers, those with nothing else to do but take in the day and stand aside as the rest of the city passed them by. Some sat on benches and curbs while smoking cigarettes or pipes. One fellow held a cigar the size of a baseball bat, chuffing away as he read a folded newspaper with his free hand. Not to be outdone, those on a mission took center stage, walking through the crowd with a destination in mind. It was their faces which set them apart, each carrying a briefcase or satchel along with a poker face etched in stone. Half a block down, I'd forgotten about the people and focused on something new, something rarely found inside a hill. It was the smell of the place, a cocktail of aromas which flooded the air, drawing my attention in numerous directions at once. Some I could have done without. The rank stink of exhaust smoke, body odor, and the occasional waft of fart as someone passed by a little closer than I was used to. But then there were the other smells, the kinds which drew one in, like a flower pulling in bees. Freshly baked bread was at the top, flooding my senses as I passed a bakery. A quick look inside and I could see a selection of wonderful tarts, cakes, and muffins. A little further down and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and a little further, some sort of stew. Then there were the scents I didn't recognize, but grabbed my attention nonetheless. These I experienced more around shops with names I couldn't pronounce, the foreign inscriptions painted in windows or hanging from the signs. It felt incredible to experience, and I barely noticed anything other than what my senses would allow me to focus on. Only when I passed by a florist and saw freshly cut bunches of red roses did I stop to think of the girl I wished had come with me. Remembering why I had made the trip in the first place, I figured it best to get on with the job Zimmer had assigned me to. If there was time afterwards, then I would take advantage of everything the city had to offer me. I checked the address again, looked around and saw a tram stop a little further up the road. Thankfully, a timetable had been fixed to a post, and I scanned the listings, searching for a connection to Fitzroy. I found one, checked the time, and saw the next tram scheduled just a few minutes away. There were quite a few people already waiting, and so I tried to fit in as best I could. When the tram eventually arrived, the sudden burst of people nearly knocked me sideways. The second the doors opened, people fought to gain entry, pushing past those to disembark. A goofy grin broke on my face as I joined in the fracas, pushing my way through the wall of coats and elbows surrounding me. I didn't get a seat, but standing proved a better option for me, remaining near the door so I could be one of the first to hop off when needed. The tram conductor made his way around once the vehicle rattled back to life, and I paid my fare with the change in my pocket. It wasn't until we had moved off into traffic that I suddenly realized the empty growling in my stomach, disappointingly watching as the bakery I'd passed earlier was slowly left behind. I promised myself a treat from the place if I managed to return this way before they closed for the day. Something I had never quite understood about city life was just how much people were in a hurry. Back inside a hill, life was calm, relaxed, with people taking time to chat with each other in the streets. Everybody had places to go, but they didn't act as if their destinations were running from them. The city felt almost foreign to me, with people shoving each other aside to where they were going. Conversation was rare, and every public vehicle I saw was near bursting from the number of passengers. And that wasn't all. The people themselves looked so different, almost guarded as they kept their eyes either on the path before them or distant, without ever focusing on any one person. The tram journey turned out to be somewhat educational. As I stood leaning against the side of the carriage, I watched how people interacted, both with each other and the tram itself. Things seemed to flow in a kind of pattern, with most prepping to disembark long before the tram actually stopped, eventually in position to jump before the bustle of incomings could impede them. When it came time for me to do the same, I did my best to mirror them, maneuvering myself to the doorway as I saw the stop closing in on us. Rather than step off, I had to lean forward enough for my weight to push the wall of bodies aside. If I didn't, I think I would have ended up on top of the crowd, that or beneath them. Holding my breath, I did my best to politely reach the clearings of the footpath beyond, but another thing I discovered was manners were few and far between. Managing to push clear of the bustling crowd, I reached the safety of the footpath and again took note of the address I'd been handed. Zimmer had noted that my destination was off Brunswick Street, which happened to be the one I found myself standing on. What Zimmer hadn't written was how far up or down Kerr Street was located, and so, not wanting to sound like a complete tourist, I pushed aside the urge to ask someone and headed north, figuring it was as good a chance as any. The day was still perfect, and thankfully I found another bakery not far from where I hopped off the tram. With my stomach reminding me of its presence, I headed inside. While not as appealing as the bakery I'd passed on Flinders Street, the shop still had a variety of things to choose from. I opted for a meat pie and Coke, thanking the woman who served me. She took my money without so much as a smile, shoved my change on the counter, and turned her attention to the next person in line. I wanted to scream at her, but instead, I smiled and thanked her again and took my purchases. The pie wasn't exactly an award winner, but it did hit the spot enough to calm the growling. I continued walking as I ate, checking each street name I passed, hoping I hadn't been dumb enough to miss the one I needed. When I still hadn't found it almost 20 minutes later, I did what no man had ever willingly done before me, and asked for directions. "A little further," the man said, pointing in the direction I was already walking. "Second past Johnston." He continued on his way without so much as a goodbye, and I wondered if half of the people around me had ever bothered to visit some of the towns in their state. Might learn a thing or two about being sociable, I thought to myself, and continued walking. I found Kerr Street a little further up and felt my stomach tighten as I rounded the corner, looking for numbers and the business I had been sent to visit. The volume of the bustling streets seemed to fade considerably as the street before me appeared to darken. The street wasn't the epicenter of life I had been a part of up until that point. Instead, a quiet back street of shuttered windows and suspicious eyes. I could sense people turning to see who the stranger walking past was, like a mechanic peering out from under a bonnet, and the group of men sitting around smoking cigarettes on their break. Fish filled the gutters of the road, and the glint of broken beer bottles poked through bits of cardboard. The footpath, if that's what it really was, looked dimpled with holes and cracks, a certain ankle injury for the distracted few. I finally found the place, a small warehouse with a hand-painted sign above the open door. Matlock's Window Fittings. The irony was the only window in the building had a crack running from top to bottom. A stiff breeze would have blown it out, and I wondered why a window fitter wouldn't just fix it. "What do you want?" a raggedy voice suddenly called out before I had any chance to make my way closer. The inside of the shed was considerably darker than I would have expected, the voice coming from somewhere within the shadows. Mr. Zimmer sent me?" My insides tightened again, as if gripped by phantom fingers. "Harold sent you?" I nodded. "Yes, sir." Low laughter floated out to me, and I was sure it came from a different person. The first voice cried out, "Sir? No fucking sirs around here, kid." A face suddenly appeared, the stranger walking towards the door. "Well, hurry the fuck up, get inside." I did, wondering if this was where my story ended, cut down by whoever was hiding behind the man coming towards me. "Sorry," I tried, continuing until the shadows swallowed me whole and the stranger closed the door. Before my eyes had a chance to adjust to the darkness, a light switched on directly overhead, and I saw that it wasn't just 2 men, but 5. 4 of them were sitting around a table, bottles of beer before them, as well as a briefcase which looked completely out of place. The case had been laid flat, and the man who'd closed the door suddenly gripped my shoulder. "Screw, huh?" It was at that moment where I noticed the men sitting before me, the looks on their faces unable to hide their thoughts. They hated me. With every inch of their being, they detested me and everything I stood for. They were criminals, all of them, perhaps having done time themselves. They had experienced prison at the hands of someone else and painted me with the very same brush. That was when I saw the pistol sitting beside the briefcase. One of the men looked at it and grinned, his smile growing ever wider as he saw my reaction to it. Don't worry. Tommy here only hates the screws at Pentridge." The rest laughed, a low cackling that sounded more threat than comedy. All except Tommy. He kept watching me, his eyes deciding whether to put a bullet in my brain. "All right, knock it off," a new voice said, and I turned to see another man walking in from an adjoining office. "Hank, give him the keys." "As you wish, Rube," the first man said, holding out a set of keys. I took them, then thought, Rube, as in Reuben. This was the one I was supposed to ask for. Realizing my assumption had led me somewhat astray, I turned to the new arrival. "Grab the case, Percy," he said, surprising me for the second time. I did as asked, doing my best to avoid eye contact with the rest of the mob. Reuben headed to the door, and I made sure to follow him as quick as I could. I felt I was fast closing in on outstaying my welcome, and didn't want to spend a second more than I needed to with those men. "Got a license?" Reuben asked once we were outside. I nodded, then reached into my pocket. "It's okay, I don't need to see it." We continued on before my escort suddenly stopped beside a car I didn't pay the slightest attention to on my approach. It was a Ford, the shiny blue paint almost sparkling. "3 rules," Reuben said, holding out a hand in front before unfolding the first finger. 1. There's no peeking in the case. Zimmer finds out you've been snooping through his shit and he's going to drop you into the nearest ditch. He unfolded the second finger. 2. Stay out of the boot, the trunk, whatever you want to fucking call it. What's in there is for one person's eyes, and that's Darren. Think you want to piss him off? I shook my head. No, sir. Reuben nodded. Good. He continued, unfolding the third finger. And finally, there's no stopping between here and your destination. Not for fuel, not for a piss, nothing. If you see a hot pair of titties jiggling at you to try and get a ride, you turn the other way and press that accelerator down harder. You got me? I nodded again. No, it ain't going to cut it. Need to hear you say it. I understand, I said. He kept his eyes fixed on me as if trying to read my thoughts. After a few uncomfortable moments of him staring me down, I must have finally passed the test. Good. Now get the fuck out of here. I was about to open the door when he pulled me back. Oh, and when you get back to Zimmer, you tell that piece of shit we're done. You hear? I nodded again, then remembering his previous request added, Yes, I will. Reuben nodded, turned for his warehouse, and left me standing by the car alone. I watched him for a few seconds, then figured I'd take his advice and get out of there. A moment later, the engine roared to life and I was off, back on my way into the arms of the woman I needed more than anything. All I could think of was, what the hell had I gotten myself into? The drive back to Cider Hill took just 2 hours, a far cry from the trip in the opposite direction. At just over 70 miles, it took me through several changes in landscape, from the bustling streets of the inner city to the vast expanses of the countryside, small towns dotting the outer Melbourne limits and beyond. As if carrying a passenger in the back seat sent to keep an eye on me, I did just as Reuben had instructed, not stopping for anything along the way. I knew some people just had a way of knowing when someone had taken to their secrets, and I didn't want to risk a bullet for the sake of being snoopy. There was one thing I did notice, however, something odd with the car I was driving. The fuel gauge didn't seem to drop. No matter how many miles we chewed through, the car didn't seem to use any of the fuel the needle indicated, and I wondered whether it was stuck. Maybe it's got more than one fuel tank. A weird thought said to me, and I wondered why that would be. Leave it alone, another part of my brain chimed in, and I mentally reached out for it, preferring that side of my mind to the other. And on the journey went. I pulled into the prison parking lot a little after 6, the night already casting its long cloak over the facility. As if he'd been standing in the window watching for me, Zimmer appeared at the front door almost the same moment I killed the engine, followed closely by Dunstan. "How'd you go?" Zimmer asked. "Okay, I guess," I said. "There's a suitcase in the back for you." The revelation brought a smile from him, his teeth bright enough to stand out in the darkness. "Good. Very good." He turned to look at Dunstan and flicked his fingers. As if reading his mind, Dunstan nodded, came to the driver's side and held his hand out for the keys. I dropped them into his palm, then stood back as he climbed in. "You can go home, Percy. I'll see you in the morning." "You sure?" I began. "I can—" But when he turned to look at me, I could sense my time to leave had come, my words slamming to a halt in my throat. I walked over to the bus stop, listening as Dunstan started the car, then headed for the top corner of the lot. But surprisingly, he didn't head out onto the road, instead pulling up to the prison's main gate. A few moments later, it opened and the Ford disappeared inside. Zimmer took one final look at me from the top of the stairs, then disappeared back inside, leaving me to face the cold, alone. Whatever the purpose for my trip, I had delivered as asked, kept my word to Reuben, and brought the cargo to its destination. Where it went after that wasn't for me to know. Not at that stage, anyway. 11. "I sliced his throat from ear to ear," Chugger said as he shared the details of the previous day's assault on Ted Bunting. I listened as my insides cramped in a way I'd never felt before. His voice had momentarily lost the cheer he'd become known for, sounding pained as he laid out the graphic details. "They cornered him in one of the cells. Marv Declan, the crook with the lisp?" I nodded. "He and that skinny guy with the thick red hair. What's his name? Tucker or something?" "George Tucker," I added. "That's him. Declan told Ted his window was broken and if he could check it. Ted did, not thinking anything of it." I listened wide-eyed, shocked as the images played out in my brain. I couldn't imagine the terror going through my friend's mind as he fought through his final moments. "Tucker grabbed him from behind, held his arms. Declan had the razor and they sliced him. That cunt looked into his eyes and almost decapitated him." I physically shuddered, something my mother called someone walking over my grave. As the sensation passed, I wondered how true it was. He's really dead, I whispered, more to myself. Chugger reached out and squeezed my shoulder. Probably a good thing you weren't here. Was one hell of a mess. Even Colby puked his guts up. Hey, Simmons, Creed called up the stairwell. Zimmer wants a word. Chugger looked at me, gave me another squeeze, then clapped me on the back. Go. I'll hang around here. You sure? You're a supervisor now. No more cleaning shit cans for you. Chugger laughed. I doubt anyone could ever get away from cleaning shit cans. I nodded, grabbed my jacket and cap and made my way down the stairs. Sitting at the desk on ground level, Creed and Dunstan watched me walk past. Don't keep the man waiting, Creed said as I reached the door. I didn't reply. The day was blowing a gale, and instead of donning my cap, I simply held it by my side. No point putting it on if I was only going to end up chasing it around the yard. The thought drew a shallow grin as I watched someone else's cap fly past the gate I was approaching, followed by a guard hightailing it after the escaped piece of uniform. Any other time I might have laughed, or at the very least cracked a smile. But with Ted's demise still fresh on my mind, smiling was about the furthest thing from my mind. Go right in, Prue Prendergast said as I topped the stairs. I did, not bothering with formalities. I knocked on the door first, but more out of habit. Simmons, come on in, Zimmer said, and at first I thought the meeting would be a repeat of the previous day. But when I saw Durran standing near the window, I felt myself tense up almost immediately. The man simply had that kind of effect on me. Grab a seat. I did. So, what happened with Reuben? Anything to pass on? He said to tell you he's done. That's all? I nodded, unsure if he wanted the finer details. As it turned out, he did. Tell me exactly what he said. Word for word, if you don't mind. He grabbed a hanky from his pocket, sat, and began to clean his glasses as he listened. He said, tell that piece of shit we're done. That's all he said. Zimmer looked across to Durran, and when I snuck a peek, saw the man grinning from ear to ear. I have another trip for you. This one's going to be a little further away than the last. You don't mind, do you? I thought about asking how far, but then decided not to. Better to shut up and listen than to ask dumb questions which would eventually be answered. Zimmer seemed to approve my lack of questions, not bothering to wait for an answer. We need you to take a drive to Munchie in New South Wales. Ever heard of it? Oh, yes, I have, Zimmer, old buddy, I felt like saying. Isn't that where Durran's sweet brother is? The one who likes to protect him from nasty women your old mate here likes to beat up? Instead, I simply nodded. Oh, and before I forget, the car you picked up from Melbourne? It's yours. Maybe take your girl out on the town when you get back. Mine? I asked, the words falling from my mouth out of reflex. You're going to need it close by, so might as well make it official. Prue will have you sign the paperwork. Once that's done, head out the front. You'll find Dunstan waiting for you out in the lot. Yes, sir, I said. I was about to get up when Durran stopped me in my tracks. Before you go, there's something you should know. He rose from the windowsill he'd been leaning against, and I pictured him leaning against a certain police car's fender the same way. If you do anything to jeopardize this run, or any others we send you on, don't bother coming back. He looked me dead in the eye when he said the next bit, leaving little doubt to the true meaning. You wouldn't have anything to come back to. The air in the office turned frigid as the words left his lips, hanging between us like great big neon-lit threats. I didn't need to answer, simply nodding again. It's what I had become good at during the previous few weeks, finding nodding to be the most efficient answer when it came to communicating with these assholes. He waved me away, took a few steps forward, and dropped into the seat I vacated. Zimmer waited for me to leave before putting his glasses back on and sharing his thoughts with the main man. But by then, I was already gone. The paperwork was finished within a couple of short minutes, and once Prue was satisfied there was nothing else for me to sign, wished me a good day. I descended the stairs 3 at a time, almost losing my footing around the final bend, but I managed to catch myself from falling by grabbing the handrail at the last second. My ankle twisted painfully to one side and I felt the heat of a sprain almost instantly. Limping down the stairs of the building, I thought about going to see Rose before I left for another day's outing. This one I knew would take a night at the minimum, given the near 1,200-mile round trip. But when I took a look back up to the 3rd floor, saw a shadow watching me from behind the blinds of Zimmer's office. Rose would have to wait. Just as Zimmer had said, Dunstan sat waiting for me in the forward near the far end of the parking lot. He looked pissed as I approached, his face almost blue from the cold. "The fuck kept you?" "I came straight from Zimmer's office," I said, but he ignored me. "Here, take this." It was another envelope. "There's a fuel stop about 5 miles this side of town. A golden fleece. Ask for Trevor, and don't speak to anybody else. No unnecessary stops. Make sure you get there before sundown, or else you're going to have one pissed-off son of a bitch to deal with." He held the keys out to me. "Oh, and in case you hadn't figured it out yet, don't look in the boot. Just my advice to you." He dropped the keys into my palm and continued on, not needing an answer or a cursory nod. His attitude was enough to keep him warm, and I watched him for a brief moment, wondering what it would feel like to smack him in the back of the head with my baton. The prick continued to rub me up the wrong way, and all I wanted was an opportunity to let him know my true feelings. Once inside the car, I started the engine, turned the heat up to maximum, then tore open the envelope. There was £20 inside, enough for a holiday to another country. There was also a slip of paper with the instructions Dunstan just verbalized for me. I read them to be sure they were imprinted in my brain, then tossed the envelope into the glove compartment. A few moments later, I was pulling out of the prison's car park and onto the open road. My second adventure in as many days had begun. The car felt amazing, perhaps more so since learning it was actually mine. I had never owned a car before, having barely driven one since getting my driver's license. It dawned on me that I had driven a car more while unlicensed than I did once allowed to actually drive one. I guessed that was one of the benefits of growing up with friends who owned farms. I reached the Victorian-New South Wales border a little after 11 and pulled into a fuel stop for petrol. I needed a piss as well, but decided against it, simply paying for the fuel and a few snacks to keep me company. I didn't want to risk leaving the car unattended. The threat from Durran had been real and gave me butterflies each time it repeated in my head. I couldn't risk letting the car out of my sight, so instead pulled down a lonely country lane if I needed to relieve myself. The great thing was, the car had a radio installed. I knew they weren't produced at the factory with them, but a company in Melbourne offered the service, and thankfully the previous owner had been good enough to get the added luxury fitted. As I cruised down the highways of rural Australia, I got to enjoy the talented delights of singers like Benny Goodman and Paul Whiteman, but none sounded better to me than the one and only Bing Crosby. With the window down, my arm resting on the sill and the volume up to near distortion, I sang along to a man my mother listened to whenever she worked in her sewing room. I know it's a silly comparison, but for me he sounded even better while driving down the roads with the wind blowing through my hair. It was as if there was no one but us, me taking care of the car while Bing took charge of the entertainment. It felt like the perfect match, and it was one of the best drives of my life. The names of the towns began to float by like nothing more than memories as I continued on, the hours passing by as slowly as the scenery. Holbrook, Kiamba, Taikata. Occasionally a place draped in folklore would turn up, such as Gundagai and its world-famous dog on the tucker box. But no matter how hard I tried, there was no getting away from the uneasy feeling that I was dragging Rose into a deep and dark journey, one which I couldn't fully understand myself. I stopped outside a place called Cowra a little after 4, with just an hour left until my destination. While my bladder had been pressing a little more savagely the previous 100 miles or so, it wasn't the only reason for the break. My thoughts of Rose were what was really pressing on me. As I took care of business, I gazed across the countryside, not really seeing the land as clearly as the face in my mind. Guilt was what had been tearing up my insides. The guilt of knowing I was dragging her into the muddy waters as much as myself. And me agreeing to take these trips was only making things worse. As my urine sprayed across the weeds edging the road I'd stopped on, my thoughts had been deep enough to keep me from hearing the approaching car, or the person who eventually climbed out and almost walked right up behind me. "You lost, kid?" Hearing the voice so close just about broke me, and I ended up spraying the final few drops into my pants, desperate to conceal myself from the new arrival. I turned to see a police officer standing near the back of the Ford. "No, sorry," I tried. "Just needed a leak, that's all." "Petrol station's got toilets?" It wasn't a question, and when I didn't respond, he added, "Guess pissing on a tree is still considered one of man's greatest benefits." He turned his attention to the car, peering at it with a look of keen interest. "Yours?" It was a question I was proud to answer. "As of this morning, yes." "How'd you get it?" "My boss gave it to me." The answer surprised him. "Gave it to you? Who the hell gets a car given to them? I'm a guard at King's Court." I expected him to react to the comment, to at least show some sort of surprise. There was none. During my first few months as a prison officer, the reactions from those who I shared the information with had been a mixed bag. Most of the time, their eyes would widen, instantly intrigued about the goings-on inside a jail. Some tried to act nonchalant, but their eyes could never hide their intrigue. The officer standing before me had nothing, a poker face dipped in concrete. "Anything in the boot?" The question came out of nowhere, and it should have been one I'd prepared for. Sadly, I hadn't. My demeanor must have changed some, because I could see his own change, perhaps mirroring my own. "Let's take a look, shall we?" Thankfully, I'd already spotted the front of my pants with piss. If I hadn't, then the effect his request had on me would have highlighted my response. I looked around, trying to find a way out, but there was none. It was just him and me. The cop watching me with one hand on his hip, the other on the butt of his pistol. "Sure," I finally said, stepping past him and to the back of the car. I already had the keys in my hand. I'd made sure to grab them for the smallest of reasons, including standing beside it to piss. "Keep it locked?" he asked as I fumbled for the key. "Habit, I guess." He just nodded. I managed to calm my hand enough to stop the tip of the key shaking all over the place. The nerves were ravaging me, my legs weakening as I inserted the key and slowly began to turn. "Where you headed anyway?" Great. A country cop wanting to make conversation. "Up to Mudgee." "Mudgee? Got family up there?" The key clicked, turned, and returned upright. "No, just a friend." With nowhere else to turn, and nothing left to use to stall the situation, I did what I had to in order to shut the cop up. My hands were shaking so bad I think if I had been carrying, I would have shot him right there and then. The one thought which continuously peppered my brain was Durran beating Rose to death with his baton. As I stood there slowly lifting the boot lid, I had one line repeating itself over and over. Him or me. "Okay, all good," he said before I realized he'd already looked inside. I followed his eyes, expecting to see boxes or a body or piles of cash. Instead, there was nothing. The tray of the compartment completely empty, save for the jack and the wheel nut spanner. "Drive safe," he finally said, shot me a wave, and returned to his car. I watched him climb in, then roll past me and on to wherever he'd been headed before I crossed his path. It wasn't until the rumble of his engine had completely vanished that I returned my attention to the boot, wondering why on earth I was out there at all. After contemplating the final stretch, I shut the lid, climbed back in, and fired the car up. Soon I was out on the main road once again, heading towards a destination which held a mystery in itself. All I could do was follow the bitumen, with every possible escape already blocked. I made it to the petrol station Dunstan had described just before sunset, meeting my deadline with barely minutes to spare. An attendant came out of the small station almost immediately, wiping his hands on a dirty grease rag. "Evening," he called. "Hey there. Just fill it, please," I returned. "Is Trevor around?" "Trev? Sure, that's me." His face was almost comical to look at if the situation wasn't so darn serious. He wore a grin which lit up the entirety of his face, topped by the biggest eyebrows I'd ever seen. The man could have been a professional comedian, maybe combing the locks above his eyes with a miniature comb. "I'm Percy Simmons. Zimmer sent me?" The mood changed in an instant. "Cutting it a little close, don't you think? Stop for a pull on the side of the road or something?" "Huh?" I asked. But before I could elaborate, he came at me, the rag disappearing into his back pocket as he grabbed me by the shirt and pulled me towards the building. Came as quick as... He wasn't listening, with me having little choice but to follow. If I had tripped, I think he would have continued dragging my ass inside, uninterested in my words or resistance. I walked precariously, doing my best to keep up as I navigated my feet around petrol pumps and oil displays. The building had two sides, with a door joining the two halves. It was a classic petrol station layout with a shop taking up half and a mechanical stall filling the other. He had a hoist, but no car on it. The only vehicle I saw was an old beater parked around the side of the building as I pulled up. "Sit down," he ordered, flinging me towards a chair leaning against the oversized tool chest. He didn't bother making sure, walking back to the open roller door and grabbing the chain to lower it. The rattle of it running through the little cog was deafening. I could see the muscles in his shirt flexing as he continuously pulled the chain until the door had completely lowered. Barely raising a sweat, he let go, the chain clanging against the wall several times as he stood staring at me. "Don't move," he finally grunted, none of the humor remaining in his face. The butterflies in my stomach felt suicidal, an uneasy cramping reminding me of the situation. Trevor left the garage, walking through the door joining the two halves. I heard some rustling, something heavy slamming down, then his voice. "Yeah, he's here." Then silence. I listened as a little more rustling filled the air, followed by the distinctive psht of a can opening. A moment of silence, and then steps. Heavy boots on concrete as he returned. Trevor stood before me with a can of beer in one hand and a pistol in the other. One he held like a delicate flower, almost caressing it as the thumb rubbed it affectionately. The other he held down by his leg, ready in case he needed it quickly. He stood before me as if quietly regarding my being from a distance. My nerves were definitely fraying as we watched each other, him holding the can half-mast, but not drinking in case I made a move during a brief distraction. "Am I missing something?" I finally said. Truth is, my patience was just about done by then. I was tired of constantly being spoken to like a piece of shit, as if age somehow gave those older some untold right to piss on anybody younger than themselves. "Yeah, I think you are missing something, all right?" He didn't move, the gun hanging silently beside him. I was about to ask what when a sound filled the air. At first I thought it came from outside, like a car door creaking open. But when I looked at Trevor and saw the man grinning, I recognized the expression. "Get that into ya," he crooned, took a swig from his beer, and set the can down on the bench. He looked a little sideways and sniffed the air, then turned back to grin wider, a row of stained teeth staring back. "Holy shit, that'll make your toes curl." With absolutely no airflow, his fart soon hung low and heavy over the room, smelling as if he'd smeared a turd directly along my top lip. I just about gagged, but tried my best not to let my distaste show. It didn't work, the repulsive prick laughing it up. He followed it up with another, this one sounding almost wet enough to paint the wall, then raised his can again. The stink intensified as a real fear of vomiting hit me. It was bad. "Jesus, Trevor," a voice said from the doorway. Caught up in the distraction of trying to keep my lunch in, I hadn't heard another car pull up. But when I looked to where the voice came from, time seemed to slow, the new figure stepping into the garage as he considered the guest of honor. Words just about froze in my throat as I stared wide-eyed up at a man who had no place being there at all. It was Durran himself, the man standing a little taller than I was used to. He'd managed to grow a mustache in the time since I'd seen him last, which happened to be just a few hours before. There was also a small scar on his top lip, giving it a slight dent on one side. But everything else was the Durran I knew. The man walked into the room, grabbed a second chair and effortlessly raised it over the bench. He set it down before me, facing away, then sat on it with his chest resting on the backrest. While our chairs matched, his height was considerably more than my own, and I had to look up to catch his gaze. He considered me for a brief moment, a moment where I just about shat my pants. The smell was already there and my mind tried to remind me it wasn't my own, but given the cramping in my bowels, wasn't so sure. Durran gripped the top of the chair's backrest tighter, the knuckles turning white as they popped in unison. Looking at his hands, I realized the scar was gone, the one Jim had told me about. I looked at his other hand, in case it had moved, but there was no sign of it on that one either. Jim Lawson's bullet wound had disappeared. Looking up into the man's face again, common sense suddenly returned and I finally understood. This wasn't Arthur Durran at all, but his brother. Edward, I whispered before realizing I spoke the word out loud. The man sitting before me smiled, the teeth perfectly white. In person, he said, and the man who should kick your ass all the way back to that shithole you call a prison. I didn't know how to answer that. Actually, I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing at all. I had driven 600 miles with the instructions of telling a man I'd arrived. How the hell could I have fucked that up? But apparently I had, with Edward and Trevor both staring at me as if ready to nail me to the nearest wall. Give the kid a break, a new voice suddenly said from the doorway. Maybe I just squeezed his balls a little harder than normal. My eyes turned to find the first familiar face I'd seen since arriving, although it wasn't one I'd been expecting. It was the cop, the one from the roadside who'd asked to check the boot. He too was carrying a can of beer, as well as a second in his other hand, which he threw to Edward. The man sitting before me caught it easily, ripped the top off, and upended it. I watched the entire contents fall out of the opening, the man swallowing the lot in 3 quick gulps. Once empty, he crushed the can and tossed it over his shoulder. Not content with the display, he belched, the sound hitting me in the face with a blast of stink and droplets. My stomach turned. My brother brought you in for a reason. He must have had some sort of faith you'd be able to keep your mouth shut, he finally offered, offering me a small morsel of information. And according to him, you've been working magic with our Jimmy. Is that true? At first I didn't follow, but then remembered my own piece of investigation. Jimmy Telford, yes, I said, almost sounding defensive. In a way, I was, trying to defend myself from something I didn't know enough about to fully understand. Then how can you be so fucking stupid and spill your guts to some random cop who stops by? He pointed a finger at the new arrival, his eyes never leaving my own. I tried. Tried? Frank here tells me you gave up everything at the drop of a hat. He asked, you gave. Is that about the size of it? You did, kid, the cop said, taking a quick sip as he stepped forward. Not exactly how we thought you'd hold up. But I didn't know what the go was. Nobody's told me shit. I tried to defend myself, but instead sounded as if I was begging for my life. Perhaps I was. And for obvious reasons, it seems, Edward said. He suddenly let go of the chair, rose to his feet, and stepped back. Still looking down at me, he paced slowly left, then right, as if considering my fate. So, what do we do with you? Feeling like my very life hung in the balance, I tried to talk sense, to reason my way out of the mess. If I knew, I wouldn't have given in so quick, I swear. He just caught me with my pants down. Literally, Frank added, a little snicker highlighting the truth of the matter. Fuck it, Durran said suddenly. Just shoot the cunt. As if having passed judgment, he stepped aside, waved Trevor forward and gestured to Frank for another beer. Trevor did, raising the pistol as he strode towards me. Please don't! I screamed, my bladder close to emptying itself right there and then. Please, I don't want to die! Trevor didn't react, stepping before me and cocking the hammer. He raised the gun, aiming the barrel directly into my face. Please! I wailed. Wait, Durran said. Trevor did, but kept the pistol trained on me. What if we do, and you get pulled up again? What if this time they open the boot and something's actually in there? What then? He stepped forward, his body pushing Trevor aside as he lunged for me. One hand gripped my throat, the other my shirt front, as he effortlessly lifted me out of the chair and pushed me against the wall. The very air in the room squeezed from my lungs as Duran's hand pushed on my chest. He came close enough for me to smell chewing tobacco, the scent lingering beneath the stink of beer. With his face in mine, he stared into my eyes, and in that brief moment, I saw his brother staring back. The one who I'd seen in the unit on the day of that first murder. It was the evil one. The one who I dubbed a demon. Enough of this shit. If you get found out, I suggest you beg whoever finds you to shoot you right there and then, because God help you if I get my hands on you. Or that peachy girlfriend of yours. My heart was pounding hard enough for me to feel it in my temples, the grip of Duran holding strong as I struggled to breathe. I felt the world slipping away as a mixture of nerves and lack of oxygen was robbing me from consciousness. The last thing I remember was Frank the cop telling Duran he was killing me. As I passed out, I realized it was the first time I agreed with the man. I awoke in a darkened room, seeing the distinct shadow of a window above me. As I reached for my own face, maybe to make sure I was really alive, the bed springs creaked beneath me, loud enough to punctuate the stillness of the room. A weight hung heavy in my head, a low thudding headache pulsing in and out behind my right eye. I reached for it, gently rubbing the ball with one precarious thumb. It did little to dull the pain, and despite not knowing where I was, wished I could return to sleep. Sleep was good. It made the pain go away, as well as the confusion, the doubt, all the scary shit which had somehow turned into what I now called my life. A light snapped on somewhere as a thin beam of light flashed across the room. I looked to where the door's outline suddenly appeared, the yellow light coursing across the floor of my room. A shadow first walked past the door, followed by a distinct sound of piss hitting water. I listened as the mystery person relieved themselves. Once the toilet flushed, the shadow again appeared beneath the edge of the door, this time stopping. "Toilet's just here," the cop's voice called. "Get some rest. Long drive ahead of you tomorrow." The light snapped off, and I was again left in darkness, with just the sounds of trees rustling in the wind for company. Figuring I had no real alternatives, I did the only thing possible. Rolled back over and shut my eyes. Surprisingly, sleep returned within moments. "Time to get a move on." The sun blazed in through the window, nearly blinding me as the banging on the door pulled me from my sleep. The headache which had announced its presence during my brief early morning awakening remained, feeling like it was ready to burst my eyeball from the inside. Once I managed to open my eyes enough to take in my surroundings, I saw a room with nothing more than the bed I lay on. A dirty rag of a blanket had been thrown across me for warmth, the window above me cracked with a single torn curtain pulled to one side. I sat up, the creaking of the bed filling the room with near musical notes. There was movement somewhere beyond the door, but I couldn't make out who or what was responsible for it. My back screamed for a stretch, feeling almost concussed from the poor sleeping frame I'd been dropped on. I stood, almost lost my balance and caught myself from falling by grabbing the wrought iron bedhead. That was when the door opened. "Good to see you're alive at least," Frank the cop said, looking vastly different out of uniform. "Got some breakfast cooking if you're interested." He didn't wait for an answer, disappearing back towards whatever was creating the smell of frying bacon. I found the toilet next to the room and quickly took care of business before washing my hands and face in the cool water of the sink. It felt good but did nothing for the headache. Back in the hallway, I followed my nose, sidestepping a curious cat which lay in the middle of the walkway. The kitchen didn't match the run-down appearance of the rest of the home. It was clean, almost to the point of looking sterile. The cooktop carried 2 pans, one with the bacon I could smell, the other scrambling eggs. Frank saw me and held out a cup. "Grab yourself some coffee," he said, pointing to a percolator. I did, the first taste sending waves of familiar warmth into my system. "Need toast?" I shook my head. "Good man. The devil's food, I tell you. Better to stick with protein, I always say." I agreed with him for a second time. The food was good and would have been better if things didn't feel so out of sorts for me. I expected my host to at least shed some light as to how I got to his home, let alone the whole choking incident. Eventually my curiosity got the better of me and I just asked. "You'll have to forgive Edward. He can be a little heavy-handed at times." Heavy-handed, I thought. What the fuck does he do when he really means to hurt someone? Things tend to get to him when he has no control, or when his ass is on the line and someone else pulls the strings. Control over what? I asked. I still have no idea what is going on. All I know is I was asked to drive a car here and ask for Trevor. The cop looked at me across the edge of his cup. I think he could relate to my frustrations and considered putting me out of my misery. But then he didn't, turning back to the pans before emptying their contents onto 2 plates. "Here," he said, holding one out to me. I took it, my stomach grumbling to be fed. We are both what you might call accessories to the fact. Legal talk, I thought. Great. There are those in charge, and there are us, the facilitators, the ones who make things happen. Edward just happens to be one of the ones in charge, as is his brother and Zimmer. They are the ones who get the money which ends up in our pockets, and hey, don't it feel great getting that extra kick in your weekly pay packet? I wouldn't know, I said. All I do is drive. Frank looked at me surprised. You haven't been paid yet? I shook my head. His lips pursed a little as he considered. Don't you worry. The money will come for you. You'll see. But for what? I asked, still no closer to the truth of the matter. That's not for me to say. All I can offer is an assurance that you'll be looked after as long as you play the game. He looked down at my plate. And a decent breakfast. He laughed at his own humor, then shoveled a heaped fork into his mouth. And if I don't? He stopped, the fork halfway back to his plate. He stared at me, his face turning blank in an instant. Don't even think like that, he said, lowering his voice. Just do what you're asked to do, and things will work out. He stared for a few seconds more, then returned his attention back to the food. We ate in near silence until a car's horn broke through, Frank looking up and at the window. That'll be Trevor, he said, turning his attention to me. Time for you to get going. Now don't forget, stick with the plan, protect your load, and don't stop till you get home. The load, I thought. This time there'll be something in the boot. Something which could cost me my life. Okay, come on, let's go, he said, rising to his feet and gesturing for me to do the same. Time's a-wasting. I followed him out and found myself standing in the middle of a country paddock, the home sitting bang in the middle of a herd of cows. A dirt road wound back towards a distant tree line, with more fields flanking it on either side. So, you're still alive then, Trevor said, standing by my car, a goofy grin on his face. He threw me the keys. I caught them easily, as he pointed to the back of the car. I wouldn't go snooping around back there. Mightn't end well for you, if you catch my drift. He laughed, farted, sampled, then laughed again. He was a walking disgrace of a man and one I hoped I would never cross again. All right then, Frank said, handing me a paper bag. I know it's not much, but I hope it gets you home. Just remember what I said. Time's a-ticking. Get this car back to Zimmer and I promise there'll be something in it for you. Surprisingly, once I took the bag, Frank held a hand out and shook with me. His grip was tight, strong, one I wasn't expecting from someone considered on the other team. Thank you, I said, feeling a little ashamed for thinking him the enemy. He nodded, then took a step back. I fired the car up and threw a wave out the window as I turned the car around in a long arc. Both men remained where they stood until I was nothing more than a blur in the dust. By then, I lost sight of them, continuing on to where not only Doran and Zimmer would be waiting for whatever I was bringing them, but also a girl who I needed in my arms. For me, Rose was the silver lining behind everything. Without her, I would have already given up. 12. The trip from Cider Hill to Mudgee wasn't nearly as satisfying as the one which I experienced on the return journey. With the wind at my back, a destination before me, and a purpose for making it safe and sound, I drove like never before. Even my bladder seemed to sense the urgency to get back, only making itself known twice along the entire trip. I left Frank's farm a little before 8, hitting the main road just as the sun disappeared behind a thick band of clouds. The further I drove, the thicker the blanket appeared, until the first spots of rain finally fell a little after 11. By 1 that afternoon, the spitting had turned into a constant drizzle, punctuated by the occasional shower until I reached the border. Thankfully, I only needed to stop once for fuel along the trip, and I began to suspect the vehicle had been modified in some way, giving it a much greater range than normal. My mind went places as I drove, many places. Some of the time, I thought of my mother, and how I felt as if I had failed her somehow. Technically, I still hadn't really done anything, although the fact might have been lost in court under cross-examination. I wanted to make her proud of me, hence my initial decision to try for the job. Other times my mind thought of the men waiting for me to return and how they were going to receive me. I had little doubt Edward would have contacted his brother and shared the graphic details of what went down during my drive north. I could almost picture them, sitting around and laughing when they heard about him squeezing the very life from my body and dropping my passed-out ass onto the floor. Dunstan would just about crap himself from the fit of howling. And then there was the other place, the one where it was just Rose and I, the pair of us sharing a home somewhere, away from the horror of King's Court. I imagined us sitting on the porch of our very own cottage, maybe somewhere out in the country, surrounded by fruit trees and horses. She once told me about her love for horses, always having dreamt of owning her own. Could that be one of the dreams I could help fulfill for her? The closer I came to the end of the journey, the more the uneasy feeling in my stomach grew. Nerves returned like a freight train as I saw the first signs of Cider Hill. It felt as if I knew a broken leg or arm lay directly ahead, but no matter what action I took, there was nothing I could do to avoid it. Regardless of which way I turned, I had no choice but to drive towards certain doom. By the time I reached the very road the prison sat on, my insides felt as if they were about to come bursting out of my arse. The cramping, reminiscent of the worst case of diarrhea, felt relentless, my bowels contracting as if prepping for birth. Just before I reached the crest of the hill overlooking King's Court, I pulled over. I had to. Even my breathing had become laboured, feeling as if the very air somehow was evading me. Panic took hold as I jumped from the car, ran to the edge of the road and stared off into the trees. I was sweating despite the icy wind blowing across the road, my mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. What if she was already dead? What if they were holding her somewhere? A car suddenly approached from behind and I had a sinking feeling that it would be another cop, this one not linked to the group. He would pull over, question me the way Frank had, and then ask to check the car. And that was when the game would be over. Rose dead and me left to face the wrath of Doran. The car didn't stop, not even slowing. The driver, who I barely caught a glimpse of, didn't so much as turn to see why another vehicle was stopped. I watched as the taillights disappeared into the mist of rain, eventually dropping down over the crest and out of view. Taking it as a sign, I closed my eyes and slowed my breathing by inhaling deeply and holding. As I exhaled, I slowly spoke the word, relax, repeating it 3 times with each breath. It was a remedy my doctor had once given my mother, and she had passed it on to me. It worked a treat, and before long, I had myself back under control. Once back in the car, I concentrated on the road ahead, put the car into gear, and pushed every other thought aside. There was a single thing left to focus on, and once the car was rolling again, it was on towards the final hurdle. Just as before, I pulled into the parking lot and found the same space. But unlike before, Zimmer didn't come from the building. This time, it was Dunstan, slowly walking towards me, as if intentionally taking his time. I climbed out, but before I had a chance to close my door, he waved me back inside. "Stay there," he grunted. I did, keeping the keys in my hand. Surprisingly, Dunstan jumped into the passenger side. "Well, fire it up," he said, rolling his hands in a "let's go" gesture. I did, the cramping in my bowels giving me a poke. "Where to?" I asked. "To the gate. Where else?" It felt a little like Alice in Wonderland, although I doubt I made a very good Alice. Perhaps taking a drink of that weird stuff she had would be a better analogy. Whatever it felt like, it looked as if I was about to take the next step in finding out what was actually happening. The rabbit hole sat waiting before me. I took us back out of the parking lot and towards the main gate of the prison. We sat there less than a few seconds before the huge doors opened. 2 guards stood on either side, while another waited atop the wall. None of them seemed surprised to see me. As I pulled the car inside, I wondered just how many others were also in on whatever the governor and Durran had going. Either that or they simply didn't care, happy to have a job at all. Once inside, Dunstan directed me through a second gate, then on towards the outer road, a small dirt track used by delivery vehicles as needed. It circumnavigated the entire prison, just inside the walls instead of outside. "Take us home," Dunstan whispered as we cleared the final gate, then sat back as I slowly idled the car toward our unit. As I neared it, I saw a welcome party already waiting. Zimmer was in the lead, standing a little in front of the rest, waving for me to slow. And that's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a second entrance into the dungeon. This one recessed into a portion of wall which sat a little further back and slightly lower than the rest. Not just a door, but a shutter. One which began to open as I pulled up. "Wait," Dunstan said. "Get ready to back it in." The whole thing felt like a spy novel to me. The shadows, the people, the trips both north and south. Was I one of the only ones not in on it, whatever it was? Once the door was fully open, I slowly reversed towards the faint light coming from the exposed room, and that's when I noticed something else. From where we were sitting, none of the other buildings around us had windows facing this part of the prison. Absolutely none. Not wanting to look obvious, I tried to hide my attempts to eye the other units. Dunstan noticed immediately. "Nobody can see us here," he confirmed, just as calmly as ever. He sounded almost smug. The back of the car suddenly dropped a little as the wheels found the ramp leading down to the lower level. In all my travels I'd never noticed it, and as we rolled down, I saw why. As if adding fuel to the spy novel feeling, I saw a rectangular piece of iron pulled to one side. From the look of it, the sheet was used as a cover to hide the entrance. Whoever was walking the wall that night knew of its existence, not paying us or the hole in the ground the slightest interest. I finally came to a stop, the room big enough for the car to completely drive inside. A group of faces looked back at us, including Durran, Chugger, Colby, and of course, Zimmer. He again waved, but this time to whoever was in charge of the door. It slowly began to close, and as it did, I killed the engine and climbed out. Durran stood his ground and simply stared at me, his face giving no indication he knew anything about what had happened. Either that or the man just didn't care. None of the others appeared to know either, not a single look of smugness between them. Zimmer called for the man on the door to hurry up, then came to me. "Nice job. Guess it's time you learned the truth." He turned back to Durran. "Want to do the honors?" Durran stepped forward, held a hand out for the keys, and when I dropped them into his palm, leaned down to the boot lid. Without wasting a second, he unlocked it, raised the lid, and gazed in. I felt like I was about to discover Aladdin's cave. To my surprise, the compartment sat empty, just as it had when I opened it for Frank the previous day. I looked at Zimmer, alarm washing over me that I had somehow fucked up the job. None of the men reacted in the slightest, Zimmer simply nodding at Durran, who returned his attention to the car. He reached in, pushed his fingers behind a small gap on one side, and slid his hands up. The back of the compartment fell a little forward. Durran grabbed the rim and pulled it out. The torchlight fell into the boot, and to my shock, the shape of a body illuminated from the darkness. One of the torches worked its way up from the torso, eventually coming to a stop on a face. A man's face. Zimmer, standing almost beside me, whispered something I will never forget. "Harold Dunbar, welcome to the rest of your life." Durran stepped back and waved someone forward. Colby, Chugger, and another guard I didn't recognize leaned into the compartment and pulled the man out. He had some sort of mask attached to his face, a hose coming off it and disappearing back into the shadows of the car body. Whoever the man was, he'd been rendered unconscious and kept that way for his journey south. He didn't wake, not even when the mask was removed. As if waiting in line to give me yet another shock, Dr. Hammond suddenly revealed himself, stethoscope in hand. He leaned down, pulled the man's shirt aside and listened. After a few moments, he pulled the instrument back, looked up at Zimmer and nodded. "He's fine," he said, and returned to his spot in line. "What the hell is going on here?" I finally said, my mouth taking over without so much as a warning. I was sure I had finally reached my limits. Every man's eyes fell on me, then to Zimmer, as if expecting some sort of retaliatory response. There was none. Zimmer didn't even look at me, his eyes still fixed on the man laying before us. "That, son, is Harold Dunbar, a man who beat the system. He's a father to 3 girls and a piece of shit that's been raping them ever since they could walk. A man who shall remain anonymous has paid a considerable sum to have this vermin dealt with in a way the system wasn't able to." As if taking over from Zimmer, or perhaps speaking from a reflex action like I had, Colby added, "We're going to hang this son of a bitch." Zimmer simply nodded. "We provide a service here, Percy, a service not offered anywhere else in the country. Powerful people have sent me here to take care of business, and this scum, that's what we call product. You just brought us product, and tomorrow night we will hang this man and dispose of him in a manner only possible through here." They were murdering people. Murdering them, and I was helping. I was numb, my legs unable to move as the realization sank in. I didn't feel their eyes on me, but I knew I was being watched. This was the moment where I would make them decide between keeping me on or killing me, like the man laying before me. "You have a lot to learn, and I understand this has been tough. Tonight you rest, tomorrow we talk." He pulled something out of his pocket and held it out to me. "You'll share." Nobody spoke. The silence in the room near deafening. Only when I took the envelope from Zimmer did I hear someone whisper something to someone else, the murmur quickly spreading until a voice called for Dunbar to be taken away. Colby motioned for others to help, and I watched as the man disappeared down the nearest corridor. Just as I was about to return to the car and finally get the hell out of there, a final surprise stepped from the shadows. One which had the same effect as if somebody had brought the king himself into the room. Silence returned as others stopped to watch. "Can I get a ride home?" It was Rose. My mind awash with confusion, fear, terror. The mix of emotions were as confusing as her standing before me. "Let's give these kids some space," Zimmer suddenly said, motioning for the rest of the crew to move on. They did, leaving us alone as the door to the room continued to open. It was the moment I became aware of being the only one not in on the joke. I had completely read the situation wrong, my intuition failing in the worst way possible. I had assumed they were up to no good, when in fact they were on what some might have called a mission from God himself. While several of them may have been ruthless, there was a reason for their participation, one which slowly began to reveal itself to me. "What are you doing here?" It was all I could think to ask, the only question which made any sense. "Can we talk on the way?" She climbed into the passenger side, and still unable to move, remained where I stood, watching her intently as she disappeared into the car. It wasn't until she slammed her door shut that I was able to pull myself from the spot. The bang of it somehow dislodged the lock on my legs, and I rushed to join her, firing the car up and taking us out into the night. We didn't speak until we'd passed through the front gate and the Ford had turned onto the main road. I kept taking peeks at her the entire way through the prison, as if to ensure it was really her. Once out on the road, she slid across the seat and kissed my ear. "I'm sorry for not telling you." Her whisper gave me goosebumps, her breath tingling my lobe. Doing my best to push the feelings aside, I asked the only question which mattered at that moment. "Why didn't you tell me?" She smiled, understood my apprehension, and returned to her side, keeping one hand on my leg. "Harold asked me not to. He wanted to make sure you would be fine with it first." I laughed. That's the thing. Nobody has actually sat me down and told me what it really is. "If you can take my advice, and believe me, you don't have to. But if you could, then please wait until you meet with Harold tomorrow. He's the best person to take you through this." Despite wanting answers, I let it go, doing my best to take her suggestion on board. We drove the rest of the way to her home, listening to a few tunes on the radio. Nighttime was always the best time, with the radio dial coming alive with stations from far-off places. Rose sang along when she could, her voice the sweetest it had ever sounded. It had lost some of its apprehension, perhaps due to the secrets between us finally falling away. In a few more hours, I would know the rest of the story, and maybe understand exactly what had been right before me the entire time. Walking into the prison the next morning felt like a completely new experience to me. Everywhere I looked, guards appeared to act completely different, some waving from a distance, while others went out of their way to say good morning. The real surprise came when I stepped into the foyer of the administration building and saw Dunstan standing near a counter. He looked in deep conversation with another officer but paused when he saw me. "Ready for another day?" The arsehole actually managed to sound friendly. I nodded, not knowing how to respond to a man who'd spoken to me like dirt since I'd met him. Just like I had only a couple of days earlier, I climbed the stairs back up to the ivory tower and greeted Prue as she looked to be trying to change the ribbon on her typewriter. "Would you like a hand with that?" I asked, and she waved me away. "Not going to let a clunky piece of crap get in my way," she hissed. "Go in. He's expecting you." I did as asked, knocking on the door then poking my head through the gap. Zimmer looked up from his desk and waved me inside, half rising from his chair as he gestured to the one facing him. "Bet sleep was tough last night, huh?" It was a strange question, but one I understood. I tossed and turned for most of the night, unable to sink low enough for sleep to take me. What had really kept me awake was the envelope he'd handed me the previous evening. I didn't open it until I got home and was safely locked in my room. The contents stared out at me, and as if ensuring they were real, I upended the envelope, watching as the banknotes flooded down onto my bed. After counting the stash, I held the bundle in my hand. The first time I'd ever had my fingers wrapped around 30 pounds, which really belonged to me. It was almost 10 weeks' worth of wages, and Zimmer handed it to me as if it was nothing more than beer money. "I trust you had a look in the kitty I handed you?" I nodded, an uncontrollable grin crossing my face. I pushed it aside, wanting to get answers before I allowed myself to appreciate the money. "So what's it for?" "Why, it's for your service." "My service?" I felt myself growing serious, but didn't try to stop it. It was time to speak man to man. If I was going to be a part of something which took lives, I needed to know every single detail. "For helping us rid the world of those who the system refuses to," another voice suddenly said. I spun so fast in the chair, I dropped my cap on the floor. In my state of nervousness and sheer eagerness for answers, I hadn't noticed the figure already sitting in the corner of the room. Now, as he stood and walked towards me, Jim Lawson surprised me as much as Rose had the previous evening. "Jim? You two have met?" Zimmer asked. "Yes, Harold, we have." I thought he was about to throw me under the proverbial bus, but Jim showed he wasn't that kind of man. "I was sent here to document a death the first week of the opening. Percy here was kind enough to escort me in and out." Zimmer nodded. "I asked Jim here to help explain the situation to you. I hope you pay attention and listen to what he has to say." Jim pulled the remaining chair back from Zimmer's desk and turned it a little to face me. He sat, folding one leg over the other as he considered me for a moment. "Do you believe in the law, Percy?" It was a fair question, given his own occupation. "Yes, I do." "So do I," Jim continued. "And when I saw Lightman avoid the death penalty, I knew things needed to change. Not just Lightman, but many before him. This thing you're a part of, it's been on my mind for a very long time. As things would have it, Harold here had already set the wheels in motion to ensure people like that would no longer get away." "Wheels in motion? Have you ever heard the name William Cardwell?" The name rang a bell, but didn't throw forth any faces. Jim didn't seem to mind. "He's a judge in Sydney, a man who's been surrounded by the law for decades. A few years ago, his only daughter was kidnapped and murdered by a man named Arthur Wells. Despite the authorities catching Arthur while in possession of the murder weapon, as well as jewelry belonging to Cardwell's daughter, he beat the murder charge. The judge presiding over the case had no choice but to dismiss it due to a technicality, something to do with the way the arresting officer found the suspect." "And Cardwell isn't the only one," Zimmer interrupted. "No, he's not," Jim said, retaking the lead. "There are many others all fed up with the way certain criminals can beat the system and get away with all manner of crime." "What do you do to them?" "We find them. Once we find them, we hang them, just as the system should have done." Jim pulled something from his jacket pocket. "Find this book at any library in the country." He held out a slip of paper. "It's a condensed version of the country's laws surrounding the death penalty. They're very specific and very straightforward. Read them and you'll find there's not a lot of opportunity to stray from the truth. Unfortunately, a few judges have bowed to pressure from above and begun to commute sentences, while others they let go entirely," Zimmer chimed in. "Some are due to bribes, others through favors. A few rare ones happen due to the appeals process." "Let me get this straight," I said. "A crook faces court for murder, is let go, and you go out and find him so you can hang him instead." "It's not quite that black and white," Jim said. "It sounds bloody black and white to me." I think my nerves were returning, feeling as if I was somehow betraying an unspoken oath I hadn't taken. Maybe it was a Christian thing, with the commandments briefly dropping into my mind. "A lot of work goes into each one. We take this very seriously," Jim offered. Zimmer sat forward a little to add more. "You cannot imagine just how high this goes. This isn't something thrown together in the past month. This has been planned for years. The people you see working around you, they're all involved. Every single one of them." I was stunned, Jim nodding to back up the claim. "We don't advertise the fact on a huge billboard on top of the building, but yes, Harold is right. This goes much deeper than you can imagine." "What about the money? Surely that's a bit of a conflict of interest." "It takes money to run the prison, as well as the surveillance to track suspects. There's an entire network of people involved in this, and yes, some people pay for our services, although we pay very special attention to those we accept." "People like Edward Durran? You do know he nearly killed me, don't you?" Zimmer's lips pursed. "I won't say everybody is the perfect fit for this, but the people involved hold special skills, and those skills are useful in different areas. First and foremost, they are people we can trust." He swallowed hard. You do have to admit, he can be very persuasive. He wasn't wrong there. Between the pair of them, I thought the Durran brothers could have convinced the King of England to abdicate. And where to from here? I asked, figuring they already saw me as one of their own. Wait for your next trip. We have people all over the eastern states from Melbourne all the way up to Mackay. I wondered how long that drive would take me. As if reading my mind, Zimmer added, "The Northerners meet us halfway, in case you were wondering." Can I ask you something? I suddenly needed to know the answer to a question which had been plaguing me for days. Go on, Zimmer said. Did I bring anyone back from Melbourne when I picked up the car? The way Zimmer looked over at Jim was enough answer for me. I did, I whispered. You did, Jim confirmed, and also gave us a live test run of the car. Wait, I said, sitting a little higher. You used me as a guinea pig? Not quite, Jim said. We had the system itself in a testing phase for some time, just never in an actual vehicle. Oh, that's great. He chuckled a little. Relax, we knew it would hold. Having asked all my questions and both Zimmer and Jim answering them unimpeded, it was time for me to head back to work. Jim stood first, shook with me and gave me a playful clap on the shoulder. Welcome aboard, he whispered, squeezing my hand a little tighter. For the first time I actually felt a part of something, and to be honest, it felt amazing. Zimmer also shook, although a little more subdued. As I neared the door, I paused, one final question wanting me to find an answer for it. I stopped and turned back. Just so I'm clear, who's actually in charge of this place? Zimmer grinned, and it was all the answer I needed. I nodded, thanked him again, and left, returning to the unit I now chose to call home. A few hours later, I returned to the infirmary to find Rose waiting for me. A few hours after that, and I offered her a ride home. Not long after, we were making love, wrapped up in each other's bodies in a way I had never quite managed to repeat. The night we had first made love also became a memory for an entirely different reason. While the sex had been unbelievably fantastic, there was something which happened afterwards, a moment of opening up on another level. As we lay naked next to each other, a fleece blanket covering us, Rose had her head resting in the crook of my arm. The radio was playing George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, the sweet melody of the piano the backdrop for the moment. There was something almost philosophical about the minutes we spent curled up in each other. Outside, the coldness bit hard, but inside, thanks to each other's body warmth, we barely felt it. Rose had been tracing the outlines around my chest. By then, I'd desensitized enough to enjoy the attention, but I saw something plaguing her mind. What's wrong? I asked, feeling like perhaps there was something I'd done wrong. She looked at me, a little alarm in her eyes. No, nothing. You sure? Positive, she whispered, kissing me before returning her head on my chest. How did you end up in this? It was a question which I'd wanted to ask since first seeing her, but the moment had never felt right. That was until the night we first lay together. My sister, June. Wait, I said. You have a sister? Her face stiffened a little. Had a sister. June died in 29. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I felt bad for raising the subject. Don't be, it's okay. Want to talk about something else? She shook her head. No. Now's as good a time as any, I guess. She paused, collecting her thoughts, all the while her finger continuing to trace along the details of my upper torso. June was murdered by her boyfriend. I could feel her tense as she spoke, the details clearly still raw in her mind. I wasn't surprised. The thing is, he was drunk. Roger was always drunk. He'd beaten on her before, but never as bad as the night he finally killed her. Is he in jail? Rose paused, her body tensing a little. She propped herself up on one arm, her chin resting in the palm of her hand. No, Roger never went to jail. Actually, Roger was never even arrested. What? No. He was the son of a politician. A senator, in fact. Henry Downer? I wasn't really into politics, and so the name meant nothing to me. Good old Daddy pulled some strings, and the cops ended up writing June's death off as accidental. Thunderheads grew in her eyes. Accidental. The prick beat the shit out of her, crushing her skull with the meat tenderizer he was using on the evening's steaks. I felt her pulse quicken, a tear threatening to drop from one lash. I pulled her in a little tighter. They were going to write my sister's death off as nothing, and he was going to go on and live a happy life. What happened? She looked at me. What happened? Jim Lawson happened. But how? He's barely out of the academy himself, yes, I know. But Jim knew Harold since before he attended the academy. I think the pair of them hit it off immediately, sharing some deep belief about how the justice system should be run. Anyway, I met Jim during his first year on the force. He was caught up in a drunken brawl and I just happened to be the one to stitch him up. Wait, I said, did you two date? I felt a pinch of jealousy, immediately regretting the question. Rose didn't seem to notice. God, no. Not that he wasn't attractive, I just wasn't looking for a relationship at the time. I was still busy studying myself and really didn't have time for anything else. She reached over for her cigarettes and lit one. After a few puffs, she continued. We just sort of kept in touch. He dropped over one night after the whole Lightman thing, saying he hoped for the death sentence. I said it wasn't a guarantee, and he looked at me in a way I'll never forget. That was when I told him about June. He was mortified, shocked, but nothing compared to his anger. He swore that if Lightman didn't receive the death penalty, he would make sure he did something about it. I guess he's working on it. Rose nodded. He certainly is. So, did he? She looked at me again. Did he what? Did he find Roger? Rose smiled, the expression leaving her face in order to make room for another, one I couldn't quite name. Was it satisfaction? Oh, yeah, he found him all right. Found him dating another woman, and the day Jim and Bill found him, she was sporting a couple of bruises on her face. Bill? As in Bill Dunstan? Rose nodded. Yep. They ended up arranging for Roger to be brought here, and... She paused, took a deep breath, and looked into my eyes. They made sure he couldn't hurt anybody ever again. The tear fell, followed by a second. I'd heard enough. I pulled her in closer still, wrapped her in my arms, and listened as she wept. It was a sound I could never forget in all the years since. 13. Percy Simmons sat in his chair, pulled the beanie from his head and squeezed it into a ball. There were tears falling from his own eyes, and as I watched them, wondered how clear such a memory could be after almost 80 years. You really loved her, didn't you? I said, somehow feeling the love from the man. I did. Each and every day since. What happened between you? I felt like I needed the answer more than he wanted to share it, but just as he had told the rest of the story, he didn't disappoint. I married a couple of years later. His tears intensified, falling along the crevices lining his face. Loved her every single day. 57 years. Cancer eventually took her from me. The only fight she ever lost. I'm sorry, Percy. I really am. He looked at me, slowly nodding his head as he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled something out. He looked at the small photo, smiled, then held it out to me. There was something special about the woman staring back out at me from a time when she was still gracing the world. I could see what Percy had meant about her smile. It looked as if it could have raised the darkest shadows from a room. Her eyes glistened with life, eyes which had adored the man now weeping for her beside me. I handed the photo back, watching as Percy kissed it before returning it into the safety of his pocket. Whatever happened to the whole Zimmer thing? Did it continue for long? The question pulled him from his pain, the man looking up towards the shadows of Crabapple, Almost 22 years. I tried to imagine the amount of people the group sought out during that time, and couldn't comprehend the number. You drove that car for more than 20 years? A smile returned to his face. Lord, no. I drove for the first couple of years, but our network continued to grow. Jim Lawson was a hell of a persuasive man. Eventually, he managed to add to our numbers, recruiting those who sought refuge in our cause. He travelled up and down the East Coast for a long time. He left the police force, Went to university and eventually graduated as a psychiatrist. Became an author, too. Horror or thriller or something, I'm not much of a reader. He shook his head in disbelief. Yes, sir. That man knew how to talk to people. His recruitment drive brought many. Everyone from judges to politicians to the local plumber. You'd be amazed how many people came to our side having lost faith in the system. That many, huh? Percy nodded. He told me once he wished a group like ours in every country in the world. For us to be the boogeymen, criminals had nightmares about. He coughed. The first time I really heard the man's age come through. After a quick drink of water, he continued. I was eventually offered a role, right up there, he said, pointing up to the ruins. Crabapple. They needed numbers in other facilities, and I put my hand up. What they really wanted was to get their hands on Lightman. He still managed to elude us, even after I transferred. His high profile never seemed to wane, and the man in charge up there didn't want to risk bringing hell down on us. When you work on the dark side, the last thing you want is a light shone on you. Didn't he end up getting out? Percy nodded. He did, and it was Jim's biggest regret. We spent years waiting for the right time, and just as we thought we'd have a chance, this doctor suddenly appears out of nowhere, and before we knew it, there was talk of Lightman beating the rap. The lingering doubt about his guilt never went away for many, but I knew. I saw the monster hiding in him with my own eyes. May I ask what happened to Zimmer? And Durran? Hearing the name brought another smile, the old man's face lighting up as the memories returned. Edward Durran was shot and killed by a rogue policeman in 38. It appeared he pissed off one of his colleagues once too often. I don't think I shed a tear when it happened. Violence came with the family name, because Arthur was also murdered. He took to a group of crooks with old Mr. Knuckles, and one of them managed to slice his throat with a straight razor. Fuck me. Those things do some damage. It took 4 of them to overpower him, though. Strangely, he let go a subdued chortle. Those crooks tried their best to snap that old baton, but couldn't. Seemed Mr. Knuckles was destined to remain in the family. I shuddered, remembering seeing the weapon myself, almost suffering its wrath at one point. I'm sure Arthur's son worked as the governor of King's Court when my old man ended up there. Something in him changed, his face somehow blanking over, as if hearing the name brought a new memory. Matt Stanley, Know him well. Was a similar age to Jim and I. He felt the top of his head, remembered the beanie and pulled it back on. Still remember the day he took over as governor of the palace, promising to bring back the days of old and reintroducing our cause. He shook his head. The only thing he knew was greed. Let money get in the way. When he first began, he had visions, Plans for us to build up again. Back then, I called him a friend. Met his son, too. He turned to look at me. We were like family, only closer. Those who joined the cause, I mean. It was us against them, with revenge our purpose. I sensed Percy's mood change as he went silent, the empty mug still in his hand. The knuckles, normally covered in endless trails of deep wrinkles, disappeared, the skin turning white as he squeezed. Couldn't believe how things ended for him. He looked at me, saw my own cup, and changed the subject. Another? I held up my hand. No, had plenty. Still need to drive home. He laughed. What about Zimmer? Whatever happened to him? Zimmer fell into the kind of dark hole many men find themselves in when torn between home and work. He couldn't juggle the two. His wife didn't understand the long hours and sought a divorce. They had kids, 3 of them, and once he turned to alcohol, ended up wrapped around a tree late one night. Guess he lost everything. His voice trailed off, the room turning silent with just the fire's subdued crackling behind us. The rain had all but disappeared, and it looked as if the clouds were about to give the sun a chance to make an appearance. As we sat gazing across the landscape, a single ray managed to fight its way through, appearing almost symbolic as it lit up the ruins above us. I sat and stared, wondering what vivid memories were making their way through the man's weather-beaten mind. "I didn't finish telling you about Jimmy Telford," he suddenly offered, the name reappearing. I had forgotten about the man, but was keen to hear the rest. "I could never understand why they wanted me to get close to him. Turned out, Jimmy was one of the few actual criminals who knew about us, knew what we were up to. Because of his connections, he'd been approached early on. I think to help in the smuggling side of things. Turned out young Jimmy wasn't interested and the establishment got scared he was going to blab on him." "Did he?" Percy laughed, a croaky cackle which sounded gruesomely chesty. The laugh turned into a cough, and for a second I thought he was going to choke. "Never," he finally managed. "Jimmy was a lot of things, but never a snitch. I continued on with him for weeks before getting the answers the others were after. He would help, but in limited ways. Even stayed with him on a couple of my trips, meeting his little girl and everything." My own heart took a jump as I realised he was talking about my very own mum. He didn't continue though, did he? Another pause. "No, he didn't," he finally said. His tone had taken another turn. "Jimmy preferred the criminal side of himself and chose a path away from our cause. Eventually we had to let him go. It was too risky and we were already skating on thin ice." "How's it going in here?" I turned to see Helen by the door. "Percy? Still good?" As if on cue, he began to cough again, a long, drawn-out splutter with gravelly undertones. The nurse came in, felt his forehead and shook her head. "You know you're not supposed to overdo it." "I think I should go," I said, feeling the woman's wish telepathically. "Oh, I'm fine," Percy began, but then another coughing fit took hold. I sat up, believing him to be living out his final few seconds. Helen saw my arm and gave my shoulder a pat. "It's just a cough. He'll be okay once he's rested. You could always come back." Percy nodded, waved a hand as if agreeing, and coughed up the last piece of lung. Once he quieted again, he shook his head. "Time is a two-headed bitch, my boy. She's both a blessing and a curse. Can't have one without the other." "Thank you, Percy. I really appreciate your time." He waved the thanks away. "Don't mention it. Could you come back tomorrow? There's something I'd like you to have." I thought about my day ahead, figured I could always postpone the trip into Melbourne for another day, and agreed. "Sure, I can come." Helen looked more pleased than Percy. I leaned forward and we shook for a second time, his hands still surprisingly cold. He smiled when I said I'd see him the next day. The drive home was a complete opposite to the drive there, my head filled with vivid pictures of faces I had never seen. Sure, there were a couple I knew, but for the most part, others remained in shadows, made up in my own mind to serve as stand-ins for the sake of the thoughts. Percy's story had been incredible to listen to, his memories playing out like a movie. I wish I had brought a recording device with me. Positive I could have listened to the story again and again. At least I was able to write it down to the best of my recollections. Once I reached home, I didn't hesitate to get on the most intuitive reference library in the history of the world. Google was a land where magic happened, and I wish I could have shown Percy just how incredible it can be to those who knew how to use it. For the rest of that evening, I Googled the names of those Percy had spoken about throughout the afternoon. Soon their faces graced my laptop screen, peering out from a time where they walked beside the man who shared their stories long after they departed this life. The uncanny resemblance between Edwin and Arthur Durran was every bit as peculiar as Percy had said, right down to the single dimple which lived permanently on their left cheek. Their eyes, witnesses to untold horrors, still looked like they could drill right through to a man's soul. Even in death, I felt a sense of trepidation looking into their faces. I couldn't imagine what it must have felt like to face off against such men. Surprisingly, Zimmer looked exactly like I had imagined he would, a thinner version of John Rhys Davies, with a little more hair. There were several articles on him, and I read each, devouring the information like a rabid dog. He also had a lot of connections, especially within the prison system. There were numerous references for him leading to facilities all over the country. Lastly, I googled the one name which stood out above all else, a name I knew would return the most hits. Jim Lawson's face appeared, along with thousands of references, linking to everything from Harry Lightman to international connections. I worked my way through several articles, taking time to let each story sink in. Jim Lawson had by far the most intriguing tales, and I ended up eating my dinner while continuing to scan through them. Pizza seemed like the perfect Google food, and I ate each slice engrossed in the experiences of a true legend. The man had published more than a dozen novels, and I searched for each one, reading the blurbs with devoted fascination. I thought myself something of an author as well, and so felt some kind of connection to him. I even found a few of his novels on Amazon, all available as ebooks, and bought every single one. Just before I decided to call it a night, a thought came to me. If Percy was still around, perhaps there was a chance Jim was as well. I couldn't imagine how awesome it would be to meet him as well. The stories he would have was something I couldn't begin to imagine. I punched his name into a fresh Google page and watched as the results came up almost immediately. Imagine my surprise when I saw that not only had Jim passed just a few days before, but his funeral was set for the following morning. The service was being held at St. Patrick's Cathedral, just 20 minutes from me, and without a second thought, I decided to go. I would have plenty of time to head back out to see Percy afterwards, and maybe he would be interested in the details of the event. After shutting the laptop down, I went to bed with a hurricane of emotions, all blending into a strange sense of confusion. I felt numb from the news of Jim, excitement from the story Percy shared, sadness from getting to know Rose only to learn of her death during the same afternoon. I had met a few new faces, new people, and yet also lost them before ever having a chance to meet them. As I closed my eyes and hoped for sleep to take me, I wondered whether the dreams would send me to the place I had discovered that very day. I could only hope. The funeral was set to begin at 10 that morning, and I wanted to get to the church a little earlier. I wasn't sure how many people would turn out for the service, and given the man was more than a century old, assumed he'd made quite a number of friends during that time. I couldn't have been more right. The line just for entry stretching almost around the block. At a guess, I would have said maybe 400 had turned out. Maybe closer to 5. There were quite a few in uniform, ranging from police, prison officers, right through to a couple of paramedics. There were also a lot of private mourners, with several groups gathered near the entrance. I caught the eye of a woman standing amongst one group, her appearance reminding me a little of the photograph Percy had shown me the previous day. The blonde hair looked styled almost identical, and I wondered whether she was related to Rose somehow. When I heard her speak with a definite American accent, I figured the chances were highly unlikely. "Ready to go in, Sam?" the man standing behind her asked, and after giving me a restrained smile, she turned for the door. I managed to find some standing room just inside near the back row, surrounded by friends and family of a man who had touched so many. I wondered how many of them knew the other side of his life, the one which took a lot of evil from the world and gave closure to so many when the system couldn't. A lot of people took to the podium, sharing stories of the man which stretched back almost 90 years. It was a number I couldn't get my head around. Feeling like a very small part, I listened to every one of them, feeling a need to hear every word. By the time it was over, I had spilled a few tears of my own, a surprise considering I'd never met the man. His stories affected me in a way I never expected, especially after Percy added so many of the ones nobody else knew. The drive back to Cider Hill went by in a heartbeat. I was lost as I drove, my mind swimming in a myriad of thoughts as the countryside slipped by, bathed in glorious sunshine. I kept the radio off, willing the silence of the drive to give my mind the freedom to do what it did best. I pulled into the parking lot of Percy's final home, a little after 2, and hoped I didn't leave things too late. While Helen wasn't at the counter, her colleague was, sporting an equally inviting smile when I mentioned who I was there to see. "He's been talking about you all day," she said, waving me through and leading me back down the same corridor. Just like the previous day, Percy was sitting in the same chair, positioned in the very same spot. He looked to the door as I entered, and I felt a sense of déjà vu as I approached him. "Glad you could make it," he said, his handshake still as firm and cold as the previous visit. He looked and waited for the nurse to leave before leaning forward. "Didn't think you'd return. Thought I must have scared you off." "Not likely," I said, taking my seat. I wasn't sure what to expect now that he had told me the story in its entirety. I knew the man craved outside attention, but didn't know just what I had to offer to a man barely able to stand without assistance. Imagine my surprise when he offered me something completely out of left field. "Ever read the Count of Monte Cristo?" I thought he was about to hold the book up, maybe to offer me a glimpse of his latest read. He didn't, instead leaning a little in my direction. "You know, some people think of that as a treasure hunter's Bible." "I'm sorry, no. Saw the movie once, with Jim Caviezel." "Never heard of him," Percy said, pulling something from his pocket. He held it out to me, an ancient-looking envelope wearing more wrinkles than he did. "Here, I think this might be of interest to you." I took it, not knowing what to expect. Inside there sat a single sheet of paper, folded in half, one side of it covered in writing. "If you know where to look, you'll never be in need. You helped me once when things couldn't get any worse. For that, I will be forever grateful. You have a heart of gold, Percy, and for that, gold is what you shall receive. Take as much as you need. It's yours." I read the note a second time, unsure of what it meant. When I was sure I wouldn't guess, I looked up at Percy. He stared back at me, although the smile I had come to know was gone, replaced by something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "Gold? Bullion," he whispered. "I couldn't tell you how much exactly because I had always been too scared to take it." "Jimmy Telford left you treasure?" I found myself whispering, looking around and saw no one else. "He did. Buried near his shack at a place called Archie Gully." My blood turned cold. Archie Gully. "You know it?" I don't know why, but I lied. "No, the name just sounded familiar, that's all." "That letter was dropped into my mailbox 10 years after I helped him escape the place. I don't think Zimmer or Durran were comfortable letting him go, but I worked on them, putting my own promise on the line he wouldn't talk. I was what you might call the middleman in their negotiation. Eventually they agreed and I drove Jimmy home." "And he left you buried treasure?" "By then he'd made quite a name for himself and wasn't seen in public very often. He once told me he preferred to live at night, usually sleeping throughout the day." "But buried treasure?" I repeated it again, the words sounding almost alien to me. Percy smiled as he nodded. "There's an abandoned shack in a clearing off the main track. If you stand at the back door and walk in a straight line, you'll cross a large rock about 200 yards in. Turn right, walk another 30 paces, and then you'll see an old tree stump. The base of it is hollow. Inside there's a bag, an old leather satchel." He swallowed hard. "Do something useful with it." I was shocked, my hand trembling as I held the letter out to him. Percy took it and folded it back up. "I'm too old to make use of it, and it's too valuable to leave for the wildlife. You go and get it. Go this very day and change your life." The more I looked at him, the more I thought I saw his wish, his willingness to hand over whatever sum of money lay out in the middle of nowhere. Finally, I agreed. "Okay, but I'll bring it back here so we can check it out together." He nodded at that. "Sounds like a plan. Just promise me one thing." "What's that?" "Try not to do anything stupid with it. I know you've been inside. You know crooks have a tendency to end up back there because of stupid decisions. I'm through making stupid decisions, Percy. He smiled at that. Good to hear. After a few more cursory exchanges, I finished our visit with another handshake. The strength I'd felt the previous times had gone, his hand feeling like a dead weight with little conviction. I wondered how tired a man like that must get at his age, but pushed the thought aside as he shot me a wave. Take care not to get lost out there. I won't, I finished, shot him a mock salute, and made my escape. There was a definite bounce in my step as I returned to my car, blown away by the coincidence of the place he'd told me about. Archie Gully held a certain connection to my own history, with my father finally winning his freedom at the very spot. I must have been in too much of a hurry because just a few miles into my trip, a cop suddenly buzzed me from behind, his flashes and sirens bringing me back to the moment. I'd been speeding, doing close to 20 k's over the limit. He must have sensed my excitement, letting me off for a slightly lower number, hence reducing the fine coming my way. Once he handed me the ticket and returned to his car, I took off again, laughing as I wondered how many times over I could pay the fine with the money I was about to find. The drive out to Archie Gully wasn't a new one for me. Once I learned of the place's relevance to my own story, I had visited the clearing where life had forever changed for my parents. I wanted to see for myself where Jimmy and my father took care of Stanley Durran. Surprisingly, the stain from the blood was still visible the first time I went, marking the exact spot where Durran's insides fell to the floor. Turning down the quiet country track took on new meaning as I recalled Percy's instructions, saying them out loud to ensure they were clear. Straight out from the back door, 200 yards, large rock, turn right, 30 paces, tree stump, jackpot, cha-ching! I nearly screamed the last word out, fist bumping the roof of the car as it continued to buck along the gravel track. Just as the first time I had visited the place, the clearing stood completely deserted, save for the lonely shack sitting alone in the woods. While the day was cold, the sun shone with commitment, making the day feel more like one in spring. I stepped from the car and paused, listening to the near silence of the place. Just a few birds were adding their song to the wind, with nothing but the breeze for company. Feeling on top of the world, I sniffed the air, closing my eyes and tasting the countryside in my lungs. Looking at the hut, I pictured my father standing in the doorway, coming out with the help of Jimmy and my mum. This was where their story truly began, and a sense of sadness washed over me. Not wanting to put a downer on what I was about to uncover, I pushed the feeling away, focusing instead on Percy's instructions. As I neared the shack, I wanted to see the spot where Durran had died, where Jason Torrance had won his freedom. It only felt ethical to pay homage to the spot on my way past. Stepping into the shack, I sensed something off almost immediately. The sounds previously riding the wind were gone, an uncomfortable silence suddenly surrounding me. A smell filled the air as I stepped through the door, and the second I saw the body, I knew what it was. Before I had a chance to react, engines suddenly filled the air. I stepped back, looked out and saw 2 or 3 police cars roll to a stop. Their doors opened almost in unison, officers jumping out and drawing their pistols. "Put your hands up!" one screamed, kneeling down with his firearm trained on me. "I just got here!" I tried to scream back, but was drowned out by more commands, the shouts to get on my face coming thick and fast. Dropping on my knees with my hands held high, I protested my innocence, desperately trying to tell them of my recent arrival. Of course, they didn't listen, not paying the slightest attention to my words. Several of the officers pounced on me, and I felt myself pulled in several directions at once. "Stop resisting!" one screamed. "Hands behind your back!" shouted another. Trying to relax my arms and legs, I gave in to their demands. Feeling the cuffs slap hard onto my wrists, biting into the skin with little compassion. I was dragged back to my feet, and despite not having a clue as to what was happening, was forced into the holding cell of one of the cruisers. Within just a few minutes of arriving, I was on my way back out, courtesy of the Victorian Police Force. A small viewing window was my only connection to the outside world as I was driven to Daylesford. I recognized a few of the landmarks we passed, my insides feeling like an ejection port preparing for takeoff. I tried to call out to those seated in the front, but couldn't see them, nor hear them. I'm not sure if they heard my words, but judging by their silence, guessed they'd been ordered to ignore me. The plastic seating had no safety belts, and each corner the cops took, they took at speed. I was sure they were trying to throw me around as much as possible, and were doing a good job of it. By the time they pulled into the police station parking lot, my knees and elbows were well and truly bruised. "Out!" one of the officers barked as he opened the door. There were 3 of them, and as I climbed out, saw 2 more near the entrance to the station. One grabbed my shoulder, hauling me out backwards, another grabbing the cuffs. The steel painfully twisted and I yelped when yanked backwards. "Why am I here?" I tried to ask, but none of them answered, their faces resembling house bricks. "Can you tell me something at least?" "Yeah," the one walking beside me said. "You're in some deep shit." Once inside, they dragged me into a holding cell, left my cuffs on, and slammed the door shut. "Don't go anywhere," one of them sneered, the smartass giving the door a cursory slap. For the first few minutes I couldn't move, the shock of the previous events still sinking in. I had gone from almost finding a fortune to the back of a cop car in seconds. From free to locked up. From living the best life I could to an unimaginable nightmare I didn't understand. As I sat listening to the familiar sounds of a police station holding area, the one thing I subconsciously knew was things were about to get a lot worse. I sat in that holding cell for hours, the cuffs turning the skin around my wrists raw. The stink of stale piss barely registered as I sat trying to make sense of my situation. Unable to undo the fly on my pants when I needed a piss, I had to pull my pants down from the back and once done, tried to fumble them back up. No easy feat with tied hands. Finally, after I don't know how long, the keys rattled in the lock and my door swung open. 2 cops beckoned for me to follow them, and as one led me down the short corridor, the other followed close behind. A couple of other crooks began to scream for food when we passed, kicking their doors in a way which reminded me of King's Court. Just thinking the name brought a wave of butterflies. "This way," one of the cops snapped, pulling me left when I instinctively turned right. His grip was tight, unforgiving, feeling almost venomous as I stumbled, desperate not to fall. We came to a door and the lead cop held it open, pushed me inside, then sat me at the table. "Wait here," he said, not bothering to comply with my request for a drink of water. I sat in silence for I don't know how long, my phone my only source of time, and that had been confiscated during my initial arrest. The wall clock read that it was past 11, but I was sure it couldn't have been that accurate. The door eventually opened and 2 men entered, both wearing suits, both carrying folders, and both as stone-faced as the rest of the cops had seen. If nothing else, at least I knew I was about to get some answers. One of the cops put a recorder on the table once they were seated, slackened his tie, then pressed the record button. The folders sitting before them remained closed. After saying the date and time, the officer named himself and his colleague, stated their rank, and commenced the interview. "For the record, could you state your full name?" It wasn't a request, and not wanting to create waves, I complied. "Jack Eric Patterson." "And can you tell us what you were doing out at Archie Gully at approximately 3:10 this afternoon?" "I wasn't doing anything. I just arrived. My parents had a history there and I was just checking the place out. I didn't want to share the whole gold bullion story with them, in case they decided to go and find the stash for themselves." "Just checking the place out, was ya?" the other detective chimed in, sounding a lot meaner than the first. I wondered whether they were going to do the whole good cop, bad cop thing with me. "Yes, that's it." "Do I need a lawyer?" I didn't want to throw the lawyer word out there, but my nerves were coming apart. I was shit scared with no clue as to why I was there. The strange thing was, the body I had caught a brief glimpse of began to feel more like a hallucination, and so I didn't want to mention it. "Only guilty people ask for lawyers, Jack," the prick said. The other one ignored the comment. "We received reports of 2 men arguing, some gunshots, and when we get to the place we find you and the body of an officer." "An officer? What? No, I'm telling you, I just arrived. I have no idea." You shot and killed a prison officer named Martin Holt. No, I didn't. You have to believe me. Make it easy on yourself, Good Cop said. His calm and almost patronizing tone sounded more like a threat. Confess now and the judge might show some leniency. I felt my world fall apart right before my eyes, the cops disappearing in a haze of tears as fear overtook me. Their words became lost, my own cries drowning them out as the interview effectively ended. The last thing I remembered one of them saying was that I should arrange for some legal representation. After I was almost carried back to my cell, the cuffs were finally removed. An hour later, I was processed, my civilian clothes cut from me as I refused to comply any further. They threw a prison uniform into my cell with me, but I must have lain on the floor buck naked for most of the night. Shivering from both the blistering cold as well as the shock of the situation, I must have cried non-stop until daylight began to break through the narrow windows set in the high cell. When I was first released from King's Court, I made a promise to myself to never return. I knew it was a tough call, with many inmates ending up right back in the joint, the law never far from grabbing those who give in to temptation. But I swore I would remain out of the place. As I sat up that first morning of a nightmare still developing before my very eyes, I thought back to Percy and his story. While his had effectively ended, mine was only just beginning. Whatever was waiting for me on the other side of the cell door, I knew I couldn't escape from it. A voice suddenly reached out to me, spoken quietly enough to float on the stale air of the cell. I was still sitting naked on the concrete floor, and at first wondered if I had imagined it. But when I looked up and saw the trap open with a face peering in, the doubt faded away. I sat up a little more, trying to get a better look at the vase. It was still hidden in the shadows, the small square opening barely big enough to fit a man's fist. But when I stood up and took a step towards the door, recognition suddenly set in as the face took shape. The eyes staring in had a hint of satisfaction about them, like a man admiring a new car. He barely blinked, locking eyes with me as his lips tightened into a grin. There was one feature which set itself apart, the one detail which froze the blood in my veins. It was a dimple, a single, lonely depression, living rent-free on the left cheek of his face. Richard Durran gazed in at me with the look of a man who just won the lottery. His threatening grin barely moved as he repeated the words, wanting to make sure they were received loud and clear. I lunged for the door, screaming my innocence, but the trap slammed shut. My throat burned, the agony sending me into a coughing fit. Durran's incestuous laugh rose above my cries, echoing down the corridor as he left me to choke on his final words. Welcome back, Jack. Revenge is our purpose. This has been Brothers in Anarchy, the Max series by Simon King. Brought to you by Twin Tales Publishing, read to you by Nate Gothard. Original copyright 2022 by Simon King. Production copyright 2023 by Simon King.